redemption is on the way. Thank you. That's all I had to say.
That's cap.
Kim, is there a queue? Because I would like to.
And Lou, we're gonna talk about it later, bro.
Yeah, it's kind of been popcorn style. I've kind of been doing it like men to women, so that it could be an even representation. So it's kind of popcorn style. I think that point was over, so the floor is kind of open. We could leave it popcorn style as long as everybody could respect the floor. And if two people having a dialogue, let them have the conversation together. Let's just try to keep it clean so we could hear everybody. That's all.
Well, Cap, let me hear your perspective.
On what?
On what Ruler was saying about Sierra and Russell Wilson.
I think Ruler was using that example about his narrative about women leaving a relationship. I think he was speaking from, like, I actually agree. Not the Sierra Russell Wilson, that's an objective. That's going to be opinionated because if you like Sierra, you're going to have that position. But what he said about the single mothers leaving their man for their own happiness, I agree with that shit.
Thank you.
Like, I agree with that shit 100% because you'll have a woman that has a good man and she just leaves him and then goes turn herself into a baby mother just for her own happiness. When if she cares so much about her happiness, she should have been concerned with that before she had a kid, because the ramifications of the child, like the child gets rid of your happiness, in all honesty, because now the number one priority is the child's happiness. And so for a man or a woman to be so selfish to cater their own happiness over that child's, I agree with Ruler from that position. The other position about
Pookie though, he's a Pookie. He's not a good man.
There is no man or woman in that scenario, Tammy. I said if a man or woman leaves for their own happiness when there's a child involved, they're selfish. I agree with Ruler from that position.
No, her mental health. Her mental health.
Stop policing what he's saying.
Once again, see how y'all focusing, even like what I try to speak from, because I know when you focus on a woman, the women get emotional. I always speak objectively because men and women do exactly the same thing. You got men that leave women that they have a child with for their happiness because they say, well, she don't make me happy. And you got women do the same exact thing. She don't make me happy. Nobody, if y'all looking for like this happy relationship, you're naive, male or female. That's stupid talk. Because there's no such thing as a happy relationship. When you're in do you know yourself? Just don't think about the person that you're going to be with. Just think about yourself. You are not a happy person to be with 24/7. You're not. You know you're not. You need somebody that could tolerate your bullshit because the benefits of being with you make it tolerable. So when you get in that relationship with an individual, you're going to say, my good outweighs my bad. Yeah, I might have a little attitude. I might be a little this. I might need work here. I might need work there. But these other qualities make that tolerable. So that way, when you have those unhappy moments, you establish a foundation in your relationship where you can communicate. But there's no relationship that lasts 2 years without having to deal with a problem or two. 10 years without having to deal with a damn hurricane. 20 years, you done dealt with Category 5 Katrinas, all kind of shit. But the fact that you're staying together is what you're supposed to do. So happy is a utopia that men and women create and use it as an excuse to just go fuck somebody else. I yield.
Thank you.
Facts, brother.
Thank you.
Facts. Amen.
Got Captain Tazaryach on the stage. Captain Tazaryach, you good, man? Why you unfollow the club?
Oh, you unfollowed the club? Damn.
Yeah, you got a pink ticket, man. That fucked me up when I saw that.
Cap, what's going on, Cap?
Hold on a second. I don't know what that's about that.
Cap,
I know y'all had me blocked.
It took your thumb to do that.
That probably was Zine, bro.
I know y'all.
Now you know y'all.
I know I couldn't see the. I couldn't see the. Remember why I texted you like a while ago saying I couldn't.
To the room 100 times.
Yeah, but I don't see the room. I'm just saying I don't see the room all the time. I don't know what
that was Zine. See, Zine got caught and he ain't been over here in about a month, so a couple weeks. Had to be Zine. He the only one hate your guts. He African. When you said you wouldn't feed the African kid, he took that shit personal.
He did.
But yeah, I rejoined the house. I didn't know I wasn't in the house.
Yeah, that Zim took that personal. Whatever
nigga, you knew you wasn't there, nigga. You had to go in there and leave.
No, I'm dead ass. I didn't know I wasn't in the
whatever you
house. I
said
just
about
rejoined them.
what did you say? Whatever you said about the African kids.
That day you asked me about the Africans, and I was like, "Nah, we don't fuck with Africans either."
No, but fucking with Africans is one thing. All right, that's cool. All right, nigga, don't fuck with cool. But I think he holding on to something about would you feed the African? You put the African kid was hungry. You wouldn't give him no food. Or, I don't know if it was like really an African kid. And y'all was
Sarnetta asked me on the street. Sarnetta had an African kid standing next to him, and he was like, "This is my brother. So you telling me if he came to y'all cookout, you wouldn't feed him?" And I said, "No, I wouldn't feed him."
Oh, that's what it is. Okay, that nigga Sarnetta he be starting shit. He know what your answer gonna be.
Yeah, he did on purpose because we didn't know he was African at the time. When we found out he African, so I never used it as an opportunity to okay, I can get Cap.
And look bad.
Ask him
the
about
kid actually right there.
Right, exactly. So he put me on the spot. So it's really like, let me see if Cap a real Israelite saying what he say, or is he gonna fold? So that's why he asked me, because when he asked me about the white guy, nobody cared about when I said I wouldn't feed a little white kid, but the little African kid they got mad about. So a lot of people don't like me for that. I don't give a fuck.
Why wouldn't you feed a kid though?
Nah, he say he don't fuck with Africans.
I don't fuck with Africans.
I know, but that's a kid though. It don't matter if it's a kid or not.
Hey, when it was our kids and they was killing them and gunning them down and wouldn't feed them, nobody said that's a kid though.
Who was
so why I gotta say that's a kid?
Who was killing
when they was
talking about the white dudes?
Anybody. When black people went through their oppression and what they went through, nobody said that's a kid, let them spare.
Let me ask you a question. I do know personally, I personally feel that a lot of African people really don't care for American people, black people, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you know, it's something that's cool, right? But I don't know, or I can't recall it ever been a time to where we went at it with one another for that type of attitude to be there, that type of distaste or hatred to be there. Maybe I missed it. I don't recall.
I wouldn't even say if I got a distaste for him though. I just like Sarnetta was presenting a hypothetical. I've never been in a position where some African asked me something like that, try to come into like one of our events or anything. I haven't experienced that. I do business with all of them though, but I've never experienced something where we got an event that's for like our people only and some African try to get in there. I never experienced that. They still wouldn't come, but I've never experienced it.
So I remember me asking you, what was the difference? Because you straight up told me that Africans, when it comes to the Israelites, or like even over there, because I was like, well, that's the motherland, and you was like, no, it's not.
Right.
Right. You was like, I'm like, well, black people come from Africa.
Right.
You was like, no, they didn't.
So meaning like when we from slavery, yeah, because we was in the west coast of Africa, but in originality, everybody had their own land. Like even back then, you wouldn't have called it Africa. Today, you call it Africa. That's named after other people. But even using the term Africa, it's like 50 countries. Most Africans don't really call themselves African. Because African is a continent, or Africa is a continent. They call themselves by the country or tribe or village.
Oh, by the country, like Nigerian or
right. And even Nigerian, or even Nigerian might say, I'm Nigerian from such and such tribe. We use that term because, of course, we don't have no identity.
That is Africa, right?
Right. It would be the continent of Africa. Right. Mm-hmm.
So it's just like somebody over here saying, "No, I'm from Louisiana."
Correct. Right. Or California.
I'm from New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana. Yeah.
Right. You're on the same landmass. Right.
It's automatic. We know it's automatic. This is America, but you're right. Niggas don't say, "Nigga, I'm American, Louisiana."
Right. They don't talk like that. If we went over there, we wouldn't say we were American. I would say I'm from New York. I'm from California. It would already be understood that you're American. You just now saying where you from in America. But you have that identity marker to know where you're from. But when you say you're African, that don't even make sense because you don't even know what part of Africa you're from.
So why the lack of acknowledgement for them as well? Because they don't consider themselves black. What you saying?
Mm-hmm.
They don't.
No,
They don't.
no.
They don't call themselves
You
black,
experience that a lot, especially over here in New York. They clearly make a difference that we are not the same people.
Yeah,
all
you're
the
right
time.
about that.
Mm-hmm.
They dress different. They move different. You're right about that.
Yeah. And they look at you different.
Yeah, I got into it with them niggas. You know them niggas be on the side of Amy Roof off 116th? They be a gang of them right there. Yeah, I got into it with them niggas before. Gang of Africans right there. Like they were trying to sell me some incense and some clothes, and I just wasn't, nigga. I just got through eating, nigga. I wasn't interested in shit. And the nigga said some shit in another language. I didn't know what he said, but the way he said it, I knew the shit wasn't right.
Right, you knew that was some wrong shit.
Yeah, he said some crazy shit, right? So, and the nigga like made it clear, like, he like, y'all don't like our people anyway. And that's the first time I had some like, I'm looking at him like, cause I know he African, but to me he's black. But I'm like, black, right? He like, no, I'm some. But they would not identify as being black.
Yeah, because they consider us lazy. Good for pretty much the same stigmas that American white people put on us is what they put on us too. Now, of course, I'm not saying every single African, but predominantly that's how they view us.
How many Africans you be around on a daily?
I try not to be around any of them.
Shit,
when
he in
I
New
try
York?
not to be around any of them.
I was gonna step in because I've been working nightlife 7 years. They be African people. I never get that. Like if they say they from Africa, they like the African niggas that come in or whatever.
But you selling something though, right? Ain't you selling something?
She's selling.
Yeah, I'm selling. I sell coochie and I sell bottles.
Yeah, so of course ain't no African ever gonna be mad at buying your pussy.
But I'm just saying, like,
you ain't never gonna experience none of that
here's
shit.
The thing.
Tell her why ain't nobody gonna be mad.
But here's the thing.
The Chinese people ain't gonna be mad at you. Arabs ain't nobody gonna be mad at you as long as you selling pussy. Ain't nobody.
No, but on some real shit though, like I understand what you're saying, Cap, but I be asking these questions because a lot of people be doing these analyses from their home and they're not really worldly people. They don't be outside every day.
I've been outside the country. I've been over
I'm saying they don't be outside every day, like in the regular, like you're talking about Africans in America, and I'm like, I've never heard the shit you're talking about because I deal with Africans all the time, rich Africans.
But again, stop selling pussy, and I guarantee you, stop selling pussy, and you'll see.
No, I'm being dead ass. So like,
I'm being dead ass too. You stop
I feel like
selling
you be sitting in your house doing research, and you don't actually be talking to no Africans. That's my opinion of you right now. You don't actually.
I got it. But you didn't listen to what you didn't listen to the beginning of the conversation. Yeah,
because I feel like you sit in your house and do research, but the way you're talking, because I'm bumping next to, I'm from the South, I'm bumping next to, New York, all that shit. I'm talking to them, bumping next to them.
I'm in New York, like I'm in New Jersey, I'm in New York.
I feel like you be in your house a lot though, because you're on Clubhouse a lot, right? So I feel like a lot of people, they make these analyses from their home. They don't actually interact with people in the real world.
When I was on Clubhouse yesterday, I was traveling from Houston. So what is? I was traveling from Houston, like I was in Houston.
Where were you at exactly? Were you at like a business convention or like because I feel like
because you said being on Clubhouse,
you going to a gas station, going to your job is not really interacting with people, right? So I feel like people make up these psychoanalyses from research, but I'm interacting with people all day for all races.
You're not interacting with people.
I am. I'm an outside person. I go to a lot of events. I go to Cancer, I do sell pussy, thank you, but I go to cancer events, Herbalife events.
But what I'm saying is, by selling pussy, you're not really going at somebody where if y'all have an economic indifference.
But you sit on your phone, but you sit on your cell phone all day.
They're not going to bring up your race. They're really not going to try to offend you at all because they're trying to fuck you.
You don't know what Africans think. You're not the African speaker. You don't know what any African thinks. You're not the African whisperer. You don't interact with African people. You just look up African shit on the internet. You're making up shit. You're making up shit. You don't interact with nobody because you're on Clubhouse all day. That's what I hate to hear. I don't listen to motherfuckers that are antisocial that sit in their house in the dark all day with the blinds closed.
Somebody must have put a battery in your back.
You sit in your house all day with the blinds closed. You don't talk to no Africans. All you do is sit on your computer all day. You have no friends. You have no friends that are African. I do, baby, because I'm a bad bitch. I do business with everybody. I do business with everybody. And yes, selling pussy too. Thank you. And including selling pussy.
What you're saying. All I'm
Can you prove what you're saying? You're saying shit off the internet.
Yes,
but everything you're saying, I've never heard in my life.
Off the internet.
I literally I have a section sold today with a whole bunch of Africans in it. And I've never heard none of the shit you're saying.
When I was actually in Israel over in Africa, when I was actually in Israel, I actually had conversations with actual Africans. I don't know what you're talking about.
American Africans. You're not saying anything they say.
You ain't even listen. I said when I was in Israel, those are not American Africans. Those aren't American Africans. You do know that though, right?
You make up shit in your head and say it's fact.
I know, like when y'all go back and forth, you figure the more you talk, the more sense you make. But if I was actually in Israel talking to
daily, bro,
can you prove that?
You be making up shit and saying it's fact. I'm calling your bluff and you're mad.
I'm not mad. When you say I'm mad,
motherfucker,
do you realize you can't fuck with me? Like you really can't fuck with me. When you say I'm mad, you just got to prove that.
Make it sound sense, but
all you are is a woman that sells pussy and wondering why Africans love you. I bet all Africans that like to buy pussy do love you. Arabs that like to buy pussy love you. All of them that like to buy pussy are gonna love you. But when you don't have no pussy for them to buy, they will show you their true colors. This ain't that hard.
You sound like a complete idiot every time you talk.
No, you do.
You're dumb as fuck.
Nobody thinks you're smart. Nobody thinks
America
you're smart.
has not said they're not African, and they don't tell me what tribe they come from. You're an idiot, and I land my plane.
You must be around dumb Africans giving your pussy to. You around the unintelligent Africans that you selling your pussy.
You sit in your house all day
and because when I be in Harlem, when I be in Brooklyn, when I be in Harlem, Brooklyn, when I be in North Carolina, when I be in Vegas, when I be all over and I run into these Africans, they know what tribe they come from.
You don't interact with nobody. That's an American African. I'm not talking about Africa. I'm talking about Africans that live in America. I interact all day. I can speak this shit all day. I serve them all day.
You interact with? Where you interact with? Can you just tell me where you interact at?
I went to an HBCU.
Can you tell me where you said you went to an H what?
All the Africans I know say that they're African. I never heard them tell me a tribe they're from. You make up shit. When is the African? You know how I know that you're lying and you're an idiot? You know how I
have a conversation or you think I'm gonna just ramble?
African in America tells you what tribe they're from. Tell me one time an African in America tells you what tribe they're from. Tell me one time that happened to you. You just be saying shit. You're an idiot.
Do you want the answer?
Shut up. You're an idiot.
Do you want the answer? You want the answer?
No, when did that happen? When in America has the African told you what tribe they're from?
I'm gonna answer.
They don't walk up and say that. They just say they're African.
No,
or they might say they're Nigerian, maybe. But most
they don't even say they're Nigerian.
Okay, we gotta get Indigo. We gotta get to the bottom of it. So let him answer that question.
He sits in his house all day and comes trying to educate us, and he's a complete idiot.
I'm not trying to educate.
Okay, so let him answer because your mic is hella louder than his. Go ahead, Cap.
No, I appreciate it. When I go to New York or Brooklyn or North Carolina, or when I was actually in Israel, when I flew to Israel and I interact with them, they're all the same. They come to me, and when they see, so we have a sign that says we're not African, like when we're out on the street teaching. So a lot of times that's what makes them come and talk to us. So the one guy comes to me and he says, he told me I look like I'm from his tribe. So he don't just say Nigerian. He says the specific tribe that he's from within Nigeria. Some people might say they're from a specific tribe in the Ashantis. It's rare that you see, even most Africans that you call American Africans, just ask them what tribe they're from. They'll tell you what tribe they're from. I can't help it if in your small little world, when you have conversations with them, they don't tell you.
The blinds closed. Shut the fuck up.
I don't sit in my house all day. I just came from traveling. Like, what are you talking about, yo? I'll be in Chicago in July.
Did you land your point, Cap?
I made my point. I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
But
all Indigo said she was talking about America or something. Go ahead, Indigo.
I mean, I see what you're trying to say, but my thing is, that's just not what they say. On top of that, African people are like super like nice, like people that are from the motherland, like that are here. The shit that you're saying, like the hatred you was kind of
Hey, after they pay you, they leave,
I kind of
don't
felt
they?
that because I thought that shit was weird as fuck. Cause yeah, I'm just saying, like, I don't feel that type of way. They don't be saying that shit. And on top of that, when I walk up and a person is African, they're coming from the motherland, they're not saying what tribe they're coming from. They're not telling me that. They're not gonna say the exact tribe they're coming from, all that shit.
Yo, who
like,
got
I
the
think,
link
like,
to the next
I
room?
think the one thing I hate is people come on this app and they try to be professors, right? They sit in their dingy ass apartment all day and try to play professor. Like, don't do that shit with me.
Well, let's get to the bottom line.
Don't do that shit with me.
Bottom line, what color appliances do you have?
I got different ones. I got a silver black coffee.
Oh, okay.
My stove is black.
And what kind of car do you drive? Do you drive an updated car?
A Grand Cherokee, Hummer edition, or I shouldn't say Hummer, V8 Hemi edition.
Hemi.
I have a house. I don't have an apartment. You might want to check your facts. I have a house.
Okay.
Bro, where's your degree, bro? Because all y'all
is that
niggas
typically
coming on here playing professor be blowing me. Like, the shit you
I
be
ain't
saying.
playing professor.
You sound like an idiot.
Listen,
like,
sell
I
more
sat
than
here and listened
pussy,
to the
and
whole
then I
shit and
respect
took
what you
notes.
say.
I said, this
if you
nigga
sell
is a
more than
complete
pussy,
idiot.
I respect what you say.
Yo,
You
yeah,
gotta
thank you.
sell
Because
more than
every time
pussy
you
for me to
talk, I
respect
think
what
you're
you
an
say.
idiot. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm
Just
not trying
sell
to be
more than
rude.
pussy.
I think you're a
I'll
fake
never take you
professor.
serious.
I think you're a fake professor. You
So?
sound like an idiot
I'm not
every
a
time you talk.
professor.
Yeah,
I never said I was a
you couldn't be
professor.
because you sound like an idiot every time
So
you
that
talk.
makes you
Every
sound
time.
stupid for thinking I was a
Nothing you
professor.
say
Maybe
be
your
making
level
sense
of
every time you
understanding
talk.
is so
You
low.
sound like an
Your
idiot.
level of understanding is
Like,
so
bro,
low.
like
Talking like this
you didn't even go
sounds
to
like a
college, bro.
professor.
You're
I
straight
never
out of
said I
fucking
was a
kindergarten.
professor.
Like, ain't no way this shit you
I
be
never
saying
said I
is
was a
so
professor.
retarded. Like, I don't understand.
Right.
Every
Right.
time, like, it's always some
But
dumb
everybody
shit that
listen to
comes out
me
your
though.
mouth. I can tell
But
you sit
everybody
in your
listen to me
house
though.
all day. You might go and
Everybody
travel for a
listen to me
business
though.
deal, but you don't interact with people in the real
Everybody
world.
listen to me.
The only
So why my
interaction you do
business
is on Clubhouse
successful?
and when you go business deals. That's all you do. Maybe if you travel for your business,
None of that
whatever.
shit you talk.
But you
You
don't
know that's why
interact
my
on the
business
daily
is
basis
6
with people
figures
in the
because
real
I
world.
do
You be sounding
travel.
like an idiot.
Because I do
That's what I
travel.
said. I said what
That's
I
why
said.
you
That's
can
my
find people
opinion.
doing
And I land my
commercials with
plane.
my business, with my butt. I can send you the link. If you want to see the commercial, I can send it to you.
But
People
that's
make
what I'm
commercials
saying.
off of
I
my
said you
product.
sound like an
What are you
idiot.
talking about?
You sound like an idiot every time you talk.
Yeah. They won't make a commercial of your pussy though. I guarantee
I
that.
sell my pussy to
Nobody is
Africans. That's
making a
how I know.
commercial off
I
of
sell my
Indigo's
pussy to
pussy
Africans,
ever.
so that's how I know.
Ever.
Thank you.
But they not making a
And I sell
commercial
my
about
pussy
that
to
shit.
Africans. That's how I
Just
know.
show me.
So
I tell you what,
yeah,
my
I
butters
like.
against
I
your
know for a
your
fact.
pussy.
Trust
I
me, I'm not gonna
guarantee
tell you
you,
how
I
I know
got
that
more
motherfuckers don't
good
act like that.
reviews
I
about
know.
my butters than
I
your
sell
pussy.
my
Your
balance
pussy's
to
trash.
Africans.
So what about the curses that Moses wrote about in Genesis? Moses wrote about us in Genesis, right?
Because there is no truth in his
Genesis, about us going back to ships.
He was a murderer. He was a murderer.
Jesus ain't never misquoted a book. This nigga said, no, nigga, you supposed to be Jesus and know the. That's why, maybe if he read the book, he would know the book. Rob, is it Deuteronomy that talk about us going in the curses? That's the book of Genesis. Make a short out of that nigga with this shit.
I hope y'all understand that.
Say that one more time now.
Right.
What's Christ on your head?
How he chose us? Because he knew that he was going to follow the Lord's statutes commandments. He knew that he was going to show brotherhood. He knew he was going to speak up for the fatherless, for the poor. You know what I'm saying? For the sisters that cannot fight for herself. For the, you know what I'm saying? For all the rape, in the trauma, in the molestation. We're going to fix that. That's what Christ came for. That's what he showed. That's what he showed. Nobody else.
I just taught this nigga supposed to be Jesus, Rob. I just taught this nigga.
So, since you know it's not a physical head, you say you got to go to Christ, right?
No, I said Christ is our head.
So you say you got to go to Christ. Before that, you say you got to go to Christ.
I just said you got to go to Christ.
Because we speak the truth.
I said you got to go to Christ.
Speak the truth.
I said from a pecking order, it would be Christ. It is Christ to get his pecking order.
You got to know, you say y'all have to go to Christ. Y'all not going to Christ. Y'all going to the Lord.
Because you're not Christ, no.
That's why I say he
therefore the world hates us. World hates us because we speak the truth. So we say, so-called Black Hispanics, you say not to celebrate Christmas, not to celebrate these holidays, not to do with this oppression. Telling us what to do. Not to take on the philosophy of this oppression. Not to do so. Why are we celebrating, you see, the holidays of this country right here? How? Who told us this? Why are we doing it? That's not our culture. Look at our ID. So-called blacks, so-called Hispanics. We got a European name on your ID right now. You're not Europe. You're not from Europe. You're not European. You're speaking a European language. I'm speaking English. I guess I'm from London. And my brother speaks Spanish. I guess he understand you. No. Those are slave masters languages. Those are slave master languages. And we took them to church. Now you. Let me tell you something. Anybody that teaches the slave master language is a goddamn slave himself. Is a filthy, disgusting bastard himself. You understand? It's a filthy, disgusting, nasty bastard that keeps you to go against the
I can't know we have a debate with him. I'm gonna stay out of this. I'm gonna have this debate here today.
You saying I got saved? You saying Jesus saved me? Or you saying Jesus saved me?
The discussion with y'all. We'll have our discussion in a few minutes.
That's right.
Everybody coming against that is a goddamn filthy, disgusting, nasty bastard. You understand? And you can be soft and moist and tender and nice. You want to love everybody and be an Egyptologist and be a Christian and be all you want to be. We are warriors. For the Most High God, and we always be that, because that's how a black man is supposed to be. You're soft, moist, pump sucker. You're supposed to be a tough man for the Most High God. And that's why you call them and being dignified, because niggas is soft. Niggas is weak. That's why all them is being dignified. You understand that? That's what we do when we do. That's why we talk when we talk. Because brothers is suckers. And we try to make brothers in the warriors. That's how
you just said.
You understand that?
You just teach it. You asked me not to interrupt me, right? But you just said, I believe in Satan in 2 Corinthians. You don't know about it. That's what you just said. So you just used the words that you said we ain't supposed to use, right? To try to teach
just like your boss. You just like
so
your
now, that letter that is talking about if somebody
you just like Stephen Jam. You just like the white Jesus Christ. You just soft, weak, soft, white punk. You understand what I'm saying? That's exactly who you are. You understand what I'm saying? You're a sucker. So I can say you can't read, but you can't teach it because you don't be a sucker. Teach about the spirit that comes from the flesh and the head. Because you accept the word that comes from the just like your daddy.
Listen, I'm recording.
Your head is taken. You just like them. You stitch. Just like them. You're a fucking boy. Just like them. You're already know. Just like them.
Because the letter that that's talking about is not talking about the word from above.
That's who you are.
The letter that you're saying, the letter that that's talking about is the word from above.
That's who you are. Any man that's in a woman to do his job.
You said the letter that that's talking about is the word from the Bible.
And we want you to do something about it.
You said you the Bible number.
You're not supposed to. The book is saying it's a vision. Okay,
why you looking for a book? Why you looking for a verse? Why you looking for a verse right now in the book?
I come in the volume.
Why you looking for a verse?
Answer my question. I come in the volume, so I'm qualified. You like your father. You're not qualified. He was right.
Let me see if I got this. You can read the book because you so-called qualified, but I can't read the book. That makes sense.
I got a scripture. You talk about. Let's read. We're not scared. Keep going. I
always start at verse 1.
I love little boys. Say it again.
I'm going to read from 1 to 6.
I want to satisfy the white man. Say it again. And the love of your father. That's why you a sucker.
What letter you read?
Of the
God told you right now. So your letter.
Serve the lust of your father. Who's your father? Let's go.
All right, so Daniel said,
He will do.
It says, do evil again to commend ourselves. Or we need as some other or letters of condemnation. We are our in our hearts, known and read by all men. I mean, you can read me right now. I can read you. It says, for as much as ye have manifested the claims to be and the apostle of Christ, ministered by us, written not with ink, so anything written with ink, not of God, but with the Spirit of the living God. Not with tables of stone, but on fleshly tables of the heart. God's Spirit goes in the flesh, not a book. It says, and such trust as we through Christ to God, not more significant of ourselves to think anything as for ourselves, because we read for ourselves. But our sufficiency is of God, who have made us able ministers of the New Testament, not of the letter, but of the Spirit. For the letter killeth, but the Spirit gives life. So, wait, what is Spirit?
He's always been a murderer.
So your question is when it's
Anybody coming against
done, right?
Israelite school
You just said you don't read from the letter, right?
Love
Teach from the letter.
and cherishes and worships of what?
I gave you direction.
Love.
I gave you direction.
That's what you do. That's your specialty. It's the love of murder.
Okay, so now
I'm not finished. I'm not counting you, nigga. This nigga just said you don't need the letter.
Yeah.
The nigga just taught me from the letter. He said we don't need.
I wouldn't even hear that.
I wouldn't have even used that. Because the fact that he's saying the letter, you don't need to let it kill it. These are words that written on letters. Those are epistles that are letters that Paul wrote to the Corinthians. So he's reading from a letter to tell me not to read from the letter and get the Spirit of the Lord. That's not how it works. How it works. When that's talking about the letter killing, he's talking directly about the law of Moses that brings the punishment. When you keep reading the chapter, it says the veil was on them, which was done away with Christ. When you go further down in that chapter, like verse about 14, 15, when it said that same veil was taken away, because now with the Spirit, all of us,
He's the one that inspires me every day of your life, because he tells me about what?
The Spirit of Christ.
Murderer. He tells me about
If
murder.
we was under the Spirit of the letter, we would all have to die, including you.
Get that man.
I'm just saying, back right. Excuse me. No, I appreciate it. Don't talk like that. Don't take it disrespectful. I will disrespect. No, I'm saying, don't take it. So, don't look at this. So the letter, if we was under the letter of Moses, we would have to die for what we did in our past. But under the Spirit of Christ, we live. That's the context of that. It's not talking about not reading the letter at all. Otherwise, Paul never writes a letter. You would have a better argument if we didn't have no New Testament. And you just come out the blue. Like if you came, like Christ really came before Christ, there was no Matthew, Mark, John, that's a real Christ.
You understand what I'm saying?
And then the work for real. You're coming, trying to base your life off of something that's already written, telling me we don't need to look at nothing written. Christ did way better than that.
Okay, so I didn't say
why she talking?
Woman,
be disciplined.
Listen, the brother want to say he's good.
that you can't read
Yes,
out.
sir. I'm good.
Scriptures
I
are
was
real. So we know but you can't read the letter and teach from it.
You do push-ups.
So
You do
the words.
push-ups.
But I'm in Revelation 5.
I know you not. Because you know why? Because we're not cowards and we're
Seal the
not
book up until the last day.
we're not men.
What do that mean to
He gives life. And that's more powerful than a nigga that's the devil. You understand? We talk.
I'm asking anybody that want a conversation. You know why? We love wrong. We love wrong. So if you want a conversation, come on up and have a conversation. Don't have a side conversation. Don't have a side one. Don't say
Let me say this.
So
now just correct you again.
was it Genesis or Deuteronomy?
It's both. Let me say this. They got the 400 years of Genesis.
You trying to remix it now. You see, you trying to remix it. You said curses. That's what you said.
I said
curses. And even that Genesis 14 is not talking about today. That was talking about our time. You don't even know that. What? That 400-year prophecy that was told to Abraham took place in Egypt the first time. Okay, has nothing to do with right now.
So what Genesis 49 talking about?
I wasn't on the mic.
So what Genesis 49
Genesis 49 is talking about what's happening to the last day, but it doesn't use the word somebody. It say what's going to happen to Judah, Simeon, Levi, Naphtali, all the tribes. You know, you and I know. Okay, so now talk about Deuteronomy 28.
The 12 tribes.
And the white man really hates.
That's what it's about. What's being lifted up of the 12 tribes. So that's not what Genesis is about. That's not person. In Genesis 49,
let's let me know when you asking me a question.
I'm asking.
What you first said.
In Genesis, we're not going to get into that though. That's a whole other. That's a whole other topic. Let's stay on topic. So right now, Genesis and Deuteronomy is not written about us. That's about us, right?
Us today?
Yeah.
I would say most Israel is written, of course, is written about us. Prior to that, you got Adam, you got a lot of different nations. So we would be the primary people being written about in the whole Bible, not just
So when Moses writing about us in a person, there was going to be us, who was going to be a scattered people, right?
That's Deuteronomy, right?
So who the scattered people? Who the scattered people? Us, right? So Deuteronomy is about who?
About us. Deuteronomy is about us. So see how he eased into using Deuteronomy, so you don't have to admit that I taught him. I'm with you. Deuteronomy written about us.
So Deuteronomy 18:18 is about who?
About Christ.
And where you gonna come from?
From among his brothers.
So where Christ gonna come from?
From among his brothers. Wait, why you want to walk away?
He said Christ was coming from the sky earlier. Didn't he say Christ was coming from the sky?
So can I read scriptures now? Wait. Can I read scriptures now? No, wait. So for the record, right? Wait. Hey, shout out there. Hey, I can. Hey, wait. No. Why you walking away? Why you letting me step in? I'm about to cut the shit out of you. So this brother said, Deuteronomy 18 and 18 said that Christ would become from among his brothers. Is that including you? To prove that he's not coming out of the sky. Yes, that's including you. Walk away from me. That's what he said. I'm saying everything you okay, so this brother right here says that's what I'm saying. That's what he said. You can walk away from me. Wait, I said he's coming.
I said I don't need to talk to you no more. Wait. Don't talk in front of all your people.
I'm not going to recapping what you just said.
You got to recap.
You said white people have done more for us. So now any black person what it says about Christ's return, I'm not a liar. So if I go to the book of Acts, let's go to the book of Acts first chapter. Book of Acts. Let's go to Acts. Because now my position, he established his position. Deuteronomy 18:18 Deuteronomy 18:18 is about Christ. That's why in John 1:45 it says, Philip and Nathanael findeth him of whom Moses and the law wrote about, Jesus of Nazareth, the son of Joseph. So now we can read in Matthew where they're applying Deuteronomy 18:18 to Christ in the Bible. That's what it's saying. So in Acts the first chapter, let's read Deuteronomy 7:6. And we're going to show him. When I go to Acts 1 and 9, it says that when he spake, and he had spoken these things while they beheld, he was taken up in the cloud out of their sight. Why he was taken up? So now Christ was already resurrected. already taken up in the clouds. So now while they look steadfastly toward heaven, as he went up, behold, two men stood by them in white apparel. Verse 11. While also, which also said, ye men of Galilee, and ye gazing up into heaven, the same Jesus, which was taken up from you into heaven, shall so come in like manner as ye have seen him go into heaven. So the same way that he was taken up into heaven, he's going to come back. So when I say that he's coming back that same way, that's the same way. I can go further. I can go into Revelation. I can go. I can stop right there. Okay, so I'm not crazy.
Christ is lifted up. So he said, men of Galilee, why are you standing there gazing in the sky? Christ gonna come back.
Why was they gazing in the sky?
He ain't coming from up there.
Where was he at before he went up? Don't lie. Don't lie.
He was on the earth.
He was on the earth. Right? Like we on the earth right now. Don't lie now.
So Christ will be lifted up.
You understand? You know what time it is. We've been out here in these streets, bro. You know what I'm saying? We've been out here in these streets, bro. You know what I'm saying?
He was lifted up from the earth. So the Son of Man got to be lifted up, right? The Son of Man got to be lifted up, right?
Yeah.
So Christ was lifted up from the earth, right?
Physically?
You're going to read it back. We're going to read it back. Read it again from the top.
Make your point. Okay.
In your mind, Christ left from the earth.
What does the word holy mean? The holy means separate.
He ain't going to come from the sky and like down. He's going to be lifted up from the earth.
That's who you are, black man. That's who you are, Spanish man. That's who you are, Native man. You're special people, man. You understand? You're special people. Read it again. For thou art a holy people. Unto the Lord thy God. Read it again. For thou art a holy people. Unto the Lord thy God. Real special people. Unto the Most High God. No man got to you.
No, that was talking about the return.
You say God didn't stand there. You know why? Because we're special people. I know you
All I said was, you're saying that you're standing right here. The man is there. And he's just taking up. You're saying that's going to be you. That's what I said. I never talked about what the disciples. So see how that works. That's why listening is not something, man. So, a question mark man goes up.
Not up like that.
God said,
so you're saying that's another.
Thou art a holy people. Black women are the best.
I'm not going to rise off the ground.
I count
When we get up on high to the majesty.
how much your attitude is, how much money you got, you the greatest thing
That's why they ask you
the physical man.
If you want the greatest thing on earth, the white man wants to try to justify your name.
I didn't get to that part.
He won't want to come here. He's not justifying Afghanistan. He's justifying Harlem. You know what? Black man and black women and what? And holy people. They're holy people. Great people. Do you understand that? Is that something in your brain? Is that saturated in your brain? Is that breathing in your soul? Listen to it again. Read. For thou art a holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God has chosen thee, ladies and gentlemen.
Everybody know that.
We don't know you. I know all of you because I'm on Clubhouse. We don't know you.
God chose me. God chose me. And you may say nothing about it. Keep going.
That physical man disappeared. And then two witnesses asked these two individuals, what are y'all looking at? They're looking at a physical man no longer be here.
That you are chosen people amongst yourself.
Now you want to make it
That you are chosen people.
All these people.
Nobody got Jesus like that. And don't let nobody think that somebody else, a black man or a black woman, you understand that you a strong thing. Walking in the face of this earth.
But that's not true.
Let me get Acts 13:1. Of course,
I never asked a question. No, you tried to
what was the original origin of the N-word.
I didn't ask you a question. I just you said you tried to say I was a liar by saying because you be lying. That's what it just said.
Let's get the Bible.
It just said, why are you gazing up? No, You said that he said he's coming from the sky. I just read where the angels, two witnesses, the same as angels said, what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? The same way you see him come up, the same way you see them come up, the same way you're going to see him come down. You make it spiritual.
How did he go up? He went up on the earth.
Antioch is named after Antiochus Epiphanes.
So why is that so hard? Why he got taken up? He not got taken up. Christ got taken up.
To do what?
Physical life. So why gotta come back? Because that's what the text said.
The same way he got taken up, he's coming back.
But I also want to highlight
The same way he got taken up, he's coming back.
Just want to highlight once again. Using letters.
Among other dark-skinned Africans in Africa, they ran from the Caucasian.
So if he
Right?
was taken up,
Let's get the Babylon Timbuktu right there.
Taking up the same way.
Babylon Timbuktu. You read it.
I don't
There's
think
no history about black people. Who are black people?
I'm not going to see Christ until
Black man ain't never heard of
the things that are in Revelation take place. But you want us to believe. For those that don't know, what he wants us to
Do
believe
you know what
that
country
Martin
you
Luther
came
John
from?
didn't take
Do you know what
place.
language you spoke
It's
before
taking
you
place
spoke
now.
English?
And he's the individual that is taking place now. So now ask him, where's John the Baptist at?
Now this
Where's
place
John the
is
Baptist at?
after Antioch.
But the text say John. If you go in Hebrew, what is it in Hebrew?
Came to gentrify
I'm asking you where John is at.
before
Why?
if
These people 2,000 years
you
ago.
were in the Middle East at a place called Antioch.
You
Why?
said it's, so you said it's a
Because the
lie?
Romans came there.
Is it a lie?
The Romans from outside
Is it a lie?
The Romans are moving into Lexington. The Romans are moving into East New York. The Romans
So
are
our
moving
names
into
have been changed.
It's just for gentrification that happened in the
That is a
Bible.
crackhead.
Good talking to you.
And Barnabas
That is a
and
crackhead.
Simeon, these are black men. Barnabas and Simeon, these are black men in the Bible.
You wouldn't
They
agree
were
with God
prophets
too?
according to the
I don't
Bible.
think that.
So you can't have a white man in church right now according to a prophet, because all the prophets in the Bible were black.
I gotta see how. Hey, do we have any? Was nobody watching? Oh, hey y'all, let me see if I can reverse the camera. Let me. He's saying Shema Waller. He's saying he Jesus, and he's saying what's written in Matthew is written about him. Yeah, that's what he said. That nigga is a lunatic, y'all. We gonna make some clips out of that one.
Cross the Line Radio.
Racialist white viewpoint. And if you want to find common ground on someone who agrees that you guys should have your own communities that support segregation, that says we should get rid of the abortion and the drugs and the crime and live a noble Christian life, well, we actually agree on all of those things. So instead of pointing your finger and blaming, don't you think that's kind of interesting that when you talk to people with my viewpoint, that actually you could find a common ground that you can't find with a white liberal, you can't find
that's
with a
why
Jew.
I love Ralph's channel. I love Ralph's channel because the one thing we do agree on is that principle. I'll be surprised sometimes Ralph let me say the shit I get to say. Dead ass. Like Ralph lets me get busy on here. That's why I love coming in here and everything. But now, although we agree on that core principle, does not mean we ignore the history. So I'm not asking you. So my nigga Joel, I'm not asking you to ignore. Hey, sidebar. Ralph, you know I nickname every white guy every time we have a debate. There's always a nickname.
I have noticed that, yes.
So Joel, your nickname is my nigga Joel. That's his nickname. Goes down in the Hall of Fame. So Joel, when you go on another platform, you're gonna say Captain Tazaryach of the ISBK.
I'm not a nigga, unfortunately. So
you are. My nigga Joel. You definitely are.
Go ahead.
But you are my nigga though. You my nigga.
I think there's only one nigger in this conversation.
All right. Gentlemen, please bring it down a notch on that one. Go ahead.
I'll bring it down.
Go ahead.
You ever seen Training Day, my nigga? So all right, that's the last one. That might be the last one.
All right. Go ahead. Go ahead.
One West, 25th Street. Look, y'all put y'all faith in presidents like they gon' change this country. Run the league and let y'all play cause y'all gon' make a money. Fuck Obama, he ain't come, he don't talk of slave ship. What the fuck he do for blacks in his administration? I'm waiting, patient like a saint. Black, Hispanic, Native, they hate your ass the same. Hate Christ in they image, paint you as a slave. God ain't all love, scriptures say he hate. African soul niggas, they know we not the same. School to prison pipeline to get you off the streets. Put you in the cell toilet connected to the saint. Molested as a kid, she prostituted as a teen. The byproduct of Martin Luther King dream. They just took the yoke off, my nigga, we ain't free. We live in bleak in these wastelands of poverty. If you don't know the truth, then the lie sound promising. Prophecy, gifted the curse. Dylan started killing, they was sitting in church. Black folk forgave him, man, this shit is absurd. You should never love your enemy, that shit ain't gon' work. Yeah, fuck dying on your knees, you better die in glory. Man, I joined the UPK, taught me the art of war. I took a nigga life like mine to be recognized. I feel that pain every day, it can't be reconciled. Pops banging, my sister a prostitute. My brother got life, and somehow I still found the truth. War ready, no cowards, no excuse. Fuck reparations, you can't bandage no open wounds. Blood on the leaves, body swing hung from a noose. I was on a run in Nashville and I found the truth. I called the school, classes being held by the shot for my life. I want to be a gangster like a God. Do this for my brothers, real brotherhood. Everything we do, we got it out this book. My nigga, I can never be no African. UPK the only authorized acronym. I'm passionate about my brothers and sisters. We in hell, I ain't got nothing against them. That's another religion. If it ain't under your honor, any murder by them, it got a hug from your honor. That's the way out for a coward in my observation. They don't fear the Lord, they indoctrinated. Wolves in sheep clothing, Joel Osteen. Real priests bringing back black royalty. One West on my headpiece, ranking order. Can't let them trick me off the streets, I gotta raise my daughter. I got brothers at the border ducking ice ages. I got the name change, it was life changing. My family thought it was a game. Don't know I'm black, they said I was going through a phase. It's more of us in jail than it was slaves. Chose by the Lord, we can never be the same. Soon as they born, the wicked go astray. They left the truth, they wasn't with us anyway. Niggas weak, they just saying anything to be truthful. We don't want no cowards anyway. Look, coronavirus, that's a plague. You don't get too much sleep when you waking up the dead. First camp, I cut off all my dreads. I took an oath when that oil hit my head. Niggas capping like they lids. I'm a priest, I never stick no fork in no pig. I was dead till I found out how to live. This brotherhood taught me how to be a man. I came back to my roots, I had to dig. A couple gaps I had to bridge. I got a rib, I'm married to the world. You wanna serve the Lord, he ain't in the Christian church. Came back to my roots, I had to dig. A couple gaps I had to bridge. I got a rib, I'm married to this work. You wanna serve the Lord, he ain't in the Christian church.
You say what? I know I told him to make sure that they wasn't out or nothing like that. So he could have. Yeah, I'm gonna play one more song, y'all. This my get the party started joint right here. So
yeah, you know what it is. 140 for the rebel, busy man, shit, nigga. They tear their head over, nigga. Okay, when Eve did to Adam, I just pray my love don't lie to me. Swing the iron like Samson, I can't let no hope to lie to me. I don't feel these rappers, so they lies is impossible. Ain't no competition, ain't no rivalry. Niggas think I'm bad, I don't hear one word they saying, this shit like think about how many one of us, he might lose his life first. Suckle up and stay alert. Another cop can stretch the nigga. He ain't thinking this an exorcism. Watch how bless the nigga. Took that open blood, then you know I'm gonna get active.
From the opposition, I see vision. Let me make you vision. I ain't listening.
Yeah, I got that.
If revenge was a woman, now I scope that bitch like Jacob Tower. We gon' run the summer. It's gon' be historical. Thought they making plays, made them niggas call the audible. Ask who run this shit, but that question is rhetorical. Bitch, I'm the one, me cookies with the oil. I'ma get them crack as hell. Should've never kidnapped my family. I can't be too baby. Bet I be the last nigga standing. Do a life sentence for my niggas. Pray you understand it. I might put a switch on this Glock and go.
Hey, give me a 1 if y'all can hear me. Give me a 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 if y'all can hear me. Let me see if I can hear myself. Testing 1, 2. Yeah, I think the audio coming from testing 1, 2. Okay, yeah, testing. I thought the audio was coming through or something else. But y'all give me a 1 if y'all can hear me all right, and I'm coming in nice and clear. Just let me know. I want to make sure. Kill Stream and Brother Robinson. I said the brother. I said the brother Rob. Oh my goodness. I scratched that from the record.
Man. Man. As soon as I heard it, I'm like, oh man.
The cat Ralph just sent me the link. I'm gonna email this to myself so I could join. Y'all know that this debate is between myself and Joel Davis. Joel Davis, white crime versus black crime. We're gonna see which one is better. I mean, yeah, that's good. I mean, which one is worse? I said better because ain't nobody better at crime than so-called white man. I mean, he's masterful at this shit. Put this over here. Let me check the link. Let me see. Let me make sure I got this here. Hold on. Let me put this. Let me click this link, and we're gonna get started. Let me see. This will join me into his. There we go. I can see myself. Let me ask to join. Boom. I have asked to join. Let's see if I can get up in here. And what I'm going to do on StreamYard is share my screen. Share the title screen. A window. Let me just share the window. Share. So.
Okay, you should be able to hear me, but they still can't hear you. Just let me
Hear me
figure this
now?
out.
What about now? Oh, yeah, I can hear you, Ralph. Yep, I can definitely hear you. You let me know.
That's the one that this one then. Why is the okay? So you might not be able to see me, which is kind of crazy. I'll see if I can fix that. Will it not let me do? Hold on, let me see here. I think I can fix that. Hopefully. Yeah, it's on the wrong one. Okay, now you should be able to see me.
Yeah.
All right, cool. You can see me now. Okay, cool.
You heard me?
Now when Joel gets here, I'll be able to pin him to the screen, and then we'll be able to kind of start things up. Here he goes. Okay. Then I'll fix my
If y'all
camera.
want to tell me something, just text me.
All right, Joel. Let me see here. Hold on a sec. Okay, say something, Joel.
Yo, what's up?
All right, there we go. All right, we got you locked in. Both parties locked in. Now you guys can hear me, but they can't hear you just yet. Let me fix my camera, and we'll get started. I'll say this: I think you've both been. I know you've both been actually in debates or blood sports, whatever you want to call it, on my show. What we'll do is we'll have a 5 to 10 minute. I'm not really strict on the opening and the close,
right?
But if it goes on forever, I'll probably stop you. And I think. Let's see. I didn't actually decide who would go first, but let me see here. Let me.
The captain can go first because I'm just genuinely.
Unmute, guys. All right, now we can hear you. You're here both on the kill stream. Tazaryach stepping away, so we'll wait a second until he gets back. Oh wait, he's coming back right back, I think, pretty soon.
He can go first because I'm coming into this debate genuinely like I'm confused why this is even a debate. So I'm just interested in what his argument is. I mean, my argument is so basic and obvious that there's no point even stating it.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll let him go first. I mean, I don't think he'll necessarily object to that. And we'll get him back in here in just a second. Just past the 7 p.m. Eastern hour. Thank you, Drew, for that super chat. Captain,
hey, what are you confused about? I heard everything.
Well, I don't know what your position is. So that's
on
I
the
think you're
subject
looking
of
at what
white
my
crime.
position is. It's just
Right,
based in like conventional statistics. So I'm just curious what your position is. I'm here just like, oh, like what even could possibly be the argument from your side? So that's why I'm here to listen.
I like you, Joe. I like you. Is it Joe or Joel? Which one you prefer?
Joel.
Joel? Okay, I'll call you Joe. If I say Jay by mistake, you know, we agree. So I might call you Jay. If you call me T, I ain't gonna complain. I guess we do the opening first and then do a fill out and then just go from there. There's no usually on hey, what's that word you called it, Ralph? You called it you said you didn't call it debate or battle. You said another word. What's that word?
That's blood sports.
I like that. I like it. I think I'm gonna call it blood. I usually like to say battle because when you say battle as opposed to debate, it gives a different spirit or different vibe on what you're about to do to whoever it is you're talking to. So,
yeah, I like blood sports, especially for this format because it's not a formal debate, and I don't really want a formal debate anyway.
Right.
Discussion, more of a, maybe it gets testy, maybe it doesn't, but it could go anywhere.
Yeah, I don't care how it goes.
Sometimes I say match. I think that has.
No, blood sport is like the most perfect word. I'm gonna steal it.
I like that. All right, cool. Well, go ahead. You can take it away.
Oh, it's ready. Oh, okay. So I guess I'll introduce myself. So to those that don't know me, I think I'm the first black guy in Kill Stream's Hall of Fame. Right. Maybe Jesse Lee Peterson might be. I'm not sure. But I'm Captain Tazaryach of ISUBK. Under Command of Jenny Hanna. What we do is we go out and actively teach Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians who they are ethnically according to the Bible, historical records, documentation and stuff, some oral tradition as well. We recognize the problems that have plagued Black people. We recognize our failures. We recognize our false love, our false devotion. And so we go about to fix those problems. So it's one thing to point out the cause or the root of the problem, but it's also another thing to point out the solution so that we don't have to have that problem anymore. So in today's conversation discussion with Joel Davis, Black crime versus white crime, which one is worse? My position, of course, is that white crime is worse. Just like he's gonna think it's a no-brainer, I think it's a no-brainer. There's no worse crime ever than white crime. So that's kind of like my position, and I'll yield from there.
Go ahead, Joel.
Yeah, well, my position is just that it's quite statistically clear that Blacks commit far more murders and other violent crimes proportionally than whites do in the United States and in other white countries where Blacks are present, such as the UK or France, and it's just like objectively true.
Now, do we just want to get started in the back and forth questioning? Because I feel like maybe that.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he was gonna say more than that. That's all you got.
Well, no, it's fine. I mean, the meaning.
He don't have to, right? He don't have to have more than that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It doesn't have to be a long-winded thing. I guess I'll let you start it off, Captain. He seems to say it's a no-brainer, right? That there's nothing to this, and obviously, Black crime's worse, and obviously there's more of it. What do you say to that? And then you can take it away however you want to.
So I typically expect that type of argument or statement from when I'm facing, we say our oppressor, because sometimes you can't say white man or something like that. But from an oppressive perspective, we look at it as pride, their pride to not acknowledge the evil or wicked that they have done in this place. Like the murders that you see on TV doesn't really hold a candle to the murders that Europeans or whites, whichever you want to call them, doesn't hold a candle to the murder that they committed. Throughout history, whether you want to do historically, whether you want to do anything, they're the only people that can. For example, I guess I'll ask you a question. Are you a Trump supporter? Or Trump or Biden? Which one would you be?
Oh, well, I would like Trump to win the election.
So you would like him to, so I'm assuming you was approving of him running the first time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like a massive Trump supporter because of how zogged he is.
Right.
But nevertheless, I see him as the lesser evil.
So you still want him to be president, even though he just got arrested?
Yeah, I mean, but the crime that he got arrested for is literally like his opponent has done the exact same thing. So it's not even relevant, I don't think, to the discussion between Trump versus Biden.
So do you think that the FBI was wrong for arresting Trump?
Well, it's a selective application of justice. I mean,
it's a yes or no. You can tell me yes or no and explain.
Well, I am explaining. It's a selective application of justice.
No, what I'm asking, Joy. Now I mean to interrupt you. The reason why I say you can say yes or no and then explain, I'm trying to get your position. Do you think it was wrong when they locked him up? Yes or no? If I can get just
I think it was wrong. I think it was wrong to arrest him, and the reason why it was wrong to arrest him was because Clinton did something even worse, gets away with it. Biden has done worse things, gets away with it. So it's a selective application. Like if we're going to have a political process that is quote unquote under the supposed rules of liberal democracy, I don't personally subscribe to liberal democratic values, but if we're going to accept those values, that if you have a kind of political bias in how you apply the law in a one-sided fashion, that kind of undermines the whole premise.
That's interesting, man. I'm gonna tell you, like, I'm very skilled at the blood sport. Thank you, Ralph, for giving me that term, blood sport.
You're welcome.
And if you think about the title is Black Crime versus White Crime, which is worse. And although Trump is locked up for a crime, he says the FBI is wrong for locking him up, not because he's innocent, but because he's done nothing different than the Democratic Party does. So they criminals on the left side, which is white folk, right side, which is white folk. Those are crimes. And he still wants him to be president, even though the FBI is locking him up for a crime. So when you say which one is worse, your hypocrisy shows that your crime is worse than ours. We couldn't do that. Like we couldn't run, be president, not be president, get locked up by the FBI, and then go be president again. But you can, because the biggest hypocrites are you. Like the way you answered that, which was eloquent, by the way, that shows when we have this type of discussion, when you say it's a no-brainer, that's because you're blinded by your self-will, if you want to call it manifest destiny, what you feel is your right to take back your land by any means, even if it's at the expense of my people, it wouldn't matter to you. So you kind of just killed yourself with the title of this debate by the way you explained that.
Well, no, because you're alleging that whites have committed this worse crime, but you haven't actually explained what specific crimes you're talking about that are worse. Like, what do you mean?
Well, we're going to get into that, but I just want to show it doesn't even matter what crimes white people commit. You still want them to run for office. So I got another question. The Proud Boys, when they ran up on Washington, D.C., was that a good thing or bad thing?
You're talking about January 6th?
Yes.
Or something else?
Yes. No, you know I'm talking about January 6th.
Well, I think it was a mistake to behave in that way because.
Okay. So it was bad?
Well, I don't accept the premise. I think their frustration was legitimate at the election, and they were nonviolent. They were also kind of allowed in largely. So I think overall, it's definitely overblown. The severity of what happened. It's incredibly overblown for political purposes.
This is what I mean by the hypocrisy. So could we storm the castle? meaning black people. What would happen?
Well, you know, earlier,
a bunch of
in
black
2020, you guys burnt down like how many American cities because you were upset that some Negro had
we didn't burn down. We didn't burn down any cities, but we're not talking about burning down the cities. I asked you a question: could black people do what the Proud Boys did on the White House?
Yeah, but instead of being vilified, they would probably be celebrated.
Wait.
So the Democrats would get together and say, "Oh, you know, it would be white supremacist of us to hold these people."
Okay, that was a good thing. The Boogaloo Boys are the ones that burned down the cities. Black people did not do that. That's a lie. First of all, another thing of hypocrites. The greatest liar on the face. Well, I don't want to do that yet. But you just said that the Democrats would applaud if black people did it.
Correct.
But if I just look at the reputation of black interaction with government officials, which are predominantly by your people, we get killed if we do stuff like that. We get killed by your police. We get killed by I don't want to say friendly fire. We get killed by citizens. So I think you're being deceptive when you actually are saying that we would be able to do it and it would be applauded. I don't think you're being an honest man, and I don't expect you to be. But I don't think you're being honest to say that we would be able to storm the castle and then black people would be supported, or by the Democrats. The Republicans wouldn't support it, but you're saying the Democrats would support it. That's what you're saying?
Correct.
Can you prove that?
Well, no, because I can't really think of a situation which is analogous. So I guess it's impossible to know exactly how they would react unless it happened.
Right. Because something like that has never happened.
You asked me a hypothetical, so
definitely.
I just responded to it.
No, definitely hypothetical, but there's no correlation to show whether they would get away with it or not, right?
Yeah, well, you just invented a hypothetical scenario, then asked me how do I think it would go down. Then I answered you, and now you're saying, well, what's the evidence for that? It's like, well, it's a hypothetical. There is no concrete evidence that you can really appeal to. So you're just kind of going into this kind of irrelevant territory right now. When you're talking about what's worse, like white crime or black crime, you're talking about violence. I mean, the statistics are very clear that black on white violence in the United States is way, way higher than white on black violence. Way higher.
Can you prove that?
Yeah, we can look at the statistics. I mean, do you think the FBI is lying? I mean, presumably
you think the FBI is lying. Well, you think the FBI are liars because you think that they should not have locked Trump up. You can't ask my position about. We know your position about the FBI because they was wrong for locking Trump up. That's what you said. So
it doesn't mean that they can't collect statistics accurately.
So which one are you going to believe, though?
Is irrelevant to that.
No, Trump, the individual, is irrelevant, but your logic is relevant. Your logic is that they were wrong for locking Trump up. That's the FBI's thought process. That's them gathering information. That's them finding enough evidence that they feel they can arrest Trump. You feel they're wrong about. But you want me to believe that they're right about gathering information that would show that blacks kill more people than whites. Now, I don't have an issue looking up any statistics. I just want to make sure I consistently show the hypocrisy in what you're saying. You can't have it both ways.
It's not hypocrisy. It's like, for example, I view the ADL as an enemy. But when the ADL does studies, I believe the statistics in their studies because it profits them to have objective analysis. Like they have, they need to collect data to accurately represent what they're doing in order to kind of engage in, their internal policies and assess the land. And so the FBI also needs to have objective data. It's just again, the empirical veracity of the FBI statistics can be independently verified.
Mm-hmm. So again, I don't have a problem going through them. Like I said, I just want to point out the hypocrisy. Now, here's why I asked you, could we storm the White House? When George Floyd got killed and black people went down there for a protest, was there armed guards, armed people there to make sure that they didn't storm?
Presumably, hopefully.
Presumably. I'm just asking you yes or no. If I'm at you, now you know. I walked you down this aisle.
I mean, I'm from Australia. You're asking me all these like specific details.
Well, you go to America. Don't switch. Now you want to run back to. You want to go back to the strip on the bar.
I'm not running back, but I mean, you want to go back about instead of talking about a general trend that we can observe through like some kind of objective metric. You want to pick specific instances, and then you want to debate like the specifics of, well, when this specific event happened, what happened, and then you're comparing apples and oranges, comparing the Floyd riots to January 6th, and so on. And it's like, this is not really, we're not actually talking about anything objective here. Now you're just cherry picking two specific examples and comparing them to one another. I mean, I could go and cherry pick a bunch of examples too. We're not actually advancing ourselves to any kind of objective survey of the land. First of all, we should define, what do you even mean by crime? Are you just talking about things like murders and rapes and this kind of thing? Or are you kind of alleging that there are other crimes that are worse than this, that we want to kind of expand the purview of the conversation to? Do you want to start talking about things like slavery and colonization? Is that what you're driving at? Is that the specific form of white crime that you're trying to persecute here? I think you should make your position more clear and move us into territory where we can have a more objective discussion.
So now I'm going to read the definition of crime, and then I just want to respond to what you just said. All right. So this is the definition of crime, because the debate title says black crime versus white crime. It says, in ordinary language, a crime is an unlawful act punishable by a state or authority. The term crime does not, in modern criminal law, have any simple or universally accepted definition, though statutory definitions have been provided for certain purposes. So as you bring up, do we want to talk about rape? Do we want to talk about murder? Those are crimes, but racketeering is crime. Drugs is a crime. For me, some people might not think abortion is a crime, but I think abortion is a crime. But when you say that I'm bringing up these isolated incidences, what I'm pointing out is the hypocrisy. I'm pointing out that you can commit what is clearly a criminal act. What they did on January 6th, storming the White House, that's illegal by any other measure if it's someone else. And so I asked you, if black people did the same thing, would they be able to get away with it? Of which you said yes. And so all I used was a protest as an example, where they weren't storming the castle. And even though it was just a protest, they still had the National Guard out there fully armed to make sure that black people did not storm or get inside the White House. But when it was the Proud Boys, they opened the doors for them. Say one security guard.
There's an obvious explanation for this that is offering itself, though, which is that you probably couldn't allow a bunch of black people into the Capitol. And they would walk around uniformly. You know, you have white people. You look at the white people walking through the Capitol, and they're all like they're walking in an orderly fashion. They're engaging in very civil behavior. But if you have a bunch of like wild Negroes with leather arms, you know, it would be a bloodbath. And so, you know, there is a double standard for a reason, because there is a difference in behavior between these two groups.
When I tell you that the white man is the devil the Bible speaks of, I mean that. Like he said, they were peaceable. It was illegal. Whether blacks or whites did it, but it was illegal. Whether you peaceably storm the castle or go in there with violence, it's still illegal, and you are justifying their crime, which is why I said y'all's are worse, because you, like, if a black man kills another black man, if a black man kills another white man, he gets locked up for it, he gets found guilty of it, he goes to jail. If a white man does the same thing to a black person, he does not get found. Like what happened to George Floyd, that cop getting found guilty, that's like the anomaly. We have so many examples. Like when you think about it, Emmett Till's, the woman that lied on Emmett Till was allowed to live her days free when she should have been put in jail. Meanwhile, if a Jewish person, which I don't like Jews at all, just want to make a point, but if the Jewish person finds some 90-year-old German or 99-year-old German They just locked up some 92-year-old German. That nigga, excuse me, he was in a damn wheelchair. He was in a damn wheelchair, and they took his ass and locked him up. Emmett Till's liar was allowed to live peaceably, even though the earth knew that she lied. So when we say which one is worse, is now I'm giving you my position, because you said when I'm talking about crime, what am I talking about? When it comes to which one is worse, we're going to find, as we have this dialogue, that both sides have committed rape, murder, theft, larceny, racketeering. Both sides have done it. There's one that's a father to it. There's one that's a son to it. There's one that has mastered it to the point that they don't even hold themselves guilty. Right. Even if you think about the way that you're answering, you will not say the Proud Boys were guilty for storming the Washington, D.C. You said they was in an orderly fashion. They didn't destroy nothing when they trying to get records. They was trying to get records.
Well, my position.
And just for the record, the FBI chart is not.
My position is one of political loyalty. I mean, the essence of the political is the distinction between friend and enemy. And the storming of the Capitol is not like an interpersonal event. Like if somebody, if some Negro does a drive-by shooting on his fellow Negroes in the streets of Chicago, this is not a political event, right? There's nothing political about it. The storming of the Capitol in January 6th, however, is a political event.
Meaning?
That's
Can you explain in detail, like what? Not like.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously they were there. They were there to provide a kind of civic opposition.
So what? Like break it down.
Well, allow me to explain.
Thank you, please.
If you don't mind giving me some.
I'm gonna mute my mic. I'm gonna mute my mic.
Now, January 6th is a political situation. These people had the belief. I think a justifiable belief that the election was stolen, that it was rigged. And January 6th was an expression of their opposition to a political event. It was a political contest, and so their actions are therefore understandable within that political context. And so my loyalty to the right, therefore, will mean I don't even care if the right commits crimes insofar as it serves their political goals. I simply don't, because I believe in the virtue of their victory and the necessity of their victory such that I don't care what they have to do to achieve that victory. So, and that's my position. I do not care whatsoever about whether this or that or whatever explanation. I will defend them no matter what they do. In fact, I wish that they committed more crimes. I wish that they were more aggressive in how they go after the enemy, because the left goes after the right far more effectively and aggressively and bends the law to their will far more aggressively and effectively than the right, which is why the right constantly loses. And I would like to see that stop, because left-wing victory means more immigrants. It means unsafer cities, less persecution of criminals, in the kind of conventional sense of the term, violent criminals and so on. It means, the proliferation of degeneracy, this transgender nonsense, abortion, gay marriage, etc. And these things are far greater evils than any specific, contextual, unlawful practice that the right may engage in order to kind of contest their leadership for power. So on the principle of the greater good, I think right-wing victory is so important and is so just and is so moral in a general sense that any kind of specific crimes that are required in order to get the right wing into a position of power are justifiable.
Go ahead, Captain.
Yes. This man just said he don't care what crimes they commit for the greater good. Which, remember when I said there's a father and then there's a son. So, and if to make it plainly, if you don't understand what I mean when I say there's a father and there's a son, you like Trump because Trump is a gangster, and y'all respect gangsters. When the gangsters come over here and establish, when the Italians come over here and they get glorified. Every gangster gets glorified, just like Trump gets glorified because his mantra was "Make America Great Again." But every time I hear like "Make America Great Again," I just see chains and shit. I just see chains. I just see like this or something like that. But that's for y'all. That's all good. That's why for you that makes it wonderful, because your dynamic, like you said, is your political party. So whatever will make your political party grow, that's what you're about. The problem that Black people suffer from is we have been taught to look at you as the Father, or you as the God we worship. You gave us white Jesus. Now I'm gonna go a little spiritual and I'm gonna come right back to it. You gave us white Jesus. You gave us your version of the Bible, which they call the slave Bible. You brought us over here in chains, took away our identity, created us as animals. If I could just read this one citation real fast. I want to read you this citation. This is a book called The Black Image in the White Mind, written by George Fredrickson. It was written from 1817 to like 1914. This is page 34 of that book. I just want to read this excerpt. It says, the worst evil to the slave and the cruelty he sometimes endures is the moral degradation that results from his condition. Falsehood, theft, licentiousness are the natural consequence of his situation. He goes to excess in eating and drinking and animal pleasure, for he has no access to any higher pleasures. A man cannot be an animal without sinking below an animal. A brutal man is worse than a brute. An animal cannot be more savage and more greedy than the law of his nature allows. But there seems to be no limit to the degradation of a man. Slavery is the parent of vices. Why do I bring that up? As we watched y'all prosper through murder, rape, bloodshed, of whether you want to talk about the Native Indians, if you want to talk about the Aborigines in the continent that you're in, Australia, no matter what you want to talk about, your reputation has been murder. Your reputation has been slavery, and we've been forced to look up to you. So now the same way you respect gangsters, now that same neighborhood in Chicago or that same neighborhood everywhere else, who are they emulating? The people that they've seen prosper. How did they prosper? They prospered by affiliation, which is the party you're with. They prospered by murder. They prospered by drugs. They prospered by bloodshed. And so they're emulating. What we come is to speak against your evil. Like you notice when I came in, I said for us, we teach the truth to Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, to give them their identity, to stop loving you, because loving you means we kill each other. Right. Because that's what you taught us. If we stop loving you and be with our own, we would not kill each other. So you can't say that their crime is worse than yours when you taught them that murder is the way. You taught them that drug dealing was the way. Right. You taught them all of that. And even today in 2023, you don't care what crimes your party commits for the greater good. Right. Is that not what that same cat that learned from y'all in the ghettos of Chicago going to say? This is my block. I got to represent my party on my block. The worst lesson we ever learned from y'all is to how to murder. Right. But you taught us that. Are you?
By the way, your audio is going up and down now. It usually fixes itself within a few seconds, so it might not be that big a deal. I just wanted to mention that. It gets a little hard to hear. It trails off, and then it comes back pretty quick, so it's not unbearable, but I just want to
make sure I stay close.
Okay, well, I think I'll offer some a response.
Yeah, go ahead.
To what he's saying while he fixes his audio. This debate is between which is worse, black crime or white crime. Now, this is a qualitative argument. Which has a greater or lesser quality? I think my opponent has just made an incredibly brilliant argument for my position, because what he has just told us is that our crimes are so much more magnificent. Our crimes create nations. Our crimes create civilization. His crimes, what do? They're just gangbangers. They're cheap imitations of white crimes, apparently. Apparently, white crimes, we are the real progenitors. We have the truly magnificent and glorious criminal acts, which are foundational to Western civilization. And he has the kind of, what does black crime ultimately achieve? What are the consequences of black crime? It is proliferating crack, random, street attacks, random, isolated incidences of gangbanging and rape. These things produce no real value whatsoever. There's no value that emerges from black crimes. Black crimes are not capable of generating societies of magnificence, like he alleges that the white crimes such as slavery, colonization, etc., have generated. And so this, to me, is deeply ironic because, I can contest. I could have an argument contesting whether these things are actually crimes that he alleges that the white people have committed. But if I accept his argument on his premises for the sake of discussion, and we just look at the outcomes, I was just saying, well, yes, like if Republican partisans, if right-wing partisans commit crimes for the advancement of our political ideology and political objectives, then I support it. Why is that? It's precisely because of this, because they will ultimately lead to a better, more just, more magnificent society and civilization. And that's what I have. I have a civilizational consciousness. That's what the white man has. That's why we created the modern world. That's why our civilization is the greatest and most glorious civilization in world history, because that is our mentality. We aren't interested in these kind of petty, we don't need, like Anglo white people don't need to become gangsters. We don't need to become drug dealers in the mundane sense and traffic whores and drugs and this kind of thing. We're interested in a far higher objective, a far more noble and more glorious objective. And so that in and of itself, I think, really substantiates my position as victorious in this debate.
So what you're saying is your crimes because
you're a little quiet.
Yeah, your audio is low. I don't know if it's you have like noise cancellation on. That could be it too. Let me see here. If you click the settings on the Hangout, maybe if you turn off the noise cancellation, it might help.
Is it the three dots?
You see the three dots down at the bottom?
Yeah, I see it.
Click that, then click settings, and then on audio, turn off noise cancellation.
Okay, what about now? Does it sound any better?
It sounds a little bit better, yeah.
Let me see. There ain't no way to turn the volume up or down, right?
No, I don't think so in there, but you sound better now. So okay. I just, it sounds better now.
Okay, all right. It's interesting because remember, this debate is which one is worse. So your definition of worse is which crime gets committed that does not benefit that people. Am I correct? Yes or no?
Yeah, well, I mean, we're trying to determine it qualitatively. So what is the objective? What is the outcome
of this debate?
Of the acts? No, you're calling things crimes. Now, we could have another debate and we probably get into this.
I'm asking you.
Let me clarify for you.
Okay.
So we could probably get into a certain portion of this debate where I will contest your definition of the white man's activities as quote unquote crimes. But
that's not my
definition.
You say
accepting your definition for the sake of argument after you alleged these criminal acts. I said, well, what is the outcome?
Said they were crimes. Don't lie on me now. You said they were crimes.
What do you mean? You're talking about January 6th, for example, right? That was the example you used. You said that was a criminal act.
Right. And you
said, I said,
Trump.
Well, I think it's justifiable because of ultimately
So you
what is the motivation? What is the objective? The objective is not simply self-advancement. I'm going to sell drugs in order to become more wealthy.
But y'all
I get a real job and a real career because I didn't go to college, or I'm going to become a gangbanger.
Right.
That's not a noble objective.
Right.
But political victory of the right wing in the most powerful country in the world, that's a noble goal.
The country that y'all are losing. Y'all are losing the country right now, right? Can you hear me or no?
White people are.
No. You can't say white people are losing because black people ain't winning. So you can't say white people are losing, but what you can.
Jews are winning, man. I thought you were red.
Hey, listen, now if you start talking about them, we on the same page. Like we that's why Ralph loves me, because we on the same page on them. I hate them way more than y'all.
Jews use your people against us, as a battering ram against us.
There is
no black advancement that is really being procured by the Democrats. Blacks are just a weapon, a bioweapon against whites. So I support what you're doing in creating black anti-Semitism. I think it's a positive development.
Is my mic low, Joel? Is my mic low?
Yeah, it's low again. Actually, I don't know why.
I don't have anything. Let me just check my mic.
Yeah, maybe check the mic volume in the control panel. Sound settings. But yeah, it does get low. I don't know why it's doing that. My apologies, chat. You know, it's things like this happen sometimes during a live debate. I'm not immune to it either.
What about now? Does it sound better now?
It sounds way better now. Yeah.
The damn volume was at like 5.
Yeah, it sounds way better now.
The volume was at like 5, and I'm trying to talk to Joel. I'm like, damn, he's talking over me.
The so-called Jews did that for sure. All right, go ahead.
What I was saying, Joel, when it comes to the so-called Jew, we're going to be on the same page. I don't agree that they use us. I think both of y'all use us equally. There is no one white person using us more than the other. We get used by both. You said that y'all don't sell drugs. Y'all are the greatest drug dealers that ever exist on the planet. Y'all import the drugs. You make sure the drugs get in. That's the CIA, the FBI, whoever you want to call it. You allow countries to. Matter of fact, marijuana is legal today because of y'all. That's not us. That's because of y'all. That has nothing to do with us at all. We don't control that. And when we talk about the crime, here's why I say y'all are worse. We didn't need crime to become great. In the beginning of my statement, I said we come to correct. You have to identify what the root is and then provide the solution. Us being in love with white people is why we sell drugs and kill. Because when we wasn't in love with you, we built our own cities without your assistance. The greatest time we've ever had and the greatest threat y'all have ever had in America was watching black people build great cities without your assistance. Wall Street, Rosewood, Seneca Village, Paradise in Detroit. I mean, I can go on and on. You know, there's never been an airstrike in America until y'all flew airplanes over Tulsa, Oklahoma to bomb Black Wall Street. And that city flourished. And you know what? They didn't have to kill each other to do it. They didn't even have to kill you. They didn't have an issue with you.
If black cities are so great, how come white people move the hell away from black people at every possible opportunity?
When? Back then or now? What time you talk about? Because you got to be smart now. Remember, when you speak, I respond to exactly what you're saying. So when I'm responding to what you're saying, I'm showing you what the problem is. The problem is we're trying to emulate you. You're a murderer. You're good at it. If murdering makes you great, you will murder. If stealing makes you great, you'll steal. If shitting in the president's house, you're shit in the president's house like y'all did. You said they were so civilized when they walked in there, they were shitting in there. Chasing women. Anyway, but if we separate that thought process from you guys, then we will build. We just don't have to kill to do it.
So what I'm hearing from you, if you may let me interject, is that you think that the white man is a bad influence on your people. And so my response to that is, if you feel that way, which is a natural way to feel, all races will feel like this about other races because we have different mentalities. If you understand the biology of race, if you look at the racial differences where they manifest most in the genetics, it's genetics that pertains to neurophysiology. And so the kinds of elements of our nature that code for our behavior, for our way of thinking, these are the greatest differences between the races, not our physical appearance, which is obviously distinct as well. And so it would be much better for your people, surely, to live in your own country with your own people away from us.
Well, just back up a little bit. You said something about the looks. What'd you say?
I said, if you look at the genetic modeling, the genes that code for different physical appearance diverge less between the races than the genes that code for different neurophysiological attributes.
Right. And you're saying that to say what?
My point is that the greatest differences between the races are in our behaviors, our attitudes, our mentalities.
Would you say our thought process?
Yeah. Exactly. Our way of interpreting the world.
Yeah, y'all will see if people trying to be at peace with you, and your thought process, we're gonna kill them. Whereas we just try to.
Well, no, that's my current thought process when it comes to.
I'm not talking about you. When I say
have your own continent, go nuts.
Wait.
I'm quite happy to stay the hell out of Africa.
When you say our own continent, hey Ralph, I don't think nobody ever studies like my position at all. We are not African. Just because you live on a continent, you know, white people have been in Africa for thousands of years too. You wouldn't call them Africans. You would just call them white people in Africa. So just because melanated, I'm using that blanket term because maybe that's a word you'll understand. Just because melanated people are on a continent does not mean that they're from a continent. When you say go back to Africa, there's 50 countries in Africa. So where do you go?
That's the majority, the overwhelming majority of black people.
You know, it's more callous.
The overwhelming majority of black people are in Africa already. And so if we're going to separate our people, logical place for black people to go.
One at a time.
It's more callous for you to say go back to Africa than it is for you to say maybe we should stop murdering. It's more callous for you.
Right. Now go ahead, Joel.
Well, no, but the point that I'm making is you're alleging all these things about the white man, and I could try and
I'm not alleging anything.
Provide all my counter arguments, but the reality is that I understand, because I understand racial differences, that you as a black man, as a proud black man, you seem like an intelligent individual as far as black people go. You have pride in your identity, and you have a kind of noble mentality, which is not.
I didn't hear what you said, Joel. Can you say? Can you just say what you said about me? I didn't hear that part.
I said you seem like an intelligent individual. You're proud. You're proud of your identity. You're very proud about who you are. You have a very strong sense of yourself, right? And that's a good thing. I think that's a noble thing to be. And so what I'm saying is that I will never convince you, just like you'll never convince me as a white racialist of any of your nonsense. That's what it just sounds like nonsense in my ears.
Right.
So
this ain't about me convincing
that's
you.
because we have totally different mentalities. We are different peoples. We are proud peoples of different races. And so I view the influence of your people, your culture over my people as negative. You view it the same way in reverse. And so what I'm saying is that the solution would probably be for us to have our own separate political organizations, our own separate societies, our own separate countries, where you can have your country where it's entirely geared toward what's great for black people, advancing your people and your interests, and the entire culture is dominated by your mentality and way of life, and the same for me.
All right, now go ahead, Captain.
I appreciate it. The conversation is not about me convincing you or you convincing me, because you're right. I'm not going to convince you of anything. You're not going to walk away from this and think, I want to make black people great. You're not. And neither am I going to walk away and Joel convinced me to make white people. That's not. The debate is not about who can convince the other. The debate is about which crime is worse. And so what I'm simply demonstrating is that when we emulate, you guys commit crimes worse than us. Your crimes leave other nations in shambles. Your position is that you're fine with that, though, because you get to rule. That's your position, correct?
No, incorrect. My position is.
Wait.
I can clarify my position for you and why it relates to my previous point.
Wait, hold on.
The reason why I made my previous point is because if we go back to the beginning, when you gave a definition of crime.
Hey, Joel, it doesn't work good. Just let me finish. I just wanted to get you a yes.
All right, I'll let you finish.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, you're not letting me. I just stopped you.
All right, Joe. Go ahead. Kevin.
I'm sorry. So in this debate, the debate is which crimes are worse. So when you say it's good because we win, you're still not taking away that it's worse, because look at the devastation that you leave behind. That's why when I brought up what the Aboriginal people went through in Australia, when y'all came over there and you murdered them, what the Native Indians went through over here when you came here and murdered them, when you exported slaves, when Africans decided to sell black people because they're not the same, look at the nations that you left and what you did to them. Even the so-called Jewish man that you speak about, he's no different. The only difference is he chose to fight against you. The reason why y'all hate Jewish people is not because they're Jewish, it's because they won't share. It's because they take their power and keep their power to themselves. If they ever shared their power with you guys, you would love them because they are in power. You yourself think that they make black people do this. They run the Diamond District. They run Hollywood. They got all manner of evil going on, but they would not associate with you guys. So the argument is not about what you benefited from. The argument is which one is worse. And raping, murdering, no matter what race it is, the difference between you and I don't think that we should murder anybody for no reason. If someone's coming to harm you, defend yourself, that's one thing. But to go in and rape and pillage your people just to take their land, that's horrible. So when you say which one is worse, there is nobody worse than you guys. I'm done.
Now go ahead, Joel.
So the reason why I discussed before about the differences in mentalities between the races is because when you gave earlier, you gave it a definition of crime, and you said, well, crime is fundamentally defined as illegal or unlawful with respect to a particular state order, particular existing government and its determinations. And so what I'm saying is that according to you, the value set that you have, the only way in which to guarantee that within a body of law is to have your own countries dominated by your own people, where your identity, your mentality, your values become definitive over the actual institution of laws within that territory. They come to dominate the government. An ideology which is a reflection of your biological character and reality is manifest, and your racial, spiritual, whatever characteristics, cultural characteristics dominate the political system that you live under. Now, you will always find it disagreeable if that's not the situation. Everyone will. That's why multiculturalism or multiracial societies or whatever is such a mess, precisely because of that, because we will never see eye to eye on so many issues. Now, when it comes to you alleging that I'm okay with murder, I'm not okay with murder whatsoever. I mean, that's a ridiculous proposition. There is a difference between murder and killing in the act of war. In an act of war, it's not murder, because you're engaging essentially in a kind of state-mandated activity to defend your political order against external enemies, against people who do not fall within the paradigm of the government that you live under and the state that you live under. And so they don't have the rights of citizenship. They don't have the rights that are kind of determined to your the people that are part of your political community, because they are of a hostile political community. And when you engage in a war between two different groups, ultimately it is a battle over to defend your way of life. There's a perception that the enemy, if it's a just war, now I agree that there are some unjust wars, but if it's a just war, you are fighting the enemy because you perceive the enemy as a threat to your way of life, as a threat to your political order as such. And so any act of killing that you engage in during a state of war is an act in defense of the law of your territory, not an act against and contrary to the law. That's why I'm not a pacifist. As a Catholic, I hold the just war theory.
What does that mean?
Well, that war, it can, in many cases, can be justified. If you have an aggressive party, which you can't negotiate with, then war is justified. An external enemy, right? And there, what are you supposed to do? Not defend yourself and not defend your political community, your political order, your nation against external threats? That would be preposterous. Anyone who holds that principle will be defeated by history, by people who do defend their way of life and assert themselves. Now, so that's a distinction.
Okay.
Now, when it comes
to the stuff you said,
yeah, I'll just finish this point and then I'll wrap it all together. So my point is that the things that you are alleging to be white crimes, and we haven't even really gone into contesting the specifics. We can probably go into that later in the discussion. What I'm saying, you're grouping together, you're saying that basically it is in our nature. We have a devilish nature. The way in which we go about organizing our societies is fundamentally evil and immoral and so on from your perspective. And so what I'm saying is that from my perspective, the outcome of us creating our own nations and running our own nations is magnificence. I love the civilization that we create. I love the kind of societies we generate. I love the kind of politics we try to assert. I think our society, our civilization historically, not anymore now it's degenerated, but historically was the most noble and magnificent civilization, Western civilization in world history. And the actions that were taken to generate it, therefore, carry that as their justification. They carry that as they are contributions to the generation of this magnificent, civilized, modern Western civilization. And so that gives them a higher quality. That gives them a higher standing than what has black crime really contributed to. So when we're talking about what is the outcomes of black crime, what great civilizations have come from black crime, what great changes in government, what new advances have come from black crime? I don't see any. So black crime, therefore, is qualitatively worse because black crime does not create anything that is great. It leads only to, I don't know, just general civic decay, the breakdown of public order, degeneracy, and so on. There is nothing noble that emerges from it under the definitions that we're playing with here. Now, I'll let you respond, and then maybe we can get into some of the specifics if you want to start talking about the history of colonialism and so on, and we can debate those.
Well, I'm fine with whatever that is, but I want to point out, well, first, just a quick yes or no. Do you believe that America, run by whites, targets the black race, yes or no?
What do you mean by targets?
Meaning do things specifically to target the black race in a negative way, yes or
no? An America that was run by the white man previously.
Talk about 20, ain't you run by a white man today? When has America not been run by a white man?
No, America's run by Jews.
But Joe Biden, he's not a Jew though, right? So-called Jew, right?
Joe Biden doesn't run America. He's a senile retard.
Okay, what about, but Trump, it was white when Trump was in it. Just 4 years ago was
Trump
white.
Didn't run America. He got deposed. He got overthrown by the people who actually run America.
He didn't complete his 4 years?
He was barely able to do anything in the entire administration. He was obstructed in every possible way.
His 4 years, yes or no?
But do you seriously think that the president actually has control of the government?
Can you hear yes or no? Did he complete his 4 years, yes or no?
You're asking me a rhetorical question. Why would I operate with an answer when it's obvious that he completed his 4 years, but it's irrelevant to the point? Who really runs America? Is it the president? Is this like high school civic shit? No, it's actually far more complicated. Political power is far more complicated than who's the president.
So 4 years ago, it was white. That's why, and you know how you know it was
also,
white?
When Obama was president, was the black man running America?
No.
Yeah, well, there you go. So therefore, your argument is retarded.
The difference with that is that Obama is one African. What is it? Was there 52 presidents by now? Was it 52 or 53? But 52 or 50, I'm gonna just say 52. So one African who's not our people, Obama is not my people, but one African out of 51 other presidents did not now make America black. It doesn't. You know, like when God says other nations as a drop of a bucket, like a drop from a bucket doesn't matter. The reason why I asked you that question is because white people love to say, well, this country's so bad, you should move out. And the reason why I asked you, do you specifically target black people? Because East Indians don't have these conversations. Arabs, even though the Arabs so-called made the towers fall, they don't have to have these conversations. Chinese don't have to have these conversations. No other race has to have these conversations because no other race is targeted in America except us, by you. I also want to point out your hypocrisy. First, you said you didn't want to justify whatever crimes are committed as long as it came to the greater good. But then you just gave a soliloquy. When we do these crimes, we get this. When y'all do these crimes, you get this. As if the results of your crime make your crime better. You got to pick a side. Either you're with it or you're not. Because you keep flip-flopping on that point, and you got
flip-flopping at all. It just seems like you don't have the capacity for abstract thinking to understand the rhetorical device that I'm employing.
I have abstract thinking, but in the blood sport, you have to be focused on the debate. The debate is...
Yeah, I am focused on this debate, and I'm winning with zero preparation because your arguments are weak.
I didn't prepare. I just cut a laptop on. I just knew you was from Australia, so I know y'all killed a lot of Aboriginals out there. And this argument,
well, we can talk about the Aboriginals if you want, but we
got to talk about
onto that subject.
I just want to finish. You also mentioned how my second yes or no question: Are you at war today?
Are we at war? Who?
No. Are you at war today? You mentioned that in a time of war, it wouldn't be murder. It would be killing, which I agree with. I agree with you on that. So are you at war today?
No, war has not been declared yet.
Okay, no problem. Perfect. So now, my next statement, you have made a point to say, I'm just trying to grab it real fast. You have made a point, about, give me 1 second, about, God, I lost it, so we can yield. I lost the point right there. We can go to the next subject.
That's okay. Go ahead, Joel.
Would you like to debate? Would you like to debate
I'm glad you said that.
I'm glad you said that. To me personally.
Joel, I'm glad you said that. You made a point to bring up that you were a Roman Catholic, correct?
Correct.
So on the subject of crimes, which one is worse? I mean, goddamn, how many Roman Catholics molest kids and destroy kids because they was molested? And so now the Roman Catholic, they don't send them to jail. They put them in the Roman Catholic Witness Protection Program. They send them to Arizona, to the Archdiocese down in Arizona, to send them to another place. Now, those are your own people. They sleep with your own race, molesting little boys because they believe you can't have sex. I'll never join nothing where a priest can't have. I'm a priest myself, and I'm going to have sex with women. They don't want to have sex with women.
Yeah, I'm sure. I understand that the Negro has no capacity for restraint.
Well, y'all have, you know how you know.
Dick,
wait.
To be able to engage in.
You know how much y'all don't have control. You know how much. You know how much control y'all don't have. Y'all have no control of your dick. That you won't put it in a pussy, but you'll put it in a little boy's ass. Right. You'll put it in a little boy's mouth. So when you talk about crimes, the Roman Catholic Church is the most disgusting thing that has ever been called of God. Right. There's nothing. And when you think about God, first of all, the Pope is considered God on earth. So when you're talking about when you talk about God,
Pope is considered God on earth.
If we talking about God, worshiping God, obeying God, keeping the commandments of God, tell me where God ordained fucking little boys.
Obviously, I oppose. I would want all pedophiles immediately executed.
What do you do? No, not just any pedophiles. Your bishops. Your archdiocese.
Yeah, I think they should every bishop who actually is a pedophile should be executed.
So what do you do? Do you go out and speak against the Roman Catholic Church?
I speak against pedophilia. Yes, I do. I do speak against pedophilia frequently. It's such a basic thing. Obviously, I oppose it.
Top of the Roman Catholic Church to the bottom.
Yeah, there's problems. There's problems.
No.
I think it's overstated. Nevertheless, there are problems.
I'm not talking about problems. Let's say if you have an organization. Let's say you got a 50-man organization, just a 50, and you put rules in place that they're supposed to adhere to. Anybody can break those rules. We agree, right? Anybody can break them, right? Like you got rules, and it's up to you to exact a punishment, right?
Correct.
They don't punish them for molesting kids. They just relocate them to molest more kids. And that's your spiritual belief. Your spiritual belief of God comes from niggas that have no control of their dick. You try to say black people don't have control of their dick.
My belief comes from
your belief is from niggas that don't have control of their dick.
The fact that there are
little boys. That's what you said. He thought it was funny when he said, when he was talking about black
pedophilia, does not mean that my faith is in any way impacted.
But then when I point out how white people or your priests are putting their dicks in little boys, do they have control of their dicks? Because they're not supposed to have sex. They're not supposed to have sex, period.
Correct.
And that's how you know that that's demonic. Because when they get the urge to have sexual acts,
clearly is pedophilia is clearly demonic.
But that
idea that all Catholic priests are pedophiles is just ridiculous.
I tell you what, we can take it off. We can take it off of them. You know, it's called a Roman Catholic. So if we was to go back to Rome or Greek days, they had something called pederasty. You know what pederasty is, right?
I mean, I thought we were going to talk about the Aboriginals.
We talking about crimes.
Pederasty and
ancient
crime. Like, what is it?
We talk about crimes. You know what pederasty is, right?
If you want to look at the statistics,
let me look it up.
African Americans are more homosexual than white Americans.
Look,
So if you want to look at who's the greatest sodomite, who's fucking more niggas in the ass, it's niggas. Okay?
Hey, look at him get to this feeling. When they say the N-word, when they say the word nigga, listen, you can say nigga all you want, because every time I have this conversation and white people say nigga, it's always online. It's never in my face. Right. So saying nigga, that's not gonna make me go crazy.
Well, you keep saying it, so if you can say it, why can't I say it?
You can say, listen, America has freedom of speech. So you using that word is not gonna, I know his tactic was, now pull out the N-word. I'm gonna call him a nigga. That's gonna get him thrown off. No, nigga, we gonna read the definition of pederasty. That's what we about to do. Pederasty, sexual activity involving a man and a boy in his youth. And the Romans and the Greeks practiced this vehemently, where they would take that little boy and he was the one that he would have sex with. Like in that movie 300, they used to make the women dress as the goddamn centurion because he didn't even want to have sex with his woman. He wanted to have sex with the little boy. Till the little boy got about 16, 17 years old. And then now you throw him away and get another little boy. And so that's where the Roman Catholic Church, who claim they're of God, which they're not, that's satanic, they're founded off of that same principle. Remember, we're talking about crime. And you already said pedophilia is wrong. So is pederasty wrong? Crickets. Is pederasty wrong? Come on, man. Type the keyboard.
Yeah, obviously it's wrong. I mean, what even is this? Like, you're just wasting my time with this.
Now, is this not a crime?
Isn't that one of those societies he was talking about?
Isn't that one of those societies?
What even is this?
So with a society that...
Are you telling me that black people, there's no black pederasts, the only white people are pederasts? I mean, it's ridiculous.
I never said that black
What's your point?
My point is, y'all are the fathers of it. Remember, I said you have fathers.
I doubt it.
You have fathers and you have sons. Y'all are the fathers of pederasty, homosexuality, raping. We learned all of that from you guys. That's my point. When we talk about crime, when we talking about crime, that's crime. Unless you're telling me a society is good.
But you have no evidence for that. You're just saying like, oh, all these terrible things that black people do.
Can you prove me wrong?
It's because they're imitating white people.
Can you prove me wrong?
It's just baseless.
Well, when y'all brought us over here, in the transatlantic slave trade, did y'all not stop us from reading? Did y'all not take our spirituality away? Did y'all take our...
You're telling me back in Africa there was no homos.
I just want to...
Everybody in Africa
why can't I just finish? Why can't I just...
No one was raping or killing or
whatever they was doing,
sodomizing anybody. Everybody in Africa was just this totally moral, bastion of humanity. And then they sold their own people into slavery to foreigners.
But why you so petty about it?
And then
you calling me a nigga, now you acting all touchy. Oh yeah. Come on, my nigga. Like, don't be like that. Remember, y'all took away our very identity, our essence of being, and you replaced it with your way of life. So whatever we was doing when we was taken out of the West Coast,
that was really a mistake. I don't think that was a good thing. I think it was much better if you left where you were.
Hey, my nigga Joel, that's what I'm gonna call it. I just renamed you. You're gonna be called my nigga Joel. That's what you're gonna be called. My nigga Joel, you are right. It was not a good idea for y'all to bring us over here. Right. But when you did, no matter what we was listening to, no matter what we was following, no matter what culture, no matter what practices, you guys took it all away. And we only had you to look at. And in observing you, we have watched you molest, we have watched you rape, we have watched you murder, we have watched you steal. So when you say, where did we learn this and it's all the white man's fault? If you're gonna be great and get great off the benefit of slaves, you also have to take the blame for what
people have been free for almost 200 years.
What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? Let me give you an example of freedom. When the Jewish people destroyed Hitler, killed that nigga. That's another nigga. They killed that nigga. Killed him, destroyed the Germans, got them out the way. You know what they knew? They knew that they couldn't leave the Jewish people next to the Germans because there would be no way for them to actually be free and liberate themselves. Black people have never been free. We've been told you're no longer slaves, but if we was free, as we was building those cities without bothering you, so now we go, I can give you the list of black cities if you ever want them. As we was going and establishing our black cities, we wasn't bothering y'all. We was fine. Segregation, and I'm pretty sure you agree with this, my nigga Joel, but with segregation was the best thing that we could ever have, because segregation didn't mean that we had no interaction at all, but it did mean that your way of life was your own, our way of life was ours. Your education was your own, our education was ours. We would have to deal with each other economically, of course, but you know what the problem was? Y'all saw us beginning to whoop y'all ass. Economically, socially, educationally, in every single facet, which is why y'all had to resort back to what you know best. And that's murdering, that's drugs, that's the abortion, that's infiltration. And the only thing I can't defend, is that uppity black niggas decided to side with y'all. I wish they didn't. I wish Martin.
Well, you're talking to me. I'm a representative of a racialist white viewpoint.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to find common ground on someone who agrees that you guys should have your own communities, that support segregation, that says we should get rid of the abortion and the drugs and the crime and live a noble Christian life, well, we actually agree on all of those things. So instead of pointing your finger and blaming, don't you think that's kind of interesting that when you talk to people with my viewpoint, that actually you can find a common ground that you can't find with a white liberal?
That's why I love Ralph's channel. I love Ralph's channel because the one thing we do agree on is that principle. I'll be surprised sometimes Ralph let me say the shit I get to say. Dead ass. Like Ralph lets me get busy on here. That's why I love coming in here and everything. But now, although we agree on that core principle, does not mean we ignore the history. So I'm not asking you. So my nigga Joel, I'm not asking you to ignore. Hey, sidebar, Ralph, you know I nickname every white guy every time we have a debate. There's always a nickname that comes.
I have noticed that, yes.
So Joel, your nickname is my nigga Joel. That's his nickname. Goes down in the Hall of Fame. So Joel, when you go on another platform, you're gonna say Captain Tazaryach of the IFCBK.
I'm not a nigga, unfortunately.
You are. My nigga Joel. You definitely are. Yeah, he don't like that. But you are my nigga though. You my nigga, Joel.
There's only one nigga.
You my nigga like training day, my nigga. I'll make it down. You ever seen Training Day, my nigga? So all right, that's the last one. That might be the last one.
All right, go ahead.
So although we have you share that core principle, it does not mean that we negate what this blood sport is about. This is a blood sport. If we was having, let's say, if we ever had another conversation, which I'm not against, right? And we had a conversation where we said, well, let's have a conversation or discussion about common grounds or commonalities or anything that's not a debate. I would gladly have it. It's not a problem. I can go into any space, have any conversation. I don't get offended. But if we having a blood sport about black crime versus white crime, which is worse, I have to substantiate, like you, I expect you to totally substantiate your position as I mine. And so far, I'm clearly substantiating. That Roman Catholic, that damn near was like that's what that was. That was a headshot because there is no getting.
Really?
Yeah, y'all can't control. Roman Catholics cannot control their dicks. Now, whether you want to say black, no, they can't. No, they can't. They don't control their dicks. Why they fucking move?
Hold on, let's let him respond.
Oh yeah, tell me how they control.
I mean, Catholicism is a religion built around, in many respects, controlling your dick. Now, many people fall short of the glory of God because man is fallen and so on. But nevertheless, that is really the essence of if you're a true Catholic, if you're actually practicing, and you're a true Catholic, you're not some like weird communist that's LARPing as a priest. But you're truly practicing Catholic, then you're controlling your dick.
Yeah, but what I showed was a cultivated culture from the time of the Greeks and the Romans with pederasty that was just transitioned into the Roman Catholic Church. But the Roman Catholic Church provided is for all those nasty ass homosexuals, white homosexuals, was an avenue where they can molest kids in the name of what they say is God and then get away with it. And nobody says nothing because me speaking personally, like I'm an Israelite.
Nobody said nothing. There's literally nothing, no scandal that's more talked about than pedophilia in the Catholic Church. It's literally the most mainstream position. Everybody just presumes that it's true, who doesn't even research it because it's proliferated as this constant slander and meme throughout our society. And this slander is actually advanced by Jewish sources, Protestant sources, anti-Catholic sources. It is actually well overblown. If you look into the statistics, you're far, far more likely to be molested in the public school system than you are by a Catholic priest.
Can you just tell me what happens to the Catholic priests when they molest kids? Can you just tell me what happens?
There are priests that have gone to jail for the crime.
I want to know that. Teach me this shit. Come on.
I'll just Google it, I guess.
Yeah, Google.
I don't have any.
That's probably the best God y'all got. Go ahead, Google that shit, man. Can I still call you my nigga Joel? Is that okay?
I wish we would not.
I'd
rather.
Oh, okay, but you know he did bring that into the fold.
Yeah, I'm just pulling it up here. You know, West Australian Catholic priest Richard Doyle. He wasn't a pederast. It was a little girl, apparently. This is in Australia. I'm just kind of scrolling.
What about in America? What about over here? Or, well, you know what? I don't want to. I strike that back. I don't want to just focus on America. I apologize.
I mean, American. I don't know.
What? Yeah, what you got?
Michigan priest sentenced to prison for sexual abuse
Let me
of
look it up.
second grader.
Let me see if I got it. Let me see.
Archdiocese of Detroit. A priest of the Archdiocese of Detroit has been sentenced for the rape of an elementary student at a Catholic school attached to the parish he served as pastor in the mid-2000s. So there you go. There's an example. I mean, what you think? Like none of these people actually.
1 out of millions. Roman.
It's not 1 out of millions. You asked me to find an example. I found you an example. So there you go. But the basic premise that the reality is of the world today is that every powerful institution is infested with pedophiles, with all kinds of depraved individuals. We live in a very sick society. You look at government, all government institutions are full of these sick freaks as well. It's not a problem that is specific to the Catholic Church.
Who created that?
Now white people are only responsible. There is plenty of pederasty and pedophilia happening in black communities and in Africa as well. It's a universal human problem.
Just for the record,
specific to white people. In fact, if you look,
like if I just Google how many children did the church have?
Do you have any kind of data that demonstrates that it's a greater problem in white communities or societies relative to black communities and black societies? Do you actually have any evidence to support that decision? Because if you don't, then we can just dismiss it as just conjecture.
No. My job is to show how you're more violent. Your job is to show how I'm more violent. You want me to help you. So, like, if I read this, come on, my nigga Joe. I'm sorry, Ralph. I'm sorry. More than 450 Catholic clergy members across 6 Illinois-based. It's just 6 Illinois-based dioceses. 450 sexually abused nearly 2,000 children during a period spanning 7 decades. That's just in 6 Illinois-based dioceses. So now that's 2006 in one state. How many states is it? I don't want to get that wrong. It's 50 states.
Yeah.
50 times 2,000 is what? 100,000? 100,000 or 100,000?
Here's an article from The Guardian. The headline, this is from 9 years ago.
Right.
Pope Benedict VI defrocked nearly 400 priests for child abuse. Priests were defrocked over 2 years for molesting children. I think he did this. He was a part of the task force within the church engaging in this behavior prior to becoming Pope.
Yeah,
he was showing his early papacy.
You probably should have studied. And how much money have they paid?
Well, I thought we were debating black versus white crime, not like.
Oh, not they white
in the church.
Them ain't no. I was about to say the wrong word. Them ain't black people. Them is white people. And that's a crime. Unless you're telling me this ain't a crime.
I didn't say it wasn't a crime. I said, can you provide me evidence that in the black community they have less of this going on?
Is that my job?
Yeah, it is your job. That's what the debate is about.
We're not on the same team, NJ. We're not on the same team. I'm gonna call you M&J. I can get away with that, right, Ralph? M&J?
I don't know what that means, but
my nigga Joel. I just didn't want to say that.
Go ahead and
okay. M&J. It's not my job. We not on the same team, M&J. It's not my job to help you find information against black people. It's your job
to find information.
I get Joel's number.
Understand what a relative judgment is. To have a relative judgment, you need to find an objective metric to determine the difference between the prevalence in the black community or black countries and the white community. So if you don't have that data, that means you don't have a point. Right? That's how this works. That's how objective reasoning works. You have to have support for your position with evidence. You need to then materialize that evidence. Otherwise, you're just engaging in conjecture. You're just cherry picking examples. I could just go and look at all these black people that are raping and murdering and so on.
I guarantee you I can counter it. That's a difference.
What do you mean? I'm there's no black murderers, there's no black rapists, there's no black
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Exactly. So I could
y'all doing more. The debate is
actual basis in empirical data. You don't have a point.
Gotcha.
Right?
I'm gonna tell you.
Surely you can
before we get the points, before we get the data, I just want to highlight the Catholic dioceses across the United States have paid more than $3 billion to victims of clergy abuse. Not $3 million. $3 billion.
Well, good. They should pay them. They should be paying them
for the crimes they commit in an alarming rate, at a Holocaust rate. I probably should have said that word, but at a genocidal rate. Remember, the debate is which crime is worse. So you would have to admit that y'all do that crime worse.
Why would I say worse? You don't have any evidence to support the position that it is.
It's for you to have the evidence.
Than black crime in that respect, because you haven't provided any data or any metric to compare.
Can you show any data? Can you show any data?
I don't need to show data. You're the one that's substantiating this claim. I can show data when it comes to rape, when it comes to murder,
and so on.
The official data.
So you want to switch? Do you want to switch to that? We can switch to that because you need a lifeline or something. You need something.
I don't really need a lifeline. I mean,
that Roman Catholic. I would have never blurted out. I was a Roman Catholic.
Material evidence.
I would have never blurted out. I was a Roman Catholic.
It's well known. The data is well known in the fact. I think in the 2021 data, 60.4% of the known race of murderers, of known murderers, where we know the race of murderer.
Do you have the stat line?
4% of them in the United States were black, even though they make up only 13% of the population.
Now, do you have the stat line for that?
Yeah, that's from the official 2021 FBI statistics.
Arrest data. Oh, that's arrest data, though. You do know that, right? Like, I'm a smart dude. See, Ralph, I didn't say the word you thought I was going to say. I'm smart. You know that's arrest data. And why
if they don't know, if there's someone who's been killed and they don't know who killed them, then obviously they can't be racially classified.
Let me ask a question. Are you saying that means that white people are getting away with murder and not getting charged, Captain? Is that what you're trying to say, or?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Because I do think y'all get away with murder. I mean, that's
why I asked. I thought you might say that, but
I'm not getting to that.
I mean, you're not getting to anything objective. Like, of all the murders that we have solved, it's not that white people can't go around. The majority of people who get murdered, by the way, get murdered by members of their own race. So this idea that whites aren't arresting whites for killing whites, like what even is?
Remember, the statement you made that we murder more. The statement that you made would murder more, according to the FBI. But that's just arrest information. That's not conviction information. And here's the thing about that. This is the NPR.org. Wrongful convictions disproportionately affect Black Americans, reports show. Now, before I read this, the reason why I'm saying it's arrests and not convictions. In New York City, where I'm at right now, they had this thing, which probably still exists, called stop and frisk. Stop and frisk was a procedure where they specifically targeted Blacks and Latinos and arrested them for anything, because they needed to bump up the numbers, of course, to get more support. So although they was getting arrested for things that they weren't actually committing, but it just bumped up the money that they would get.
That's why this article, it says the exoneration report has some disturbing numbers on the rate of exoneration. Black people represent 13.6 of the population, but account for 53% of exonerations in the registry as
well, they also account for 60% of convictions. So it would make sense if you're getting the majority of the convictions, you're also going to get the majority of the exonerations. That would just be logical.
I got you, but you're making my point. Being arrested for something does not mean you're guilty for it, and they're getting arrested.
We're talking about convictions. Wait.
Before you can get convicted, you got to get arrested. Come on, M&J, get it together. You can't get convicted.
Well, obviously, when you're talking about convictions and you're talking about exoneration.
No, the stats.
You're saying we've got 60% of the convictions are black and 50% of the exonerations are black. That would be proportional. That would actually be proportional relative to when we're looking at the overall, amount of convictions here. A lot of people who get exonerated, by the way, probably did kill the individual, but they just can't prove it.
Well, it doesn't say that it's just murder, though. It doesn't say that it's just murder. But my point is, what are they getting exonerated from? They're getting exonerated from of what they were falsely arrested for. So you can't use the FBI data, which represent arrests, because just because they got arrested.
FBI data represents convictions.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it does not.
Well,
data on convictions.
I thought it was convictions, but I don't know for sure. I think it is, but I don't know. I'd have to double check.
It's just arrest. I mean, you can always pull it up. You know, you're a Catholic.
I'll pull it up and I'll let you know.
Yeah, don't the private say prove all things Catholic?
Yes, I'll look for it myself.
So now, my
anyway,
point. So wait, let me just wrap
it's
it
not
up.
really a point, because if we do have a disproportionate amount of convictions, then you're going to have a disproportionate amount of as I said, of exonerations, because it's just an organic natural ratio that you would expect. If you have way more convictions, but then you have exactly the equal amount of exonerations, that would be strange.
Okay, so here's why that's not exactly true.
In fact, what it actually proves is that black people aren't targeted by the legal system. If they're represented in exonerations almost equally to their representation in convictions, that means out of all the black people arrested for the crime, about a pretty similar ratio relative to whites are getting either convicted or not convicted. If they're all getting convicted and no one's getting exonerated, that would mean maybe you could make the argument, oh, well, this system is kind of racist because everyone's getting convicted. As soon as a black man comes before the court, but all these exonerations, that's actually proving that the justice system is hearing the cases fairly.
No,
because it's exonerating all of these black people that have been accused of various crimes.
I would disagree. And it's not that they commit more crimes. You guys commit more crimes, but you also are more people, so that makes sense. That's why the article points out we're only 13.6 of the population. So from a numbers perspective, you guys would probably always have more numbers than us because there's more of you. So what the point that I'm talking about is the fact that they're getting exonerated for things that they didn't do lets you know that they're not the criminals that they're set out to be. Right.
But what about the convictions?
So
You're taking this isolated fact out of context.
You're getting exonerated. You're getting exonerated.
It doesn't make any sense. This is just a
You're getting exonerated from what you were convicted of. You're not getting exonerated from an arrest. You're getting exonerated from being found guilty of a crime that you did not do.
There's a certain amount of exonerations that are going to occur.
And we have the most
that represents the majority of the
falsely arrested.
It's logical that they're going to represent the majority of the exonerations.
No,
it's just simply
no.
basic ratio.
Hey, Joel, I think there's a phrase I always use. It's called listening is an art.
There's a phrase that I always use, which is called be rational. What you're doing right now is you're being irrational.
I'm not being irrational.
It's perfectly reasonable. You would expect.
I never said the point wasn't. I never said
there's only a certain amount of convicted felons.
I never said your point wasn't. I never said your point wasn't reasonable. I didn't even say I disagree with your point. I disagree with anytime you say that our crimes are worse. I'm going to always disagree with you on this subject. I didn't say I didn't disagree with you. What I pointed out was first in New York. They have a law called stop and frisk, where they specifically targeted blacks and Hispanics. That is facts. That you cannot get around that. They was locking them up for things.
Yeah, but why would they bring in that law to target blacks and Hispanics? It's because blacks and Hispanics commit more crimes, and so they needed those laws
goes back to what I
with a more criminal.
No, they did not. No, that's not true. It's not just budget, but what it's about is, remember, I
get targeted because they're more violent.
Why are you so touchy?
So it's logical to target them if you don't like crime.
Why are you so touchy?
Oh, I'm not touchy. I'm just making the point.
But
it's all internally consistent.
That's not true. So again, the question I asked you was, do you feel that America specifically targets black people and not other races? Because other races are not getting targeted. Chinese people, we got a Chinese mafia. Chinese people do things.
Chinese people, they don't commit crimes like blacks.
Chinese people sell drugs. They don't commit crimes like white people, but y'all don't get locked up like we do. You can't even make that argument. This ain't about black people not committing crimes. You never heard me say that. So don't try to push the narrative. But what this is about is that your government facility in the land called America has a prejudice against black people. That is facts. Whether I brought up the situation,
you're committing more crimes than it's.
No, we're not. We're not.
Criminal.
Prove that we're committing more crimes.
A bunch of black gangbangers walking around with their pants sagging, and
that's a lie.
Rap and selling drugs and being violent. Obviously, they're going to become profiled because that's what a criminal behavior.
Listen, this is how you know gangster rap is stupid. That white boy watched the movie, went to see Batman, and shot everybody up in the movie theater. Right. Like, what are we talking about here? Prove. You said I can't just talk. Even though when I talk, I brought up the information. So bring up the information that we're killing more than y'all. Bring it up.
The information is in the
and what I also want to highlight,
60% of murder convictions in the year 2021 were black people.
Where's that?
Being only 13% of the population. That's the official FBI statistics.
That is arrests. That is not convictions.
Again, I'm trying to find the clarification on that. I do think it's convictions, but I can't find the exact line where it says that. If we had a copy of the actual
the website right here. Hold on one second.
Well, there's a bunch of different websites that list the stats.
Wait, go back. Oh, wait.
Somebody finds the.
Can you send that to me so I go over it on my phone? Because I have somebody from my team also got the site. I'm gonna have him text it to me, and then we can take a look at it.
Yeah, here's the UCR is the Uniform Crime Reporting Program, which is where these stats come from.
Yeah, let me check this out. So this is now this goes back. You got anything for 2021 or something like that? Because this is.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. So,
I was talking to the guy because like when I look here, this says total arrests, table 43A. It does not say conviction.
Yeah, I could be wrong. Look, I'm not.
No, I'm not talking. This my man M&J trying to say that. This ain't you.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm trying to call balls and strikes here. I don't know for sure. The FBI's Uniform Crime Reporting Program, which began in 1929, collects information on serious crimes reported to law enforcement agencies. So that goes kind of lean your way. I thought it was convictions. I don't have the final word. So I don't.
It's FBI statistic is murder offenders.
Hey, M&J, table 43A, arrests, not convictions. M&J, stop talking about it.
All right, now.
It's reporting.
Go ahead.
It's reporting, which is quite clearly it's classified here as offenders. It's not classified
as
arrested.
Listen, you want me to send you the link?
Send the
link. Let me have a look at what you're talking
about. All right, let me
just put it in the chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna email it to myself and then
and then you can
I'll put it in the chat. Table 43A says arrest though, just for the record.
And then if chat wants to weigh in too, I'm looking for the exact line that says.
If I miss coming on here, I just want to let you know.
Say what?
I said I miss coming on here, man. We gotta do this like once every 2 months or something like that.
I'm down. Yeah, I'm trying to do more debates.
Yeah. Or even discussions like M&J sounds like he wants to have discussions and stuff like that because he can't handle debates clearly. But we can definitely have a discussion.
According to the legal definition, an offender is someone who's been convicted.
All right, hold on. I got
it's someone who's been arrested.
Let me refresh my page. This doesn't do. I was trying to have him find something like up to date, but the table would still be the same. I was just really looking for the numbers. I'm going to put this in the chat now. Did it let me paste it? Wait, hold on. I don't think I copied it. Hold on. Let's see. Here we go. Highlight you. Right click.
Anyway, Ethan, I just sent you Steve Saylor's thread, which not only does it show
Can you
the
put
data,
that?
but it also provides like how you can like look it up yourself.
MJ, can you put that in the
how
chat?
in the thread?
MJ, can you put that in the chat too? So
I'll put it in the chat myself. And I'll read this.
And I'll put,
who I didn't even see got restored back to Twitter. That's kind of cool. Says FBI. I never know who's there and who's not anymore. FBI announces blacks made up 60.4% of known murder offenders in 2021. That would be a new record for black dominance of murders, up from 56.5 in 2020. Although methodological snafus reduced police department participation this year, and I guess. No, let me send this. I was just reading that out, and then I'll put it here in the chat, and you should be able to grab it as well. See you posted another one in the chat.
And then also, when they get with the way they get the numbers, we got to also check the percentages. So like now, right
And also,
now,
these people that are getting convicted of murder, by the way,
wait, this ain't for you or me. Wait, hold on 1 second.
Other black people.
MJ, let me just say this real fast. It's a stat. I just want to read this stat. This ain't pro you or me. I just want to read this stat. This is like the cde.ucr.gov. It says in 2021, there were 690,150 all violent crime incidents and 812,683 offenses reported in the United States by 11,797 law enforcement agencies that submitted the National Incident-Based Reporting System. It covers 69% of the population. So even as we look at those stats, there's 31% of those stats missing. So I don't know if this.
Yeah, but just because there's elements missing, like it's
no, I'm not discrediting it.
Presume a trend. When you have such a large sample size, like when you do a study,
I agree with that. But you got to show
like an
me.
opinion poll. Opinion polls are accurate, even though they only get a sample of
still
say
gotta show me the
10,000
conviction.
respondents.
Right.
And
You
they
gotta
can be
show me the
accurate
conviction.
within a certain kind of.
Let me give you an
There can be a
example.
bit of fluctuation, but
Let me
usually
give
they're
you-
quite accurate and
let me
representing
give you an
populations
example.
of hundreds of millions.
Hey, MJ, let me give you an example. George Zimmerman, for example, was arrested for killing Trayvon Martin, but there's no conviction. So if you was to look at the convictions of George Zimmerman, you wouldn't see it.
Yeah, because he didn't commit murder. He was defending himself.
He was not defending himself. I didn't bring it up for that instance. I don't want to talk about that part. But my point in saying that is arrest data and conviction data.
Also, he's a Mexican or something anyway. So who
No,
cares?
he's white. I think he's a so-called Jew.
He's
I think
maybe, but he's kind of Hispanic looking.
his mother,
He's got some-
no. His mother is Hispanic, but his father is white, so he's not one of us.
Yeah, so he's
He's
mother
white.
Hispanic. His father is Jewish. So
Yeah, but
he's not white.
Yeah, he's Jewish. Jewish people are white too.
His maternal grandfather was of Afro-Peruvian descent. So actually, he's
Nah.
your cousin.
No, hell no. No,
He's
we
your
already.
cousin, man. It's
No,
another.
you gonna make me
Okay, so
keep going.
Georgian was a murderer.
You gonna make
Another
me-
black man committed.
Wait.
a murder.
So
there you go.
wait. Hold on. Did you first you said he wasn't?
Those
a-
African genes, man.
We gonna find out. We're gonna find out his ethnicity right now.
Zimmerman identifies as a Hispanic
His
on
mother
voter registration
born in
forms.
Peru. His maternal mother. His father is American of German descent. That's his father. So he's a white man.
So he.
Like you thought,
Well,
I
you
mean,
know
Jay
what?
thought I had a point. I thought I had a point. He said,
This is
he
bullshit.
trying to say his paternal. And then, did he say paternal? Wait, hold on. Did you say, and then you just lied.
Spanish or other groups.
And Joel, then
Doesn't
you
make them
just,
white.
and Jay, you just lied. Because you said his paternal father, his paternal grandfather, you try to say was Afro-Peruvian. You just lied.
No,
It
that's
says
his maternal. Maternal great-grandfather was of Afro-Peruvian descent.
Okay, you know what? Although I don't believe y'all tell the truth, I'm gonna go back
I'm just
to
reading from Wikipedia. Maybe Wikipedia's
No,
lying.
I got it from
and
Wikipedia.
Wikipedia's
I just
racist.
thought I
Black
heard
man
you say-
controls Wikipedia, and they're changing all the.
Well, I can't give you that. I can't say that because Wikipedia, like anybody, like you and I can go in there, I think, and like edit Wikipedia. So I'm not gonna put that on white people. I'm not gonna do that. See, I'm honest. He's running from that arrestor. The stats say arrest, and that's why I used George Zimmerman, who was a German. He was not his mama. You are what your daddy is. He was like Hitler's great grandnephew or something like that. He's related to Hitler. That's George Zimmerman is Hitler. He's Nazi. That's what he is. That's what George Zimmerman is. I
George Hitler.
I knew Ralph. Yeah, call him George Hitler. I knew Ralph would like that one. I always get Ralph to get one good laugh out of Ralph every time I get.
So by the way, what's on Hitler? Do you find Hitler admirable because in a certain way, or do you find him detestable?
Hitler. Okay, I won't act like I'm a Hitler expert, but what I do know is that Hitler felt they was being oppressed by Jewish people, and Jewish people would probably feel that they was the same. So it's like two sets of white people having a fight, and Hitler chose to do what he did to Jewish people, and they fought back, and then they killed Hitler. Hitler lost. I mean, I don't know what else to say. What I will say though is that, and I don't know if it was a mental tactic by the Germans, period, but they would treat the black athletes with more dignity than America would. I will say that.
Interesting.
Jesse Owens. That's fact.
Yeah, no, it is.
Jesse Owens was treated better. Jesse Owens was treated better. The athletes were treated better by Hitler. I will say that. And a lot of people don't know Hitler used to work with the Japanese people too. He wasn't as racist as people think. So that would be my opinion about Hitler. I do know they killed that dude though. Y'all lost that one. Y'all been trying to bring Hitler back ever since. That's why y'all like Trump. Y'all like Trump. Trump is like Hitler light. Trump
I wish he was. Damn
near called the arms
like
on January 6th.
10% Hitler. I wish he was like. I wish he was like 50%.
Yeah.
At least 50%.
You know what he's saying? I wish Trump.
Go ahead.
What he's saying is, I wish Trump would bring the others. That's what he's saying.
Well, there was no ovens. That's a joke. There were no ovens.
It's just MJ. It's just a joke.
But
I guarantee you, y'all wish when Trump inspired them to run up on the White House, y'all was hoping they won. I know you was hoping, MJ. You was sad. How do you feel about every January 6th? Like, what do? You pour out a little liquor or something like that?
Well, I'm not an American, so it's not like it's.
You could have fooled me that you could have fooled me that you're not an American. I think you love America.
I mean,
I do love America. I do love America. I do want the best for America. I mean, white Americans are my racial brothers. You know what I mean?
Right. Like, Jewish people are your racial brothers too. Right.
They're not.
Yes, they are.
They're not.
Yes, they are.
Incorrect.
Yes,
no, they're not.
Y'all,
they're about as genetically similar to me as like a Sicilian or something. Like
y'all, they're the same too.
Have you seen Sicilians? I mean, maybe to you, all white people look the same, but
yeah,
to me,
listen, just because y'all like different shades of white, you got the Alaska snow-looking white, and then you got a Sicilian-looking white. But it's all white.
I'm a Snow White. Okay, I'm a Snow White. I don't know. I don't accept.
Snow White was a woman though. Snow White was a woman. You saying you're a woman? I mean,
that's a stupid rhetorical point.
So I'm just being funny.
Now let me ask a question, and we're gonna take some callers too, because I have some callers here.
Yeah, because we got about 20 minutes left. What's up? Hey, M&J, man, it's going good so far, man.
This is good content. I tried to make this entertaining. You know, I tried to make this fun for the audience. So
right.
I think we
agreed. I think we succeeded.
I think it's been fun, and we're going to take some calls. I'm not quite done yet. I want to ask, the topic of the debate, and I'll ask you the same thing in reverse here in a second, Joel. But Captain, what makes white crime worse than black crime?
Okay, first, on an even level playing field, all crime is horrible. I'm not for any crime. So I'm not for blacks committing crimes. Like, we go out and teach to prevent crimes. And when I agree to this particular debate, I'm mainly speaking at the amount. That's more so what I'm speaking. It's not that black people don't molest, that they don't rape, that they don't kill, that they don't sell drugs, but the level of evil that white people have, that's what I'm battling in this particular blood sport. So I would say I'm against crime totally on either side. I just think that white people do it more and worse than us.
Now, how about you, Joel? What makes black crime worse than white crime?
Well, first of all, I want to say that the real victims of black crime are black people, generally speaking, and the real victims of white crime are generally speaking white people on average. If you look at the data, it's pretty clear. And so, these are afflictions that we do to ourselves. When you look at like interracial crime, the statistics are quite clear that blacks have raped far more white women than the reverse. We don't want to rape black women, frankly, because they're ugly. But even beyond that, we just don't rape as much at all. Or if you want to look at murders, the interracial murder rate is very clearly skewed in one direction. So in the kind of crimes we commit to one another, at least in the American context or in Britain or France, we see a very clear kind of pattern. Now, overall, though, when he wants to make this more abstract point that crime isn't just these kind of murders and rapes and these kinds of things, but crime is this more expanded, larger concept like colonialism or something, then I think the qualitative argument, as Al Reese stated, I think it makes sense, which is that if you want to kind of persecute or prosecute white civilization, well, it's kind of weak because white civilization, Western civilization is so glorious and so magnificent. And our goals are so noble and so virtuous, whereas black crime doesn't really have this deep existential quality that you can really point to. This great, grand African civilizational project that they're engaging in, or something that I'm morally criticizing. I'm not. In fact, if there are African black leaders who are trying to politically contest negative forces in their society to bring about a higher civilizational quality, then I actually sympathize with them. I sympathize with the Ugandans eradicating homosexuality and these kinds of things, for example. But nevertheless, you don't really see much of that going on in Africa. You don't see that same kind of Faustian aspiration. You don't see that same kind of refinement, civilizational refinement, and so on you see with us. And so, he wants to blame the white man for this. Everything is our fault. He has this victim mentality. Everything is our fault. We are responsible for providing a negative example to the black man. Well, really, you have no one to blame but yourself. Ultimately, the responsibility to advance black people, to get black culture and black civilization together, is with other black people. And, I can talk about the problems with Jews and this and that and so on, but ultimately the degradation of Western civilization, fundamentally the buck stops with white people. It's our fault. We've turned away from our religion. We've turned away from the principles that made our civilization great, and we've allowed it to fall into disrepair. And this is fundamentally our failing. I think ultimately that's a healthier mentality, because you have to look inward to correct your own flaws and your own issues in order to progress. And I think it's the same for blacks. Ultimately, if blacks want solutions, crying to the white man about how the white man shouldn't do this and should do that and so on, this is the mentality of someone who comes forth as a subordinate, saying, take care of me, white man, treat me this way, I need you for this, I need you for that. Black dignity will only come from no longer looking to the white man to provide solutions, but looking to themselves. And insofar as there is kind of black self-determination, a black dignity that wants to be asserted, their own independence and so on, I think this is a positive development. And actually there could be some alignment between blacks going their own way. I'm supportive of the ACON project of let's get all the wealthy, successful black people and let's move back to Africa and invest in advancing black culture, black civilization, as opposed to engaging in the system of the white man and so on in America, which will never belong to the black man in the same way. They'll never have their dignity and ownership, self-ownership over themselves under that situation that they could have. And so I would support that kind of thing, and I see it as noble. So I think that would be how ultimately I would frame this discussion. But in conclusion, I think overall it really depends on what strata you want to have this debate. This debate is interesting, I guess, because we've been able to operate at different levels, whether we're just debating crime statistics or we're getting into these more existential questions about race relations or whatever. And so, yeah, thanks for the debate. I think we put on something fun for the audience, and I enjoyed it. So I hope you enjoyed it too.
Hey, can I just say one thing, Ralph?
Yeah. What? Now, hold on. I'm going to let you respond to that if you want to get in a little, retort, and then I'm going to ask some questions and take the callers. But I agree. Of course, I'm not taking sides of the debate, but with that last point, I think it's been good for the audience, and I do like how it's able to operate on several different levels.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So I agree with that, and thank you both for being here. Now, go ahead if you want to say a little something.
Yeah, it won't be that long. There's the parts that you said about depending on white people. I agree with you. I don't think we should depend on y'all. We don't need white people to follow.
I've heard you say that. Yeah, so I figured.
We do not need. I agree with that. That's why sometimes, like I said, when we have these conversations, M&J, there's some things that we're going to agree on, and then there's some things, because this is a blood sport type of thing, I have to whip your ass. So M&J, you just got to get it. But there's some things you're going to say that I'm in agreement. I do not believe that we got to go cry to white people and say, give us this, give us that. All we ask for is that you get out of our way as we go to get it ourselves. Right. And that's where we always have the problem. But when you put out the rape and the crime, and then I'm going to yield. And again, this is arrest. This is table 43. When it comes to rape, if I go to the top of this crime in the United States, 12,187 rapes by white people, 5,000 by black. If I go to crime in general, as I scroll down to the overview, it says arrest, which lets you know this is about arrest and not convictions. It says arrest by race and ethnicity. 68.9% of all individuals arrested were white. 27% were black or African American. 3.9% were other races. So when you bring up statistics, 68, which if we round both of those off, we would say 70% belong to y'all, 27% belong to us. Ralph, if you got any other questions, I'm good. I just want to hear
Well, by the way, that's still disproportionate, right? That's still like double representation for blacks, according to that data. Also, you're also grouping in Hispanics.
No, I did not group any Hispanics in there. No, that does not. It's set.
You didn't. What's the Hispanic? What's the Hispanic that data then?
No. It says of arrestees for whom ethnicity were reported, 18% were Hispanic or Latino. That is not including. So that percentage. I had this argument with another guy on Killstream that said the same thing, but that's not included because when you go look at the data at the top, it has total white, black or African American, Hispanic or Latino, American.
Right, so can you repeat all the different, so the white percentage was how much?
68.9.
And the black percentage was what?
Was 27.
Yeah, and what was the Latino? 18?
No. Outside of whites and blacks, the rest of the percentage was 3.9 with the other races.
But then you said Hispanic and Latino was 18%.
It says of arrestees for whom ethnicity was reported.
Yeah, so then that must be part of the white.
That's not part. No, it's not.
It is because 18 plus 27 plus 68 plus 3
is more than 100. Right. I got you. But that 18 would probably be a part of the 3.9% in the other races.
That's going to be part of the 3.9%. Doesn't make any sense.
Well, I don't know why the FBI, which is run by white people, would say 68.9 is white.
Because they're grouping, as I said, all the Hispanics under this category of white.
Hispanics are the same? So white and so you Hispanic and white at the same time?
No, that's what I'm saying. Well, the data must be how the data is portrayed.
No, because when I go up to the top, when you go up to the top of total arrests, it breaks it all down and separates it. It gives the ethnicity. It has Hispanic or Latino. It has Hawaiian. It has American, Indian, or Alaska Native. It has black or African American, and it has white. So I'm sorry. So
I'm not looking at what you're looking at. So I'm just going off what you're saying. The math.
I ain't gonna lie to you.
So there must be.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm like you, you know.
Now wait a minute. All right, now let me we'll put a pin in that because I could see that this could really last a while. This discussion. Now let me ask a few of these questions to get some.
No problem.
Because I mean I don't know that we'll probably come to an agreement on that. Sonny D says explain Marion Barry, and I guess this was going back to earlier in the debate.
So, you see, only a black man can smoke crack. He can smoke crack twice and get voted mayor.
That's right. I had him on tape smoking crack, I believe. Yeah, or buying it, one or the other. I forget. I was a little kid when this happened, but
yeah, me too. That was like the '90s. I was young too.
Yeah. So I guess that was his retort about Trump. Establishment Groyper says these statistics relating to disproportionate black crime have existed long before Trump was in the picture. That's more of a statement there. Let me see if I can bring up another question. Well, the other one says blacks and natives were murdering and raping before we took over. Let's see. J Danks Respecter says, for the captain, how is the general? That man is a living legend.
Right. He's doing great. He's doing wonderful.
That's cool.
I gotta know which general. Is he talking about the general that made the Jewish boy cry? Which general is he talking about?
Yes, that's the general.
That's the general you talking about? Oh, he's doing great. General Mayaka, he's doing great. He's still in the school. He's still doing work. He's doing wonderful.
Yeah, he's a legend.
He's our hero. Yeah, I know. He said, "Cry, white boy." When he heard the Jewish boy cry.
Yeah, we played that clip.
Hey, you gotta play it for M&J. You gotta play it for M&J. You'll love it.
What was that one where he's like, the Holocaust was a joke, nigga?
Right.
I love that shit. That shit's funny as fuck.
I don't like that. I told him.
He's in fellowship with that guy. Yeah. So we've talked about it. Almost every time he comes on, somebody asks about the general.
Right.
All right. Now we do have some callers. Let's see how this goes.
Okay.
If you want to call in, I saw Tenrio wanted to talk. I'll let him on first since he's a fellow streamer here on Cozy.tv. And I'm /Ethan Ralph on this channel. I'm also live on Rumble at the moment as well. We've had about 1,000 people pretty much the whole time watching us thereabouts.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, that's a pretty good crowd here on a Friday night.
Y'all put me in the Hall of Fame yet? Am I official?
You're gonna be official, but I have to do another class. I have to do a class of inductees, and I'm gonna try to do that this fall.
Okay. Listen, I'll come to it.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I was actually thinking about trying to do an in-person inductee ceremony since it's based around a roast, basically, on the Hall of Fame that we've done, where people come in and the person is inducted, and then at the end they get to say their part, right, which is usually roast everybody else, right? That's the setup for the Killstream Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that'll be good. I'll come down for that, man.
Okay. You know what? And you were definitely going to be on the list of inductees as well. And I talked about this before you came on that the captain's pretty much a Hall of Fame guy here, and I do want to do that. So I think it'd be more fun to do it in person. I think it would too. Yeah, it just comes off better. Now we've done one on air, but it's a little bit harder, and it's not the same, if you're not in person for a roast. So, all right, let's bring on Tenrio. If you want in, call in now. T.me/the Ralph Retort on Telegram. Anybody's welcome. I know the captain's.
Hey, I want to search you on Rumble. Like, what's the name on Rumble?
Just the Ralph Retort, and I'll link it in our chat as well. All right, let me bring in Tenrio. Go ahead, Tenrio. You got to unmute yourself.
There we go. I see it.
Oh, you see it? Okay, cool. Oh shit! I accidentally left the meeting. Let me join back.
Yo, what is good, guys?
Hold on 1 second.
Hey, is there a way I can see?
Wait. 1 second.
Is there a way I can see the comments? Is there like comments in the chat? Do you have is there like a comment on here?
Hold on.
Let me see.
See, okay, now Jill, say something because I accidentally unpinned you.
I don't know what's going on.
No, I got it. I got it now. That was my fault. I accidentally backed out of your version of the meeting, so it's fine now. What were you saying, Captain?
No, I got it. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Sorry about that. That was my fault. I accidentally backed out. Of course, tech issues. The show wouldn't be complete unless I had a failure of my own. Now, go ahead, Tenrio.
Yo, what is good, guys? Ethan Ralph. What's up, bro? The Ralph Mail. Joel Davis. What's up, my boy? Yo, Cap. First time meeting you, brother. What's going on?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm cool. I have a question for Cap, of course. I'm here. I'm on Cozy TV as well.
Right.
I'm a member of America First. So, Cap, do you really think that Jews and whites are the same? Do you think they're different people?
I just think they're from a different tribe, but they're the same.
Think they're from a different tribe? You want to elaborate on that?
from a biblical perspective, so-called Jews come from Amalek. So they're just another Edomite. So we look at white people as Edomites and just different tribes, like how you got the 12 tribes of Israel with different tribes. So that's just a tribe. Amalek is that tribe.
Right, and the whites are from a different tribe, but they're
right. They're the same progenitor, so to speak. Like the children of Israel's progenitor is Israel or Jacob. So the white's progenitor is Edomites, and it's just different tribes.
All right, so the whites are Edomites and the Jews are Semites.
They're all Edomites.
All right, so now I do have another question in pertaining to, just the blacks, because I'm black. I'm from New York City, born and raised.
Yeah, I teach in Harlem, man.
Say that again?
I teach in Harlem every Saturday. We're gonna be on 125th and Lennox Ave if you want to come outside tomorrow.
Oh, word, I got family up there.
I'll come see. Yes, outside.
What do you think about what we've been doing, how we've been struggling, these past couple of decades, this past century or so? Let's say, for example, because you did mention segregation, you did mention going back to Africa and just like segregating from the whites, letting them stand out of our way to just achieve a prosperous community, right? So let's say for example, let's give a scenario, right, that they actually do quote unquote step out of our way, and we actually get what we want in terms of no interference from any community, whether it be white, whatever the fuck, right? We have these people stand out of our way to achieve whatever it is that we're accomplishing. What's the plan then?
I think history can teach itself. One correction, I don't want to go back to Africa. I don't like Africans.
You don't like Africans?
Yeah, I don't like Africans at all.
It's crazy because
wait, let me just.
A lot of brothers come waving the flag, waving the African flag, but I think you get it. And
like even when they talk about going back to Africa, right? Just think about that concept. You're gonna move, let's say, 1 million black people in America, and then put them into another land. But people don't realize you're invading another nation's space. And so that nation is not going to take you into their space, because then that represents another problem. So those 1 million people now become this country, whatever country in Africa they go to, is going to be their problem. So I don't believe we got to go back there. But
you against immigration, therefore, from Mexicans and so on into the United States for the same reason?
I'm not against immigration, because the part of Mexico that they're in is because when you whites came over here, you took their land and put them into the worst part of Mexico. New Mexico, Texas, California, all of that was Mexico before y'all came over here. So no, I'm not against immigration at all. Are you against Irish immigrants, Italian immigrants, or you're only against Mexican immigrants?
Only Mexican.
Yeah. See the problem? So just like you don't listen, and you don't have to be for Mexican, and you could be for Irish, just like I could be for Mexican and not for Irish. So I answered your question. Appreciate it.
Yeah, but I'm just curious, because you said that going back to Africa you'd be like invaders, like they have their own way of life, their own ethnic groups.
Right.
And if a bunch of American blacks went there, they would be outsiders and they would disrupt these countries and it could produce hostilities.
Right.
So do you think that's the same thing with all these migrants flooding into all of these white countries?
I look at that from Irish. I look at that from the East Indians. Like, remember when East Indians came in, they put them in the Airbnb. So I'm against all that. I don't look at Mexicans that way because they're already on their land. So I don't look at Mexicans, Native Indians, Taino.
Okay, so Mexicans one way, but like all the other groups, because a lot of the immigrants are from
India,
China.
So I'm against African immigrants. I'm against anybody that's not my people coming over here, if that makes it clean. So East Indians, Africans, Asians, I would be against all that, but I'm just not against.
What if a Mexican moves up to New York? Would you say get the fuck back to Texas?
No, man. I would say you want to get in class, you want to learn, you want to be a brother, you want to build up this nation. That's what I would say. Because Mexicans are my brothers.
So you want to take over? You want to take over?
Oh, so you got just like Black Mexican alliance thing going on.
Well, I don't really want to take over. No. Actually, it's not a hostile takeover. So to go back to answer the question, history teaches itself. So when they so-called freed the slaves during segregation, all we did without the truth, what I mean by truth, without the truth of the Bible, when all we had was us, We didn't kill each other. Our families weren't separated. We weren't drug dealers because we knew we didn't have that dependency that was created for us. Slavery represented a certain dependency. We knew where our food came from. Even as we're going through hell, we knew where our food came from, our clothing came from, etc. Now when we're so-called free, we have to fend for ourselves.
You know where this came from?
Wait, hold on one second. And so once we realized we had to fend for ourselves and provide our own shelter, our own education, we did just that. So when you go into the late 1800s, the early 1900s, when the white man was going through his Great Depression, black people were going through a utopia, establishing their cities, establishing their families, establishing their education, establishing everything. So if we had that same opportunity, that same history would take the same precedence. Because when I say segregation, if the white man separates from us, then he has to take his drugs away too. He has to take his abortion away too. He has to take all of those things that were put in place for us. Take the welfare away, take all of that away, and just let us come together.
What's that got to do with the Mexicans though? Like, why do you see the Mexicans as your brothers?
Gotcha. So M&J, what we teach from a biblical perspective is that the blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, we're all the same nation of Israel. Different tribes, but the same nation. So a Dominican, a Haitian, a Puerto Rican, a Guatemalan, Mexican over here would be considered one of the tribes of the nation of Israel, so they would be my brother. When you see me
the
say,
genetic basis for that doesn't seem to be quite clear. I mean, there is a lot of difference physically between Mexicans and Africans.
a
Mexican would probably have more genetically in common with a Filipino
hey,
than
Joel,
with an African.
Let me correct you. We're not African, though. Like,
yeah, but you descend from Africa, right?
No,
like
we don't. No, we don't. We descend
That's
from.
where where the slaves come from.
I'm glad you asked that. So before I answer that part, we descend from Jacob, who is the patriarch for the 12 tribes of the nation of Israel. In the Bible, we are the children of the book. When you go into an ancient map system during the time of slavery, where they took us from, which is the west coast of Africa, it would say land of Judah, because we knew exactly who we were before we came over here and were denied to keep our identity and culture. So you see instances of oral tradition of them knowing that they were Israelites. Harriet Tubman and her whole family knew that they were Israelites. So Africans and Israelites are not the same people. Biblically, Africans would come from a Hamitic stock. Biblically, Israelites come from a Shemitic stock, two different lines. So just because we were exported from that land doesn't mean we're the people.
Wait, so you think that the Mexicans, the Puerto Ricans, and American blacks are all related, but you're not related to the black people that live in Africa today?
Correct.
They're from a different group.
They're from a different tribe.
Okay. Well, this is some wild shit.
There's a point to be made about that, and it's like I was saying before. It's like, if we do all segregate back to Africa, we still have the whole problem of, we're the losers of the tribal wars. Like, there are many different tribes in Africa. There are many different countries.
And you know why we're the
we're the losers overall first. And let me finish my point. And second of all, I'll say this, let's say we do come from Israel. We are the blacks are truly God's chosen people, right? So wouldn't that be more or less a example of us, teaming together and really, really knowing who our true enemy is? Those who claim they are God's chosen people, those who claim, they are Semitic.
Yeah, so when we don't understand the reason why we lose what you say is a tribal war is because we don't understand what loyalty is. My envy of like a guy like M&J is that M&J is loyal to his cause. If you listen to this debate that we had, he's so loyal to it that he doesn't care what crime they commit as long as it results in him winning because he's loyal to that cause. Black people don't know what loyalty is. We've lost that. If you go before the 1960s, before like immigration came in, Black people knew exactly what loyalty was. They knew you needed to stay in the house, you had to raise them kids, you had to protect your community, you had to protect your own. Integration came, feminist movement came, drugs came, and we lost what that sense of loyalty was. And that's the only reason we lose. You lose. Listen, I've seen, like, black people have been fighting for civil rights since the 1960s, have not got nothing. And then I've seen the Asians come, and when Joe Biden got in office, got an anti-Asian bill passed because Asians was loyal to Asians. When we learn,
I'll say this.
When we learn what a sense of real loyalty to black people is, we'll realize we don't have to cry to the white man for everything. We can just be, I'll try to be short. When you talk about black business economics, the dollar runs out of the black community to go to other nations. Whereas back during like Black Wall Street, it would take a year for that dollar because black people had a sense of loyalty. Our solution does not involve fighting white people, arguing with white people. It just comes with having a sense of loyalty and love to black people. A year.
All right, now go ahead, Tenry.
So you do mention that all the money is the dollar is leaving the black communities, leaving America in general, because that's where it's really leaving from, and they're going to foreign aid, foreign countries, things like that. But you got to ask yourself the question. It begs the question: where's the money going? How much is what country is obtaining the most? And that's the country of Israel. That is Israel, like straight up and straight down, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So who's pretending that they are God's chosen people currently? Those who call themselves Semitic, those who are Khazarians, those who are Ashkenazis, right? So it's like we've been at this whole war back and forth with whites having a chip on our shoulder, having an anvil, a cinder block for decades, for years. We've been led astray. We've been lied to. We've even been held at as many certain standards. We've even had spoils like dangling over our heads, like, hey, you see with like all of the degenerate rap music, for example, hey, I'll make you famous if you do this. Okay, who owns all of these things? Who owns the banks? Who owns the media? Who owns the record labels? Who owns all of this stuff that is currently, you talk about feminism, you talk about drugs going into our communities. Yeah, it all stems from one source. You have to know what that source is. You have to know who your true enemy is. Malcolm X has been fighting for our rights for a very long time, and he mentioned this. He brought it to the mainstream, This is why I'm a part of America First. This is why I'm a part of that movement. I see Nicholas J. Fuentes as the modern Malcolm X. He is the one that's actually speaking the truth on these things, and no one else is canceled nowhere near as much as he is. You could bring up all of these people, Andrew Tate, all these other influencers, nowhere near the amount, because he knows who the real enemy is, right? And I don't mean enemy like, hey, we go out and kill somebody or anything like that. I mean, this is a spiritual war. This is a psychological war, and we don't know who our enemy is. You got most blacks, 90% of blacks in our communities do not know. They have no idea. Even Malcolm made that mistake in unfortunately putting blacks and whites in the same category. He wanted to be, separatist. He wanted to be for our people. I feel that, but overall, he made the mistake. He made the greatest mistake of not siding with other people that have the same issues. We all have one enemy. I yield.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Great call, by the way.
Like what's kind of striking about this belief system to me is, it just seems like a very convenient mythology for bringing together
the Jewish people.
What you just put forward. It's like a very kind of convenient mythology, but from my understanding of like the actual genetic differences between groups, the idea that you guys are all related. I mean, do you think that the genetics? Do you therefore dispute genetic modeling and say that there's something like there's some conspiracy or something in the genetic modeling? Because from what I understand, genetic similarity between you and a black person from Africa is going to be much closer than between you and any Mexican.
That's a lot,
right? Or or whatever. There might be some kind of Hispanics that have some African ancestry because they were, obviously slavery wasn't just in the United States of America; it was all over the place in the Americas, and so there's African genes everywhere. But I'm just kind of like curious, like how you rationalize that. Like, have you?
There's more genetic differences between Africans and Black people than Africans and white people. Excuse me, than Black people and white people. So that's not true what you're saying.
Well, no, but I am more genetically similar scientifically to every other white person than any non-white person.
No,
that's just how it works.
No. That ain't what I'm saying. You are closer to white people, right? Because you're all the same tribe. Melanated people don't make you the same. It's a lot of melanated people. You got all the Hamitic races or African races. You got Arabs that got melanin. You got East Indians. You got Hawaiian. All these people, just because you got melanin, don't make you the same. You guys are the anomaly.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying
we see
how you're related to Mexicans and so on. It's like you guys are very distinct.
Yeah, but there's nothing that says that we all have to look alike. That's not how it works.
Well, that's kind of how it works with genetics. Like usually, if you're more genetically related, you look more similar. It's kind of how it works.
Right, but you haven't examined the genetics between the nations that you mentioned to say whether we're closer to one than the other. You basing it all off assumptions and science.
No, I have.
I'm about to get
I have looked at the genetics.
They're gonna give me the information. So when it says larger genetic differences between Africans and between Africans and Eurasians, we're not the same.
No, there is a lot of genetic diversity within Africans, but Africans are more similar to each other than to any outside.
By the way, they do the studies. We're not the same. Stop. Like you.
No, I'm not disputing that there's a lot of genetic diversity within Africans, within blacks. There is a lot of genetic diversity. What I'm saying is that they're more similar. They're more related to one another than they are to any other group.
You would have to substantiate that. You're making a statement because they're not. We're not close.
That's what my understanding is. I didn't come in here with to have a debate about this, so I didn't prepare notes or anything. But my understanding.
But having an understanding, like you and I both can have an understanding, and then there's science. And so if
that's what I'm asking you because from what I understand, there isn't significant genetic similarity whatsoever between Mexicans and American blacks. It would be if you guys were all descended from the same tribe.
No, I never said we were descended from the same tribe. I said we're from the same nation.
Or the same nation. Same
right.
nation.
So the tribe of Issachar and the tribe of Judah or the tribe of Benjamin, they could have started off the same, and then as they travel and venture out, they could become different, but they're still family. So for us, from a biblical perspective, the Mexicans are from the tribe of Issachar. So let's say the West Indians, they would be from the tribe of Benjamin. Me, I'm from the tribe or black, so-called blacks are from the tribe of Judah. When people do the whole African thing, it's just like, well, they was taken from Africa, so they must be African. That don't even make sense because if white people are exported from Africa, you're not gonna say they're African. I think Angelina Jolie, Elon Musk is a damn African by citizenship. Nobody's gonna say he's white. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah, sure. I'm not trying to. I'm not really. I'm more trying to understand the relationship between you guys and the Mexicans. The Mexicans must have by your theory. Like, let's just say for the sake of argument, I don't believe your theory, but let's just say we'll accept it for the sake of argument. If the Mexicans are from the same nation, they must have miscegenated a lot with other humans that are native to other regions. To be able to become that different over this.
But just so you know, like when it comes to like genetics, or I know sometimes when I have conversations like this with people, they bring up like DNA, like ancestry and stuff like that. We don't base this off of genetics. Our base is off the Bible and then historical history. So for Taino Indians, for example, you can find Hebrew stones. Mexicans, you can find Hebrew writing, them carrying a culture. The Cubans or Puerto Ricans, you can see there's a book called Lost Tribes in Promised Land, for example, where you can see that they say, I myself am from the tribe of Joseph, from the tribe of Reuben. And my brother Joseph is on an island nearby. So when you actually go throughout history, you'll hear them say that they are descendants of the tribes of Israel. Long before I was alive, long before my organization existed. So when you do the historical research and line it up with the Bible, that's how we substantiate who they are. We didn't do this by picking and say, yeah, I want the Mexicans to be this, and I want this to be this, and I want that to be that. We just go by what the truth of the scriptures say and history that backs it up. That's how we do it.
But don't you think it's kind of convenient how somehow all of these tribes just all ended up in the Americas?
I would call it prophecy.
And even though and then we look at the genetic modeling and we find that they're all their genetic source, like the genetic modeling seems to suggest a radically different history. They have radically different source populations.
The transatlantic slave trade, where would you say it started?
When did it start?
Yeah, or where? Where did you say it started? Where would you say?
Well, wasn't it just from like Eastern Africa to like the Caribbean?
That's kind of like the common history. The history is like transatlantic slave trade started from Africa to America, right? But really, the transatlantic slave trade started from America to Spain first. When Columbus came over here, he took the Taino Indians, 1,100 of them, brought them over to Spain first in the transatlantic slave trade. And then once they saw that 300 survived, they said, okay, that's good business. And then they started exporting blacks from west coast of Africa, or the Israelites from west coast of Africa into America. We share that. Like, we share that collectively. Even the Native Indians and Hispanics coming over here to America, when you read 2nd Ezra, the 13th chapter, you see that how they even got here to the Americas. So we line up the Bible, that's 2nd Ezra 13, verses 40 through 48, and then Deuteronomy 28 and 68, when it talks about the children of Israel going into slavery or Egypt again with ships. So we take that biblical reference, we use historical data, and then we line them up, and then that's how we determine who the children of Israel was. Or, because if I'm not an Israelite, I wouldn't even read the Bible. I don't even know why people read the Bible if you're not an Israelite. If you're not an Israelite, the Bible is not for you. That's a difference.
It's an interesting belief system. I've never been able to talk to someone with it before, so that's why I'm just trying to ask.
Yeah, I figured, that's why when I noticed, when I seen like where you were going with it, like you had questions, I said, okay, let me answer some of his questions to dispel some of them. And that's what separates us from the so-called Jew. He's not a Jew at all, never been a Jew. He's a liar. Right. Hey, Ralph, I did this debate with this Assyrian Jew one time, this guy, and I pulled out the Nazi. We got that book here? I pulled out the Hitler book.
I remember.
Remember that, Ralph? So I pulled out the Hitler book Nazi when he had the picture of the so-called Jew, and he called him the bastard. I said, this is what they think of y'all, because they're not the Jewish man at all. But if you ever ask them who's like the tribe of Naphtali or Issachar or Benjamin or anything like that, they're not going to have an answer for you, because they're imposters. They converted like around 600 AD or 500 AD, one of those times. That's when they converted to that culture. So they're imposters. We are the ones that are actually them. And that's why when guys like Kanye or Kyrie or any black person mentions that we're the children of Israel, it becomes a threat to the so-called Jew, because he doesn't want the truth to come out. See, now when we get into this type of conversation, M&J, you're going to be like, yeah, Cap, we kind of close and shit. You know what I mean? So that's how we feel about that.
Now, you brought this up, and it led me to this question I forgot to ask you.
Right. Hey, before you do that, Ralph, the king that converted them is King Bulan of Tazaryach. He's the king that converted them to what we today know as Judaism.
F1 Groiper says, Captain, what did you think of Ye when you talked to him in the clubhouse space?
What I thought of Ye was that, well, before I interviewed him, because I interviewed Kanye, and before I interviewed him, I was watching his videos, and most people was concerned about the controversy between him and Adidas, and if he was crazy and stuff like that. When I was watching him, I saw like a man that really wanted to express his spiritual side. And so when I interviewed him, it was me, and unfortunately a homosexual. I had no control over who was the other person interviewing him. A damn queer was interviewing him, but I wanted to be a part of the interview, so I didn't have no choice.
You know what's funny is I was covering it live, and then they brought you on. I was like, "That's Captain Tazaryach." What? You were watching it live, and I was like, "Wow!" It's blowing my
Why is
mind.
this always a condition with Kanye that you've got to like associate with a faggot to associate with him?
Yeah, I don't know why. So the guy that set up the interview with Kanye, his name is Back 100. And I didn't know that I was going to do the interview at all. And the guy Wack calls me up and says I'm going to do the interview. So I thought it was going to just be me and Kanye at the time. But then the homo comes, and now he's a part of it too. And I talked to him. So I talked to the homo because I want to make sure we don't have no type of conflict in doing the actual interview because, I'm against homosexuality. So as we're doing the interview, they was kind of asking him like superficial questions. And me and Kanye is talking, and Kanye tells me this joke. And I didn't laugh at the joke because the joke wasn't really that funny. And I was like, So he was like, "No, you want to have a real conversation." And that moment, that's when I asked him about how does he feel about how he's being represented and how does he feel about the Jewish man. And then when he answers that question, that's when the room went boom. I wish it hadn't because then we could have got to maybe like the meat and potatoes of what he really wanted to talk about. So I really, I'm mad that the interview stopped, but I was grateful for the opportunity that I had to do.
For those who don't know, they took it down off Clubhouse and the whole thing.
Yeah.
Basically, and it was just getting good too. Actually, like you said, and then they cut it off, and it was like, oh my god.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I was mad as hell about that.
Yeah, and it was a big spot too. A lot of people.
A lot of people talking about it. Yeah. If I could have kept asking them and we could have kept going, man, that could have been a wonderful interview.
Well, I'm not just saying this because you're a guest on my show fairly often, but that was the most interesting part of that, and it was just starting to get good, and it was like,
yeah.
So anyway,
I'm glad to hear that. Listen, I'm glad to hear that you streamed it, man. I was like, okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah, we did. We streamed that, and it was
hard.
hard.
White people don't love me, man. White people love me, man.
we had to get that on the air, and it was hard too. I had to plug in my Bluetooth to stream from Clubhouse and all this stuff. But
man, that's good. I appreciate that.
All right, now I think we have one more caller. If you want to get in here now. We're headed towards home here. Go ahead, Revanchist.
I probably got about 10 more minutes, Ralph. If that's
cool. That's
right.
right. Yeah, go ahead, Revanchist.
Hey, Ralph, thanks for taking the call. I had a couple questions for Captain.
Sure.
Yeah, how you doing, man?
I'm good to go. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
All right.
I wanted to challenge you to not go to the dictionary for these questions. You say things like, Black people learned rape and murder from whites. Is this like some slogan, or do you actually believe that Blacks didn't rape and murder before coming into contact with whites?
Well, I don't believe that Black people didn't murder or do any crimes before they came in contact with whites. What I'm doing is holding whites accountable for what they created when we came over here. Because they took away our identity. They took our way of life. So we don't, to be honest, like, I can't speak for what they did or didn't do before we came over here in America because no one knows. But what I do know is that our names were changed, our identity was changed, our culture was changed, our way of life was changed. So everything we learned in America, we learned from white people. That's why I say that.
Right. Well, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. I mean, obviously,
I like this dude. Hey, what's your name, man? What's your name?
I'm Revanchist Dave. What's up?
No, I like you. I'm saying I like this dude. I just wanted to get your name. That's all. Nothing special.
I'm sorry. I'm just messing with you, man.
I'm messing with you back. Yeah,
what's that?
I said I'm messing with you back.
Yeah.
That's not that serious, man.
Just get your point out, white boy. Come on. We need to hear. We need to hear what bullshit. Oh, I like this nigga.
One nigga just went on the house.
Like Black. I didn't hear you say things that like Black people learned rape and murder from white people. I think that's classic Black narcissism. And you know that too.
How can a Black be narcissist though?
What's that?
How can a Black person be on this particular subject? How can a Black person be narcissist in comparison to white people?
Well, that's like a common thing in America. I mean, you have this endless footage of Black people going into stores and looting and shoveling valuable electronics into carts. And you have all these videos of Black
people. Wait, y'all burning down police stations though.
People blame that on white people. That's just crazy.
I didn't blame that. Wait, I think you're confusing. I didn't blame when Black people loot on white people. I just said where we learned it from. You confused. How old are you? You don't mind me asking. How old are you?
Are you saying? But so are you saying that black people were too stupid to figure out that it's possible to rape and loot and murder without seeing a white person do it first?
You said, is that what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm asking you a question. Do you think black people were too stupid to realize that it's possible to steal shit and rape and kill people? The idea just never crossed their mind until they saw a white man doing it.
Y'all, hey, M&J, y'all evil, man. I just want to point that out first. But what I want to say, is I never said that they never did any of that.
So then how would they have learned it from us if they already knew?
Because have you heard of buck breaking? Have you ever heard of that term?
I don't want to get sucked into these weird.
Wait. Don't ask questions.
Somebody actually sent that in earlier, and I skipped it. But
yeah. So what I'll show you when you say what did we learn? So when blacks were over here in slavery, white men slept and raped black women. White men raped black men. White men pitted black people against each other. White men killed.
I mean, looking at you, you got some milk in your chocolate, so there probably was a white man that raped a black woman at some point.
Listen, now he's glorifying rape. You hear that?
I'm not glorifying anything. I didn't say what
This is how demonic a white man is, and I'm gonna tell you how stupid he is. Rape does not qualify pregnancy. A woman can only get pregnant if she's ovulating. Rape does not, even the percentage of having a baby from rape is less than 1%. So if you're gonna speak intelligent. I make this oil. I have a business, right? This is a sidebar. I have an oil and butter business. One of the oils I have is called Unfuckwittable. And my nigga Joel is learning. I am unfuckwittable. That's what he's learning right now. There's nothing you can say that broken to me, dude. But I can show you how ignorant you are. Because when you bring that up, the percentages of rape that go to pregnancy is less than 1%, so your argument is stupid. But to answer the other
cat, an argument.
To answer the other cat's question, I never said we didn't do it. I just said where we learned it from. And you asked how. Buck breaking.
Yeah, so then the implication, if you
like, we didn't come over here and start. We
didn't come over here and start is that black people were stupid to even thought that it was possible to commit crimes until they saw a white man doing it. And
another
example. Wow, I never thought of that.
Emmett Till, the white woman lied on Emmett Till. So we even learned lying from y'all.
Oh, because you never, no black man ever lied. Every black man only knew that the truth was possible.
You know what we got in America?
White man can lie. Wow, this is revolutionary.
You know what we got in America? We got a reset button of everything we had in Africa because you took it away. You took away culture, identity, name. So you can't take all of that away. And then as we watching you, as we grow up, as we children, watching this nasty oppressor do all the evil things that he's doing to us, and then we learn that culturally. You can learn that genetically. There's a study.
You know what? You still have a slave mindset, man. You still have a slave mindset. You're not actually taking
you know how free I am?
Your own agency. You're blaming the white man for your own innate potential.
That's not true, because what I said in the beginning of this conversation, I said I'm never absolving anybody for what they did. You have to point out the root, and then you create the solution. So me talking about history, he asked me a historical question. So me pointing out history is not me absolving black people for what they do today. I'm
saying the white man taught you how to do these things as if these things are inherent, innate human potential.
No, hey, you know what?
All people have the ability
whipping kids,
to rape, to murder.
You know, slavery passes down generationally. Now I'm gonna educate you some more. Let's say you take a pregnant woman. Right? And this is a psych study. It said, this is a 2018 review. It said they found that evidence that trauma can be passed between generations epigenetically, which means that trauma experienced by an ancestor might affect the way your genes are expressed. This is a psych central. So when you take a woman that's pregnant, right? You take a woman that's pregnant, she got a kid in her stomach, and then she's getting oppressed. Whether it's oppressed or not, let's say if she has a horrible pregnancy, what happens to her happens to the child, and then it passed down. So slavery has genetic principles that have passed down. I just read it. So this ain't about making excuses for what we've done, but this is also not about absolving the killer for what he did to the victims, or the one that kidnapped what he did to the ones that are kidnapped. Because let's say if someone harms someone and you don't want them to get harmed again, you're going to point out the person that did the harm. You're going to teach that person, but this person's nature is like this. This is what you have to do to avoid them. So when we go out on the street and teach, what we teach is, yeah, the white man did this, but we're doing this today. You shouldn't be a murderer. You shouldn't be a drug dealer. You shouldn't be a homosexual. You shouldn't be none of those things. So we don't justify crime. I'm not like M&J. M&J, because he believes in his party, justifies the crime that Trump committed. He feels Trump should have not even gotten arrested. Trump should not have gotten arrested. We'll let you know, he don't even care about the government. The government arrested Trump, and he's against the government that arrested Trump. From my perspective, if Trump was black and committed a crime, he's supposed to get locked up for that crime. He's supposed to get locked up. He's supposed to go to jail, and whatever he's convicted of, he serves out that. Now, if he's not convicted, if he's innocent, then he should be able to go free. So we don't absolve it, but we just point out the person that caused it and the person that's still living it. That's the only way they heal. A rapist, a victim of rape, can't get over being raped until they face the trauma.
It's a pretty big difference, though, between being a homosexual or a murderer and just mishandling some documents, right? Mishandling documents is not of anywhere near the same gravity.
You talking about
deny the political.
He love Trump. He loves Trump. You got to defend that nigga.
Why wouldn't I defend him? Why? Of course,
why wouldn't I? He said, why wouldn't I defend him? Good job. Good job. I think you should, man. Keep going. You're doing a good job.
Yeah. The point is act. If Trump was a homosexual, I wouldn't be defending that because I would find it detestable.
Right.
If he's mishandling documents, I don't give a shit. He can mishandle as many documents as he wants. If he wants to, if he didn't do an insurrection, I'm upset. January 6th was cut. Like if he actually did overthrow the government and install a Trump dictatorship, that would have been literally the greatest thing ever. Unfortunately, he followed too many rules.
Say that part again, M&J. Say that part again. What you just said. Say it again one more time.
I don't need to say it again. You heard what I said.
He's not trying to get clipped.
Nah, he on Rumble. They good on Rumble. You can say whatever you want over there. They straight. You keep going. But you done? Hey man, I got like 3 more minutes, Ralph. That's fine. I gotta get up out of here, man.
Yeah, because it's about the greater good. It's about ultimately a political system. A system of laws is instantiated by political authorities. And if those political authorities are corrupt, which they are in the United States,
what is corruption? Isn't corruption subjective? Because don't they think Trump is corrupt? That's why they think that paperwork he had.
Well, let me list what's wrong with the regime. The regime.
What regime we talking about? So we can be clear.
The American US government.
The left. Y'all call them the left, right?
Yeah, but I'm against the establishment, the political establishment in the United States.
Are you against like Joe Biden? Like Joe Biden and is white. So are you against them as white, or are you against the political party they represent?
Well, Joe Biden has no loyalty to the white race, so I have no loyalty to him.
So you're against Joe. So you don't like black people. You don't like white people either.
I don't have a problem with black or white people because of their inherent characteristics, but I am loyal to my people, and I have a problem with my fellow whites who aren't loyal to our people.
And loyalty is letting criminals get away with crimes.
No, because the regime itself is criminal. The regime itself is criminal. So obeying its laws have no sanction fundamentally. You only obey the laws.
Laws have no sanctions.
It's a righteous regime.
Coming out of him
then its laws become worth obeying. But this is a regime that says it's legal to kill your own child. in the womb. This is a regime that says homosexuals can get married.
Hey, when Trump was in
This is a
office,
regime
when Trump was in office,
pays people to
hey, when
get
Trump was in
transgender
office,
operations.
you abort your baby. When Trump was in office.
Well, I think that's a problem.
No,
I'm not
I do agree with you that
Trump supporter, but it's like the only option on the table relative to other options. But I criticize Trump a lot. I mean, ultimately Trump.
But I agree with you.
As I said.
I agree with you with abortion and homosexuality. Those core principles. I don't think you're against homosexuality because you're a Catholic though. Right. I don't really think you're. No.
This is just a pointless.
You gotta denounce Catholicism because they molest boys.
I'm not denouncing Catholicism.
$300 billion is a lot of money.
Homosexuality is a sin, according to Catholicism.
Not to Roman. No, it's not. How is homosexuality a sin and they molesting boys, paying them $300 billion? How is it a sin? It's not a sin to them.
I don't understand why you can't understand this.
It's a secret to them, though. It's a secret.
You know, I'm not going to denounce.
They're getting the altar guild.
It's been a lot of fun, and I know we got to wrap.
Yeah, I got to wrap up. I do got to wrap up.
I'm not going to denounce.
Hey, I just got one quick question.
I'm going to let you get the first final word, Captain.
Okay.
And Joel get the second since you let off. But go ahead.
Joel, before I do that, was you an altar boy?
No, I was not an altar boy. I was not raised Catholic.
You better thank God you wasn't on it. You got part of that $3 billion. Hey man, Ralph, I appreciate you having me on this show. I
ain't the one who's still buck broken, man.
I would absolutely look. You touch it. Why are you talking about my closing? Why are you talking? It's a closing time now, man. I told you I'm unfucking.
You want to jab? I'll fucking
jab on your time though. You got to jab on. Look at.
I'm crying to me.
You got to jab on your time. Come on, why did you throw it up? Jab on your time, man.
Tell them where to find you and tell us anything else you want to tell us here at the end. I appreciate you coming on. Thank you.
I gave you a whole nickname, man. Be thankful. Yeah, if you want to come to the barbecue, man. Hey, listen. Hey, it's always a pleasure being on Killstream, man. Me and Ralph have known each other maybe about 3 or 4 years now. I love being a guest on the show. I love the debates. I love having a conversation. I love the freedom of even having a conversation. So anytime Ralph reaches out to me and want to do a show, I think it's good. Joel, excellent conversation. I appreciate your genuine honesty in the questions that I asked. I look forward to if you ever want to have this dialogue again, maybe a different subject or something like that. I'm all for it. I'm Captain Tazaryach of ISUBK under Command General Hunter, and that's my time, and I'm done.
Thank you so much. And you mentioned every couple months. Maybe we'll try to do something again before the
summer. Definitely. Before September's over. I would say maybe in September let's do something else.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. And I appreciate it again for you coming on. I appreciate you coming on as well, Joel Davis. I would consider you a friend, and got to know you a little bit this year. And you were very nice to me during a time when I was pretty down, and I think everybody knows what I'm talking about. So I appreciate that just on a personal level, and I appreciate you doing the show tonight and being generous with your time. And tell people where to find you and what you're working on or anything else here at the end.
Yeah, so you can find me. I have a YouTube channel at youtube.com/@JoelDavisVideos. You can find me on YouTube. I'm also on cozy.tv/JoelDavis. You can also, I have a second YouTube channel which is directed towards Australian news. A show I do with my colleague Blair Cottrell, which is if you're interested in Australian politics, basically from a white nationalist perspective, you can go to youtube.com/@JoelandBlair and find the Joel and Blair show. I also have a Telegram and a Twitter, and my handle on both Telegram and Twitter is Joel Davis X. Put an X on the end because unfortunately Joel Davis was taken.
I don't think so. Go ahead, finish your farewell here. I knew he was going to chime in. Go ahead. Joel Davis X on Telegram. Is that the same on Twitter as well?
Correct.
He changed that.
What am I going to do? Now, cozy.tv/Joel. I'm completely thrown off now. You know what? Thank you.
White man gonna steal an X too.
Oh, wait. So all the stuff you do that is bad, that comes from us. But all the stuff that isn't bad, we took it from you. That's basically how it works, right?
He heard. I'm just talking about the letter.
The letter. The letter X is yours.
I didn't get the
Entirely.
dictionary, man. But you just tell me somebody that was called X that was not a Muslim.
My name is just Joel.
Now,
Put an X on the end because it's an elegant way of maintaining the brand.
My nigga Joel Ben X. Just put a kufi on your head, man. Get some bean pies. Get out there, man. Do it, man. I would say do it. Hey, blow yourself up. 70 virgins and shit. You go blow yourself up.
Don't do that. I just about tears them, but thank you both for coming on.
Hey, no sweat, man. I appreciate it. Wow, many times.
Thank you, guys. I'll talk to you both soon. Have a good one. Be safe out there.
I think I'm still live. Hey, man, let me stop sharing the screen. Now we back on to me. Hey, man, that was probably before we close out. That was like the funniest, honest, interesting. I don't know, man. Funny debate. Listen, that when he thought he had that point with the FBI,
I told you he was going to bring
it up.
I told you.
And he thought, listen, when I said that's arrests, not convictions, even Ralph had to come on there and kind of help try to save him and scramble. But they never brought it out because it's only arrests, it's not convictions. And when you pair it with the convictions being overturned, now that means the arrest that was coming
even less. Even less. And I when I heard he was Australian, I knew because the Australians, they follow white conservatism.
Right.
So I knew what his argument was going to be.
Yeah, that was rough. That was ugly, man. That was ugly, man. Shout out to Crossing Line Radio. Shout out to Karab, Yawawa. The newly soon-to-be officer, when he take his officer's test, man, these brothers came out here and rock. Where how y'all at? What are you sleep? Oh, man, I ain't man, it was an excellent fire-ass show, as usual. I'm kind of running the gauntlet. Tuesday, y'all gonna see me back at it. I got another debate Tuesday versus Michael Holloway. Speaking of Michael Holloway and them rolled up on IUIC in Detroit. They said they tired of IUIC rolling up on camps. Rolling up on churches. So now they rolling up on IUIC. They rolled up on the IUIC camp with the battle. So if they trying to battle them, they made a point to say that they wanted to have a sit down with them, but IUIC won't. So coming soon in August, you're gonna see myself going to Detroit where Michael Holloway and them are, and we'll go to their church and we'll sit down and we'll go rob the church like the scriptures say. Right, so that's coming up in August. That's what we got. Mika is stupid. So with that, I appreciate y'all coming out. We're gonna go ahead and close this out until Tuesday. That's the next debate. Shalom, Israel. Right. That was ugly, man.
That was gangster.
That was.
Hey, bro, Cap, I know niggas that's BGF. I know niggas that's Muslims. I know all kind of shit.
God.
He brought it back to our home front.
Yep.
That's just real shit.
Real shit.
I got motherfuckers that, you know what I'm saying, that this is the first time in history, bro.
Yeah, you could have picked anybody.
Bro, this is the first time in history we had a KKK nationalist sitting at the table with anything that represented our blackness. Real shit. On a face-to-face real debate. It's never happened.
Damn.
From slavery to motherfucking the Martin Luther King era, Malcolm era,
right.
It never has happened.
That's right.
Cap, this is real shit. Nigga, you finna go down in the books about this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We didn't have the nose and nose, religious, brothers. We ain't had that. But this? Nah, we ain't had this, bro.
That's right. Yeah, everybody to rock this shit, man. You let me know.
We ain't had this one. And I think, Cap, I'm gonna be real. I don't think he coming ignorant. He coming intellectual.
Nah, he not. He don't come intellectual. Right.
On their ideology of whatever that is.
Right.
And I don't think the way to beat him is to go head to head with your ideology of what we are, right? You gotta beat him when you got to poke holes and shit he say on what they believe, and he can't stand up to the answer. He can't answer.
Yeah, that's definitely.
You got to do more research. See, we know that we don't need you researching our shit.
Right, I've been researching the nigga since you told me about it.
You got to research they shit. They believe. You got to listen to the shit he done spoke on, and then you got to find the holes in that.
Right.
Because one thing about them, they force feed shit to justify they wicked shit.
Right. Yeah, I've been watching them since you mentioned it, because I didn't know when it would happen, so I just had to be prepared. So I've been watching them since then. What was that, like March or something? You first mentioned it to me?
And I'm gonna get this. Listen, we're gonna make sure I make a grand entry of this shit. I ain't lying. I'm gonna have a couple of my Damu partners. I'm gonna have a couple of my Crip partners, a couple of my Nation of Islam partners. That's what's escorting you in there. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I'm pulling up. What up?
Yeah, we gonna walk. We gonna make sure the escort is representing. So that way, when he come with that, you can say, "You see what I walked in with?"
Right.
I know what's going on. Like it's going on in your community. You know, y'all doing heroin and drugs, and y'all doing shit too over there. Actually, y'all got the highest motherfucking rate of all the shit. But I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I got some blood, Parus, Crips, Nation of Islam. That's what walked me in here. Shit, our unity is all right. On some real shit. Oh, this gonna be big, Cap. I've been Cap. I ain't gonna lie. It's been a fight for it. I've been fighting.
I know it. Listen, I know it has. I know you've been fighting your ass off. Right.
Yo, what? We want to do this. That's cool. We can do that, but we need to schedule this.
Right. Right. And I think it'll benefit, even like to have a conversation. I think will benefit both sides too. Especially after we win.
Real
shit.
What I mean? Real shit. It's gonna be a good one.
Looking forward to it.
It's gonna be a good one, boy.
Shit gonna be fire.
What's crazy about it is, I'm gonna sit back and watch, because this is a time that I don't give a fuck if you're a Cap fan, a Hebrew Israelite fan or not. Motherfucker, you better know where to stand at.
Right. Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Can't be wishy-washy on this
is
shit
when I be looking at our people crazy. I be like, hey, listen, motherfucker. Okay. Your ass going, you going in the cage regardless over there.
Right.
You like, so what you telling me? You standing against this for that?
Right. For no reason other than you just don't want to fuck with us.
Yeah, fuck
like,
all
that. Shit don't make sense, right? That shit don't make sense.
Fuck all that. Now them other dudes, them little pond dudes who didn't listen to you, they gonna be mad. You know, like, yo, I'm telling y'all, every time y'all run over there and fuck with him, you running into a trap.
Right.
Y'all, he know what he doing. Y'all don't know what's going on.
Remember, I said that shit. I said it on the live. I was mad at the motherfuckers for even fucking with you.
That nigga said, me and Wack gonna be all right. He don't give a fuck about y'all. Y'all just content.
Yo, and they kept coming even after I tried to warn them. I said, listen, man, Wack just gonna use y'all niggas. He gonna take whatever y'all say, use the shit against you. I'm trying to help you.
You telling them. You like, hey, I've been in the system over there. I know what.
I know how to
play what ain't go wrong at Cap. This what you realize. You know, they really believe that we all some dumb, stupid motherfuckers, right? That's what I'm telling you, they believe that shit. Because, you know, they got their teachers and all that. We give them that. But I don't think people don't understand. In order to survive the shit we survived and do the things that we had to do to make money and survive, right? There is some form of intelligence, common sense, right? Manipulation and creativity and not wrapped up in all that, right?
Yeah.
That don't equal being ignorant and dumb, right? Now, if you running up on that with just book smarts, your ass in trouble.
Facts.
You gotta be well balanced playing with that side of it. You got to know how to understand that language and see what we doing before we get there. Because if we moving you that way, oh, this motherfucker, he moving me. Oh, it's clear ahead of me. Nigga, you better not run down that road. Well, he wants you to think it's clear.
Yeah, they listen, they walked right into the play. I knew the play today. The minute it happened, I knew the play. I said, I ain't gonna say shit. I'm
That
going
nigga B said, hey, Black, I hope they don't listen to Cap. he said, I hope they don't listen to Cap, Black. I hope they don't listen to Cap. I told them motherfuckers, I said, all right, B, let me go ahead on and line that up. I said, yeah, Cap didn't want me to talk to none of y'all any motherfucking way, so you know.
And you know that.
Oh, they ate that up. They ate that up. They really started talking. I said, you know, I was telling Cap, I want to speak to y'all, and he didn't want me to talk. What? Yeah, man. Why he didn't want me to talk to y'all? Maybe because of this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yo, Wack, we Israelites, but you know, we different from them.
Different.
They got their own. I said, oh yeah? I said, maybe that's why Cap didn't want you to talk. Keep on talking to me.
They start telling you all kind of shit, man.
2 days later, you in the room. Hey, man, I keep telling y'all, you see none of my people is talking to Wack. The more you talk to him, he's going to take your shit and he's going to use it against you. And now, you motherfuckers that went over there and pretty much told him, we divided.
Right. That's it. That's all he did was just show we. If they would have just listened and nobody would have been over there, I could have said, see, we united. We different, but we unite. I can't even make that argument now.
I said, Cap, you niggas is Crips and Bloods. Nigga, what you mean? East side, west side, Hebrew, Israelite, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. That shit fucked me up that they did it. Because they wasn't over there when there wasn't no issue. They didn't come over no shit like that.
I don't know where all them niggas came out from. Them niggas started coming from everywhere. I said, damn, where all these niggas be? I don't even remember them in your room.
Because they wasn't. They was like, well, watch or come in and not come up on the stage. And I tried to invite them. There was a couple of them cats when the one with shit was there. I tried to invite in there. They was like, nah.
Hey, how the homie doing? What's the one everybody fuck with the crazy?
Tazaryach.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he doing good.
Yeah,
he in Texas right now. Yeah, he good.
We fucked out the home.
Yeah,
so Tazaryach, we fuck with Tazaryach.
Yeah, he good. Yeah. I had to tell him about how the play go. But we
that shit was hilarious. We said, and then you telling them, yo, it's about 15 motherfuckers down there with burners and spies. I'm telling you, man, you're giving them too much credit. You like, all right?
All right, listen, I know how this clubhouse shit works, and I know how it's gonna go.
Nah, what it is, you know how our side work.
Right.
They don't know. They ain't figured out. You like, yo, y'all think this nigga stupid. These niggas got a whole motherfucking machine over there. Nigga, this shit is
tell them. I say, run this shit like clockwork. This is what's gonna happen. They're gonna do this, they're gonna do this, they're gonna do that. I said, don't say nothing. Listen, I told my people, I said, I don't care what they say, don't say nothing. So my people ain't say nothing, but the other Israelites, I try to warn them.
I even got that bozo. I got side net. I got his ass good.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we got him. We got Sonnet ass
that's
good.
My boy. That's my boy.
They're not open Monday.
No, they're not. Side my boy though. That's my
Sonnet and took a lot of L's though. Right now,
no. You know what? He wasn't.
No,
he didn't listen to Cap either. Cap tried to warn him, like, Cap, listen, nigga. If you think you just finna sit here and the nigga, that ain't gonna happen.
Sonnet helped us get familiar. Sonnet helped this nigga with the plan to get familiar with the whole conscious community.
Yeah, I try to tell Sonnet about how it work on Clubhouse too. But that's my boy. Sonnet is my boy.
Yeah,
that's my boy.
Oh, that shit was funny. We had a ball.
Yeah.
It was funny. I said, that nigga B said, hey, Wack, hopefully they don't listen to Cap.
Well, Beast had that shit right. He had that one right. They wasn't gonna listen. He had that one right. They did not listen. They refused to listen.
They hate on Cap. They don't listen. They want to prove Cap wrong. They want to look at Bruce B. Said he doesn't talk bad. He said they want to prove Cap wrong, but he's really right now. But they want to prove him wrong.
Right. That's what they wanted to do. They wanted to prove I was wrong for even coming over here and shit like that. And really, they would like to come over here when they could have just came over here.
That nigga is crazy. That shit was incredible.
Yep.
Then the other nigga, he just got a fetish for you. That nigga's.
Which one? Black Jesus?
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
And yo, he didn't realize that the more he did that shit, he reminded me of them weirdos who infatuated with me. I said, this nigga just infatuated with Cap. This nigga. I just want to talk to him. I want to talk to him. I just want to talk to him. I'm like, God damn, nigga.
Yeah, it's some groupies and shit, man.
Like Jesus, I remember where that nigga popped up out of nowhere.
Man.
Out of nowhere, Cap.
Where's that?
I had a couple with them other bitches. What's them? It was a bitch that came.
Where's California?
Oh, it was coming out the woodwork, man. They just knew they had me or some shit, I guess.
Oh man,
Black Jesus was over here for a good week.
Yeah.
Well, hey, that shit. Hey, no, see, Cap is telling them, the more y'all give them, the longer it's going.
Yeah, that's it. And then what I also told her, I said, now when this shit is over, y'all gonna go back to normal, and then I'll be straight. All this shit ain't shit gonna change. Ain't none of this shit gonna change, or none of that shit. I remember when I was doing the interview, Wack texted me while I'm doing the interview. So like, I don't know why people thought it was gonna be that serious, man. It just wasn't that serious. I ain't had no venom or none of that shit.
I'm the shit out of Cap. I said, Cap, they won't listen. Oh shit! That one dude, I could tell he got his lunch money he took when he was little though. That one dude, he wanted to tell the story about they jumped out and they had to get at the Crips in Brooklyn or some shit. He was real.
I don't know who that was.
He was real, and he the one started that private room and started pinging everybody. I said, B, is this nigga really finna get all these people in here for me? Oh my God.
Yeah, they listen. They was.
I turned it into a bunch of one-on-ones, nigga. We recording everything. I said, these niggas is for real. Didn't Cap tell him? Don't tell a nigga nothing. All right.
Yeah, I shut the whole thing down as soon as this shit happened. I said, we ain't saying shit. Just watch. Just watch.
I don't know what it's.
And the shit was rap.
Funny as fuck.
Yeah, that shit was funny as hell. Even after the shit was over, I said, I told y'all niggas. I told y'all this shit was gonna happen. Y'all don't want to listen. Hard headed, man. Simple Simon. I like that shit when Denzel Washington
what it was is
Simple Simon.
Them niggas want to be you.
God.
Yeah, they wanted to be you. That's all that was. Them niggas was like, I'm gonna be the one to take what you telling them, nigga. You niggas can't win with that, nigga. You don't know. He'll go on mute.
Right. He go on mute. He won't say shit. He just sit there, listen to you talk yourself to death. Give up all the information and shit, and then use it against your stupid ass, man.
I remember one for like 30 minutes. I kept saying, nah, that ain't what Cap told us. That's all what? Cap, that ain't what he told us. Well, what did he tell you? He didn't tell us that. What did he tell you? He kept giving me scenarios. I said, this nigga right here.
Because it was like, we gonna teach Wack. We gonna plead with Wack. We gonna get Wack on our side. That's what it was. That's what this shit was saying.
I said, so you telling me Cap teaching is not the right teaching? That's exactly what we telling you. So you telling me the One West dudes a renegade? That's Wack. Now you getting it. I said, oh, okay. So what's the difference between you and him? And then I said, oh, here we go.
And they start laying the shit out. That shit crazy. That shit just bugged out to me, man.
Wait, then we get him right. I said, so the way Cap do his wives, you do him like that too? No, Wack, no. Oh, so he do his wives some kind of way.
Shout out to my wives, man. He's solid. He's solid as shit, man. Shout out to
shit.
That shit funny as hell, man.
Some
of the clips I was hearing, I'm sitting there laughing at these simple niggas is calling for what Wack said. That's what made me do the lives. When I was doing like the Car Chronicles and shit talking, I'm doing the lives on YouTube and shit like that because these niggas wasn't listening. And I'm like, damn, y'all should listen. But they wouldn't listen.
We fall out. I remember what happened. I forgot how it did.
Pushing
the other nigga. No, this is what it was. I'm gonna keep it real,
I
right?
remember y'all took China.
No, the other nigga, right? Listen, I'm gonna be real. He really was going along because Cap was controlling it.
Oh,
But the only one
Tazaryach,
really
whatever his
fuck
name
with us.
is.
Yeah, only one really fuck with us was the other homie. He fucked with it, right? He fucked with it. But that dude, he really didn't fuck with us, but he was just being cordial because of Cap, right? So I had already told Beast, I said, Beast, first time this nigga get out of line, we on his ass, because this nigga right here, I don't know something about this nigga. So we was doing some Tupac shit. I don't know. Y'all know I don't give a
Yeah, it was Tupac, right? It was
so
Tupac.
like, and Cap said it. Cap said, man, Wack don't give a damn about no goddamn Tupac. He just used that shit.
I knew it,
told,
man. Like
he told him, he said, that nigga don't give a goddamn about no damn Tupac. You niggas went for that dumb shit.
Yeah, that's the start.
Yeah, he ain't give a fuck about no Tupac,
He
man.
said,
But he
nigga
knew
don't
he
give a
could push
fuck
that
about no
button.
goddamn Tupac.
Next thing you know, I heard that nigga call him Captain Cha-Cha or something like that.
Oh, no, see, I knew how to get Cap going. I get Cap going with what his nationality is, right? Because he gonna defend that with all he got. He said, why you keep calling him Puerto Rican? Because that's he a white man, Cap. You know that's what it is. Cap said, no, Wack, you're mistaken. Cap, PTR. Look at the picture.
Now then nigga gotta go deep into it, Afro Latina and all this
Yeah,
shit.
yep. I brought his father on the stage, put his father on my PTR.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I put his father. I said, look at his daddy.
I forgot you did.
Yeah, I did that shit.
Oh, man, that shit was hilarious.
And then that was it. Like, once I did that, I said, okay, I see the play. Let me stop.
No, you seen the play.
Yeah, I seen
nigga,
the play.
how y'all
Like,
had that white man on the... Our play was, nigga, how you got a white man in the Israelite.
Right. And so once I seen the play and I put that PTR, I left the room. I told my people, I said, don't go in there. I tried to tell them brothers not to go in there, but they went in there. I mean, they fed him all night. All night they feed him. I remember Reed came in my room. He's like, Cat, you got to come on the other side and explain this shit. I said, nah, I ain't coming over there yet. I'm going to wait. And my plan was to really wait it out. I would have came, but the other Israelites fucked it up. The other Israelites fucked it up. So I just said, I'm going to let the shit roll out.
I told the nigga Beast, I said, Beast, this nigga Cap, this nigga been paying attention to us, Beast.
Like a motherfucker. Like a motherfucker,
right here
man.
know exactly what.
Yeah, I was not falling for that shit, man.
B said, hopefully they don't listen to Cap. Cap's telling them right, but they gonna hate on Cap. I said, we gotta put some insurance on it. Let me go over there and tell them, Cap didn't want me to talk to none. Why Cap didn't want me to talk to y'all? They bit like a big mouth bag.
Now, once they start explaining that shit, they went to a whole spill and just giving you all kind of stupid ass information and shit like that, man. I was mad as hell. I could have won. Like, I had to take the L because of them.
Hey, you calm as a motherfucker say, hey, man, I'm telling y'all doing right. I know. Listen, man, Wack ain't serious.
And you know why I was calm? Because I knew it was people listening from the Hunter side. So if I go in there yelling and shit like that, they'll be like, look, we got Cap in his feelings. So I know how it go. So I just went over there and just tried to warn him and say, hey, man, the more y'all give me information, the more longer this shit gonna take. All y'all gotta do is just be quiet. And nobody wanted to listen.
You was telling them niggas, if they would have listened to you and gave us the cold shoulder, them niggas would have been up.
Yep.
Them niggas, but I seen it. I said, B, they want to be Cap. They hate. We gonna play on that. They want to prove Cap wrong. So we gonna make them tell us everything that they shouldn't tell us, and they gonna be wrong without even realizing.
Yep.
Cap over there, I'm listening to you on the floor. Hey, look, man, I'm telling y'all what he doing. Nah, Cap, you seem to think you knew him from before.
See, Cap, that was the danger from going over there. You wasn't supposed to go over there and shit like that.
Down. Them niggas said, Cap, they're evil. They are evil. Those are evil people.
Yo, they was calling y'all all kind of shit, man. Like, see, this is why you ain't supposed to go over there. You can't talk to them. And I'm saying, I mean, it'd be weird when motherfuckers say that shit, because I be like, yo, we was all in the world.
Over there.
We was all in a different world and shit like that. Like, that's a trip to me when niggas say that type of shit. That shit weird to me.
They gonna be real, Cap. Them niggas is not finna champion you on this thing. That's why you gotta any
Oh
little
yeah, I'm
thing.
gonna be
They
rocking
ain't
and
gonna
rolling
give
with
a
this shit.
salute. That
Hey, you breaking up, Wack? I don't know if it's me.
they don't fuck about none of that. They mad at the fact that hold on, Cap finna do what with who? They know like we know it ain't never been done. And then it's gonna come down to who set that up?
Yeah, that's gonna be the real fucked up part for them. That's gonna be the real messed up part.
They not gonna like that one bit.
And then
Remember,
I'm gonna
we
get to
thought
say I told y'all so. That's what
Saying
I'm
y'all
gonna
don't
get
think
to
they
tell.
know already about it?
Yeah, I had every time when I seen Wack do like the interview on No Jumper, I would talk about it, and I would say this is what Wack doing, so they know. But of course, they might look at it as, oh, that's just wolf tickets or some shit like that.
they know
that
I'm
they
trying to
selling.
set the play up, but when that shit get announced,
Right.
That's
right.
Hey, that shit, yo, YG, bro. This shit ain't never been done in history, bro. Of this shit going on in our life amongst black and white.
That's right.
This shit
And
ain't
then
never
when I
been
get to
done.
tell
This is some nigga. This some monumental shit.
Is he still currently a white nationalist or he?
Yeah, he currently one.
Nigga, that nigga's a top dog.
Yeah, he like the top of the top. He was the main supporter of Donald Trump. Yeah, this ain't no lightweight ass nigga.
Shit, if anybody could do it for us Negroes, you could, Cat. You can go
Facts.
down with that nigga.
Yeah, I'm definitely built for this type of shit here. So I'm looking forward to it. And I get to tell all them Israelites that wouldn't listen. I told y'all niggas, y'all should have just listened to me from the gate.
Hey, it's gonna be funny because he probably gonna be trying to make you mad. He don't know you gonna be sitting there calm, throwing them little
everybody
cockroaches
try to
down
make me
jokes
mad.
at him and shit.
Yeah.
With them little jabs.
Yeah, everybody try to make me mad, man. Everybody. Wack the only one I remember my voice was fucked up, and Wack got me to get loud and shit. That's probably the last time I think I got loud. That was like a couple months ago.
Oh no, he ain't gonna do that with dude. He ain't
I
gonna
just need.
get him out of
Cap, you gonna throw one Edomite in there?
Gonna break the
You gonna throw one Edomite in there?
Yeah, I might throw Edomite in there.
It's gonna be dope. Hey, Cap, I'm rooting for you though, for sure. Nah, real shit, though. I'm rooting for you for sure.
Leave here,
nigga in the world.
Leave here, kid. I got up looking for you.
Every nigga in the world rooting for you.
Yeah, I would hope so. You gotta be
if you ain't, nigga, you like Candace Owens, nigga. You against
you got this. You got this, cat. I appreciate it, Dale. You gotta be
like
some
Candace
hating
Owens,
ass
nigga.
nigga not to.
You
Yeah. You gotta be a real evil type of nigga not to.
Hey, Cap, they don't know how battle tested cats be. They don't know the wars that you've been in, and you know how I go. You know I know, so they have no idea.
Cap, there's only one person I know that'd be against us, Candace Owens.
Yeah, Candace Owens. Yeah,
she against us for sure. She with them.
Yeah, she'll be right on their side. But shit, I done been through this so many times, like Dale was saying, you know. So I'll be used to it. I'm just glad I can rep y'all. We've been going.
You ever conversated with that bitch?
Come back and talk about it. No, I ain't never
bro. And it's gonna be a good one because he like they cat. You know what I'm saying? He the one that You know what I'm saying? So this is on some real shit. Like this is like nigga, some real monumental shit.
Facts. It's like up there.
Yeah, this is like nigga, like ain't nobody can't look, bro. Farrakhan can't claim he did this one.
That's what's up.
He can't like this is nigga. For one, I think the politics, it was too many people in between.
Yeah, the politics heavy
for it to happen. You know, one thing I've been known for, I do some shit that 10 niggas couldn't do. Because some missions is easier to navigate through it by yourself. Straight up. Some things is just easier to navigate by yourself, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because you got other motherfuckers got their own ulterior motives on what they trying to do. So, no, at the end of the day, I'm gonna keep it real, bro. At the end of the day, this situation here, makes the situation I did over there with No Jumper worth it.
Yeah.
Going down in the
I
books,
appreciate
bro.
that. Yeah, hell
Going
yeah.
down in the books. This is some shit that's going out in the books. This right here makes it worth it.
Yep.
If it ain't
That's why I
another
give you props for
episode
that
after
shit.
this, this shit made it worth it.
That's what's up. And I definitely appreciate that shit. That's why even when the shit was going down, it didn't like I wasn't really affected like that. Like I ain't blocked nobody or no shit like and y'all ain't put me on the mass block. You know, y'all be quick to do that shit.
Nah,
Y'all ain't do that. Yeah, y'all ain't do that. Usually that's how I knew it even more was a play. When I wasn't on the block list and I'm still seeing everybody, I saw, yeah, this shit ain't real. This nigga crazy.
Like, I don't think he knew, nigga. That just actually came out naturally because Unc just be speaking. What y'all think y'all was talking about the white dude? Then Unc was like, I got a homeboy over there in Clubhouse that debate.
Nah, this gonna be. I gotta go get me a hoodie or something made for this shit. I do for real. I can't be. I gotta sit there on camera because it's gonna be. Me and Adam just chiming in.
Right.
Yeah, we sitting there with him. Yeah, we chiming in, right? So I gotta have my shit on to represent our people. I gotta go make some shit to represent everybody. On some real shit, I gotta call Tony Muhammad and get a green light.
I'm trying to get one of them old school Tony Muhammad tracksuit special.
Nah, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go get me a hoodie made that symbolizes all our movements. Crips, Bloods, Power Rules, NOI.
Oh yeah, Uncle Tony will definitely get you that, man.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You know what I mean? So I know y'all got like certain things that y'all wear to where I can put that
right
on the hoodie. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I got you.
Yeah, that's my whole thing. I just want to, because it's gonna be a cap show.
Yeah, you should get a Leatherman jacket like that.
Or just take a hoodie. Like I could take the hoodie. I could take the hoodie part. Half of that could be red. Half of that could be blue. I could take the front part of it. It could be whatever symbolic of the Nation of Islam. I could take a sleeve or something that could be symbolic for the Hebrew Israelites. I could take another sleeve, and Black Panther that motherfucker put up. You know what I'm saying? Like I could do all kind of shit. And put it right dead in the middle, the fist. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have on something that represent that. Cause this shit gonna go down in the history.
This shit gonna rock. Yeah, this shit gonna be fucking fire.
Straight up. And I'm gonna be real, Cap. It's gonna trigger. They gonna be calling on you now. This gonna trigger a run for you.
Yeah, that's why I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? Because you didn't have to, like you said, you didn't have to pick me at all for the shit, but you did, and I'm greatly appreciate the shit.
End of the day, nigga can say what he want. One thing about me, I ain't no hater like that. I'm gonna call a spade a spade. It comes time for this type of shit. Oh no, this is a job for Cap. Nigga cannot take away your ability, your intelligence, your knowledge to speak for us. Nigga can't take it away from you.
Appreciate that too. And that's facts.
No, it is what it is. I know. I had a nigga tell me, "Hey, Wack, a nigga." He said, "I ain't gonna tell you who he is, but he don't like you." But he said, "Don't play him like he's stupid. You will lose." He said, "The nigga the more crazier he play, the more he lining your ass." He's never intoxicated. It's never a reason for him not to be thinking.
Right.
He said his nigga's thinking all day. He said, I don't fuck with him, but don't underestimate him. I said, why he say he don't fuck with me? He said he wouldn't tell me, right? He wouldn't tell me. But nah, this gonna be a good one.
Hell yeah.
We need to do some I wouldn't mind pulling some of dude content. We could do like
I can find something, yeah.
Like do some free shit to where we can like
we gotta
run
do some
of
homework.
his shit, run some of Cap shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Had the YouTubers like building up to it because as soon as I set the date, this gonna be like a Floyd Mayweather fight.
Cat, what's Buddy name?
I think Richard Spencer.
Yeah, Richard Spencer.
Richard
I'm gonna look
Spencer.
him up.
Yeah, Richard Spencer is his name. Yep.
Is that the dude that talk about the Bible a lot, Jesus a lot?
No, I don't think he talk about. He might.
He probably do
He
because you
could
know
be.
they think they
Didn't
use
he
that
talk?
shit to justify it.
Yeah, didn't he talk to Garfield Cat? Is that the same dude or no?
No.
Oh, he
This a
got
white
punched
guy.
during the interview.
This a white guy.
No, that dude white
This a
too.
white guy.
That's the he white
I
too.
would have to look
I'm
it
gonna
up and
check.
see.
I'm gonna check.
I
Yeah,
would have to look
because
it up
there's
and
a
see.
lot.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
I see him because he on No Jumper too right here. He got stole on. Somebody stole on that nigga 6 years ago on ABC. He was sitting there talking. Nigga stole on him.
Yeah, we can't do that because if we do that,
Ooh.
we lose.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't do none of that shit. I
Get
don't
out
do
that
none of that.
nigga.
Yeah.
No, we ain't in there for that. I see him on No Jumper
Yeah.
right here with Destiny and what's his name?
Yeah, I don't do none of that. I use my intelligence.
Yeah,
Hitting
that,
somebody, that's
lose.
what everybody do, right?
Yeah,
Anybody can do that. But if you can out intelligent them.
We need Cap to go in there and nigga like we gotta complete this. That's the shit they expect us to do.
Right.
You only doing that because you don't have the knowledge to debate.
Yeah, you don't have the intelligence. He said something that you can't outwit him on, so you're gonna resort to just hitting or violence or
Nah, it was a
saying
white
stupid
dude
shit.
that punched him on what's his name too.
Oh, that's better. That's good. If it's white.
Bill Cosby. Like, man, this is deep. Like, wow, I didn't know how to accept it. I didn't know how to receive it, right? And dude said verbatim, I know he did it. I looked at the older dude and my heart was broke. Because I'm like, bruh, I know you just ain't say you know he did it, right? Like, what? You know he did it. So I'm like, hold on. I'm like, you know me. Y'all know me. Big mouth ass me. Yo, OG, how you know? How you know that? Like, he's like, because I used to work with him. I said, oh shit, you literally seen him do that before? You watched him do it? He was like, no, I ain't watched him do it. I'm just saying I used to work with him, so I know the dude. I know him. He did it. And I looked at this man, and for the first time, I felt disgusted by him. And I'm like, yo, bro, I don't know what it is, but something about my spirit is telling me your energy is ugly right now, dude. Like, I don't know. I can't trust you, bro. So I just said, man, well, let me tell you something. And I was being facetious. So listen to how I'm saying this. Because I know how people gonna fucking flip the script. I was being facetious, but because I was angry, I looked at the old man and I said, let me tell you something. I don't give a fuck if he did do it. I'm sticking with my people. Now, I was being facetious when I said that because, of course, I do give a fuck if he did some weird ass shit like that. But I was being as adverse as he was with the information that he didn't even have. I just wanted to be as adverse as he was being to him as he was being to Bill in that matter because I just didn't think it was fair. And I'm the person that likes to fight for people. So I'm the person that's like, oh yeah, you slap my man, I'm a body slam you, nigga. That's how I feel. So I'm right here. Chill out. So hold on, chill. I'm on a call, bro. I'm following you. Go ahead. Yeah, so I basically was like, look, man, I'm sticking with my people, man. And I'm sick of us not sticking with each other. I'm sick of this shit, man. And I'm sick of it, man. It really disgusts me that we do this to one another. And I told this to the OG, man. And I was like, man, yeah, man. So, he ain't really say much after that, whatever they was talking. And I left out the barbershop, and years later, Bill Cosby walks out there with not one charge. Not one. And then other judges talked about how egregious it was for people to even think that those charges would stick because they never had a case. And he don't even know why they allowed the media to propagate and blow it out of proportion. It was strictly a media storm. That's all it was. It never was a case. it was a media storm. I can't wait to see this man again, just so I could look him in his face, man. You know? And again, imagine being a black man. If there's no defense for you, your own people ain't even gonna crowd around you and protect you. Even when the white man is guilty, his people still crowd around him and protect him. So I just felt like we needed some balance, you know? And again, to now, we just should be more careful with the way we project. That's how I feel about this shit. And it ain't cause, you know, polite, my nigga, because at the end of the day, I don't know Bill Cosby from a can of paint. And I stuck up for him more vocally than I've stuck up for polite. You know, I stuck up for him. I actually got to even know R. Kelly and just be around him. And when the allegations came out against him, it was just weird. It was like, man, you know what I'm saying? He did some things that he faced already. And then people took a lot of other shit and contrived it with those things. And here this man is, nobody's making a compelling argument about how he was raped as a child and how there's mental illness is a factor here. So,
I think,
yeah, go ahead, bro.
I appreciate it. I think unless Polite was raped, that classification doesn't happen to him. I agree with you wholeheartedly that black men are definitely victims of all manner of evil. But the last time I looked at the numbers, 1 in every 4 black women were also molested in some way, shape, or form. So both of our children, I had the lexical who destroyed our children. So I think both sides of the spectrum have to always be looked at. And so we have, just like we have the cases of people that are falsely accused, we also have tons of cases that they're not. Religious leaders, primarily, like the pastors and stuff like that, they straight victimize young black boys and black women and young black girls rather, and use their influence, their charismatic way that they talk.
I can't really hear you, Cap. Cap, we can't really hear you, bro.
I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second. Bear with me 1 second. Let me just turn my Bluetooth off. I apologize for that. Give me 1 second. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate it. So like we become victimized, and I think, and to the subject of the room about Polite Speak Live about his allegations, they're just not nothing that he said this evening that we're supposed to just take it and run with it. Everything that you said about black men, I totally agree with you 100%. But we cannot act like black men also don't predatorize young black girls and use their influence or money, flash, XYZ to also take advantage of the same young black women. So we have to be objective. We can't have a narrative that makes a person guilty or innocent. And like I said, I don't think Polite or the woman is innocent, because if the story is true, whether he touched her, let's say if he didn't touch her, but then he took her to the party or tried to take her to a party and got her drugs or something like that, even that shit is reprehensible, to take somebody's daughter and do that to him because you're putting him in danger. So there was nothing that Polite said tonight that made me change my opinion either way. I'm a person that's more objective in judgment, just sticking solely with him. If we take the R. Kelly situation, R. Kelly was molested at 8-year-old, I believe it was, by women at the time. So we do have instances of young black boys doing it. How many girls do we have? I think we have more girls than boys that get touched, get molested. I guarantee you the women that are in this room have been touched or groped inappropriately at some point in life by a man that they did not want that affection from, but they gave it to him anyway because girls are treated like trash. And then so the women that you see on the stripper poles, the women that you see promiscuous, having threesomes and running wild, if you go into their background, you'll see that some man molested them. Some cousin was playing kiss 'em all, get a girl, whatever games they was playing to take advantage of our little girls. So it's almost like two sides of the spectrum. So Polite is an intelligent man from what he says. So I can't put him in the same classification as R. Kelly. I can't put him in the same classification as he himself. The one thing he said in there was that he was with one of his homeboys that got shot. He lost his mom.
So he had a rough life, and he was able to turn it around. And he's super duper intelligent. Talks about how he doesn't have to have the kids. He was able to raise his kids without going through the hospital and stuff like that. He's a super intelligent being. With that said, he could not have done it. He might be too smart to do it, or he could be so smart that we would believe he wouldn't do it, because that's what predators do. And we have plenty of examples of prominent figures using their influence, for me, R. Kelly included, because he may not have raped every girl, but everybody's seen that video where he was peeing on that little girl. I know I've seen it. So everybody's seen him peeing on that little girl, and ain't nobody gonna tell me that shit is okay. I'm sorry. Nobody's gonna convince me. Where if you want to say he messed up in the head, that's one thing. But being messed up in the head does not justify your wickedness. It does not. We should have to correct it, but it does not justify it. So we got to be extremely careful in moments like these. You have to have your eyes open, pay attention to everything that we see, and don't let the past control how we run our future on both sides. Because the same way we could bring up people that are innocent, we could bring up tons of people that are guilty. I see it all the time in this walk, and it's a horrible thing to investigate. One of the most horrible things to investigate is child molestation. It's horrible. Because when you start seeing the numbers, you start seeing the girls, and you start seeing the boys, and you start seeing how many times they was molested, and it's usually by someone close. It's always 9 times out of 10, it's never a stranger. It's always an uncle or auntie or a cousin or a father or a mother or a pastor or somebody that they let get close to them. You women and you men that let just your random girlfriend or boyfriend just come around and be around your kids, you got to be extremely careful with that. And that's how it happens. So we only got 2 versions of this story. One story is they went to the hotel. Polite was separating her from the mother because they had some issue taking her to a hotel, end up that way. Another version is the mother was asleep and Polite, she went downstairs with Polite to get something to eat, and it ended up happening. So it's too foggy of an information to know exactly how the story is, but that DNA evidence, you can't get around that. Can't get around DNA evidence, and that's super duper strong. And the difference with that is not like 30 years ago with Bill Cosby, where that information is like 30 years ago, so you don't know where that's coming from. This information is relevant. It's right here. It's right now. I think it happened in February. They got the they had him come in with the DNA or ask him about it in June. He went in August or whatever. He turned himself in. That's what we know for sure. So that DNA evidence, that's a humdinger. And that's all we know right now. So he deserves every bit of flack he gets for the irresponsible act that he has taken. Whether he didn't have to touch the girl, but what I hope everybody would take from this is everybody is not a leader. They can be smart, like the brother with the stocks, and sometimes I think I text him a couple of times even about the whole stocks thing. So he can be smart and stuff like that, but everybody is not a leader and who we should look up to, and anybody can have a flaw. If we think they're infallible, it blinds you from being able to give righteous judgment on the left or the right-hand side. Because the flip side of this, like I said earlier, then that means the mother, somebody got to come down on that mother. That's what I said. Like, I cannot make them innocent. I can only make that child innocent. I can't make the mother innocent. Can't make Polite innocent. Now, if there's something that like, let's say, for the sake of argument, Polite didn't do nothing, it's just a woman scorn, then he can kind of be innocent in that way. But if he did anything to mislead her or do it, then he's not innocent. If the mother didn't do nothing but fall asleep, like she say, and Polite took her and did whatever he did, then she can actually be innocent. But until we find out, the only innocent person in this whole
They said
ordeal.
what? They said what?
Yeah, there's 2 versions of the story.
No, but it's only one. Only one on the
One in the
report,
police
though.
report, right? Only one on the police report, right?
The one on the report said that he asked her permission to take the
Right, to take her to an
girl,
after party.
and she granted the permission.
And she granted, right?
Come on,
so
man.
even
So that none of that sounds right from the beginning. If
I
you think
agree with
about
you.
it, so
That's why I said none of. Yeah, that's why I said none of them are innocent. Like I ain't giving the mother.
But that's what I'm saying though. That's only coming from them. That's not coming from Polite. That if that's a police report, that's what the mother said, man. So that's only one side. You get what I'm saying? That a police report doesn't mean it's the truth. A
I never
police
said it
report
was.
means this is what somebody told us upon arrival. So we're going to take a report. So the mother, first of all, the mother told a story that don't make no sense because it makes her look fucking crazy.
It makes her look totally crazy.
Right.
The
So
only
that
thing
don't
that
mean
ain't
that don't mean Polite did none of that.
right. The only thing that ain't crazy is that DNA evidence. That's the only thing that ain't crazy.
Shit.
Because if that DNA evidence
if he
comes
was
down,
having sex, if he was having sex with the mother, it's not like the police came and got the girl from the. They took her. The mother took her to the police. They took her to the. They took her to the police. So that mother had time to
and you know
contaminate.
this.
Yeah, that's what the report said. It
No,
said
but
I read the whole
right.
docket. I read the whole docket. Miami, you can go look it up.
Right,
Miami.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah. So they and upon that they went to the forensics from the forensics from there and took the samples, and that's why Play had to go into Miami and give his DNA. So
right.
him and the mother was they was getting busy. So again, the way the story is from now, just from what's from one side that we know, and this is from the mother. The mother has put spaces and gaps in the story that are contradictory to her integrity for what she wants us to believe her integrity is. Because if your integrity was anything like you want us to believe, then why are you telling people he asked for your permission to take your daughter and you granted it for a nightclub if she's 14?
Yeah, that's both of them though. But see,
But that's what I'm
now
saying.
I
But
think
that doesn't mean Polite did that. That's what I'm saying. She's saying that, but that's her story. That doesn't mean none of that shit took place. It's just her story. Again, the little girl was there with her when she called the police and made this story. So that's what I'm saying. We only have heard one side of the story, and that's what has to be filed. Because just like if she'd have said, Polite kicked down my door, punched me in the face 3 times, and picked me up and slammed me through a glass table, then that's what it would have been in the report. And that's what they would have had to bring him in for, regardless. And that's what it would have read. So that's why I'm saying none of that shit we don't even know yet. So if you know how that shit works, we don't even know yet. That's just the story.
I do know, right? I do know how it works. That's why I said that DNA. And then I've gotten other reports that the mother had a different story than what's in the police report. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. As far as the mother,
how did the police report change? That's what I'm saying. See, if the mother had a different story, she's the one that gave the police report. So now she got 2 stories.
However you look at it, again, yeah.
I'm just saying, I'm only looking at it from the way it could be looked at.
The report I read was that the mom and the daughter had a fight, right? I don't know which report you read. The one I read, it says the mom and the daughter had a fight. He stepped in to kind of like give them some space, took the girl, he took the daughter to give him some space for the mom, right? And then he was going to take her to the after party. The after party wasn't going down. They went to a hotel. When they went to a hotel, he gave her drinks or whatever. And then the girl woke up and he was putting her hand on her throat, trying to get her to throw something up or throw up. Took her back to the crib. And this was the report I read. And then the mom was like, what did you do with her? Her mouth was swole. The daughter's mouth was full, and Polite begged her and was like, yo, don't call the cops or whatever. Don't call the cops or whatever. And she ended up taking him to the police station. And then they did the DNA thing. So I don't know which report y'all read, but that's
so
the one
Los,
we
is
pulled
your
last night.
belief is your mother lying? Is the mother lying?
That's the report we read.
No,
That was on the thing.
I don't have a belief.
Opinion?
Everybody
You
know
don't
me.
have a belief? Yeah,
No,
right.
I don't have a belief. But what I would say is
Perfect.
this: that mother gave one of the shakiest stories I've ever heard. The story is so fucking shaky that it's like I'm almost expecting some other shit to slap us across the face soon. That story, bro, that story is a crazy fucking story. Yo, just put it like this. I know you, but I don't know everything about you, right? Like, I know you, but I don't know everything about you, right? You could have some deep, dark motherfucking secrets. However, If a motherfucker said the same thing about you, I would be like, yo, bruh, I don't know, man. Like, this shit the story is so bizarre. I feel like the more bizarre you make a story, the more crazy it make people that have to have to choose to either accept it or reject it, as if we have to. We don't have to accept or reject it, but we, in our righteousness, we try to say like, okay, how can I assess this shit? The story is too crazy for assessment, man. That whole story is way outside of the character of Polite.
But the thing
And
is
if you're
that
gonna tell me after knowing this dude for 10 years and being in close proximity with him, his daughter, his family, how he moved outside of the people that just see him on the internet and make conclusions, I'm literally saying this story is way too bizarre for me to even embrace in close proximity to the brother.
But
so
the,
so that's what I'm saying. From what, bro? You obviously want to cut me.
Go. You got.
You just want to cut me off. Like, wait 1 second before I'm finished, huh? So, yeah, it's like it's so bizarre. It takes me out of my own common sense. It takes me out of my common sense. So anything that takes me out of my common sense, I have to question, because this story don't make no common sense. This story doesn't make common sense. You would have to be on the far end of this story to completely embrace this and make this true. So either the most crazy thing that ever took place, because that's the craziest shit that could ever take place. That you realize there's no crazier shit that can ever happen in a man's life. That would be the single craziest thing ever. So that's either the single most craziest thing that this nigga has ever did in his life. He did that night while a woman was beefing with her daughter. Like, none of it makes common sense, bro. And I know the nigga not, like, even if the nigga was on some other shit, the nigga is not no stupid ass nigga. Like, that is stupid as fuck. It's hard for me to apply that logic and common sense to somebody. Like, I just can't do it. It just it don't check out for me in that way to do that. But like I said, I don't have a belief system either or. But when I just use common sense or logical consistency, that shit ain't logically consistent from the beginning, from the gate. And all this nightclub shit, I ain't never see this man in his life take no 14-year-old girl to no nightclub. I done been to 11,000 nightclubs with this dude, bruh. I ain't never seen him with nothing but grown ass fucking women. So that's a whole nother thing. It's like, how do I even fit that into? He was taking a 14-year-old to a nightclub. He has a 14-year-old daughter. Like, when, like, that's what I'm saying. My common sense rejects a lot of this shit, bro. It's just hard for me to interpret that shit like that, and I know that people just want to. People like, people want to rock with that information. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna be patient too. I'm gonna wait till that shit come out. You know what I mean? And I will tell y'all this. I called a nigga and was like, yo, what the fuck am I hearing, nigga? Well, I actually said this verbatim. I said, yo, bro, why am I hearing all this crazy shit? That's what I called him and said. I ain't called him and said, yo, bro, they talking about you. Yo, bro. Nah, I said, yo, bro, why am I hearing all this crazy ass shit, bro? What the fuck is up? So then he told me some stuff and told me about legal this and legal that, and you know what I mean? But he definitely told me the thing that you want him to tell everybody, he said that to me. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not going to compromise his situation. This is his situation. But, I guess. Yes, sir.
According to what you said, I get what you're saying. You said.
One mic on
Cap
black. Go ahead,
ain't
Wax.
ducking. Cap ain't ducking nothing. If he on the floor, just got to keep it respectful. You gotta keep it respect. Cap don't get. It's been a while since he debated on the floor, so you might want to watch out, nigga. He probably looking for a
We've
victim.
been teaching him how to knife too.
Well,
We've been
look
teaching
here,
him how to
brother.
knife too. So
What is it? What is it? Now you want to cap? Wait, hold on. This question. Wait, hold on. Is this question? Is it a logical just debate question? If so, then you can talk to Captain Tazaryach. If it's a question with a little disrespect, there's a new guy in here called Bapton.
Tazaryach.
Bapton a little burnt out, and Bapton got some homies. So I don't know which one you asking just a logical, respectful debate question. No accusations.
Yeah, this is definitely a very logical
I'm gonna let
question.
you ask it, and then that'll determine if you get a captain answer or a Bapton and a homie answer. Now, tread lightly. Go ahead, my brother.
No problem, no problem. And now, when I finish, I want to address you as well, my dear brother. May I do that?
No, hey, I'm just letting you know right now. I have my personal male soldiers. They're on break today because they're watching football. I am surrounded by my woman king warriors. So, watch it. They a little crazy. You know what I'm saying? So they're going to knife your ass up behind me. So go ahead on. We're addressing Captain right now.
All right. Now, brother Tazaryach, before all of these people, bro, and you've had enough time to do the research, which you already know, brother. I don't know how you have fooled brother Whack 100 into thinking that you're the greatest intellectual and debater in the conscious community when you know damn well that Bishop Black Jesus Minister is the greatest debater and intellectual in the conscious community because your platform,
You're not
Sarnetta,
You're not.
here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
What you're doing is a personal opinion and assumption. You're not asking him nothing. As a man, hold on. As a man, every man shall stand on their mountain and claim their throne. Right? This is a fact. You're not asking him nothing. You're kind of assuming, he's doing something, and what you're saying he's doing as a man, he's supposed to do. That's his mountain, that's his throne. Now, if you got a debate question, right? Put the question out there, brother.
Here we go. Here I come. I was setting it up, brother Whack. I was setting it up because I heard you because I heard you on Adam 23 or 23 or 22, whatever that.
Adam 22. Here come the hate. Here it go.
Yeah, Adam 22. And you said that, and you alarmed me, and when you said that when you looked for spiritual or intellectual information that's beyond you, you turn to these two brothers, Tazaryach and Tariq Nasheed. Now, I ain't got no problem with
correction. I turn to Captain Tazaryach, and if it's something of the Muslim faith, then I will probably call Brother Tony Muhammad. But the immediate information when it comes to us as a people, yes, Captain Tazaryach is my right-hand man when it comes to
Right, and that's what scared the hell out of me, and that's what I'm addressing.
Okay,
why? So again, my brother, because I should be that person, and let me tell you why. I'm finna show you why. Not just tell you why.
Tread lightly, Black Jesus.
I'm treading lightly, brother. I'm treading lightly.
This ain't drumline, is it? What you got to
Go ahead, Black Jesus. You said you should be that person. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. And so Tazaryach, we're gonna get Tazaryach to volunteer that and verify that I'm that person. Tazaryach, according to Sarnetta,
you talking to Bapton. See, in order to get Captain Tazaryach to answer a question, you have to ask an intellectual, logical reason.
It's coming right now.
Right now,
it's coming right now.
The part I don't like. Right. We have a lot of our sisters on the floor, right, that are God-fearing women, right? And your name is Black Jesus, right? Okay.
Minister.
Listen, the problem I have is the
Black Jesus minister, brother.
Tell you why the problem I have is the black when it comes to you representing that. Because when we see Jesus, right, we see Jesus as a teaching, caring, giving unselfish man. The words that are coming out of your mouth as Black Jesus is you want to degrade, you want to down the next brother instead of join forces with a brother and stand with, you want to stand in front of or on top of, and we can't respect that when it comes to build us, brother.
Yeah, in simple terms, you're being a hater, sir.
Okay.
You're being a hater.
No, I'm not. Here I go. I was getting to my question,
You
Brother
haven't
Wack.
asked to
Yeah, it's coming. It's right now. It don't take no more than 10 seconds. Wow. It ain't gonna take no more than 10 seconds, Brother Wack.
Right now, Black Jesus, respectfully, you are being handled by a student of Captain. You're not earning the right to get a response.
I got you. May I have my 10 seconds, Brother Wack, to ask the question?
Let's go. Go ahead.
Tazaryach, according to Sarnetta, the godfather of the conscious community, who is the GOAT and the greatest of all times, according to Sarnetta?
Jabari
can't fuck with Cat.
Hold on, that's side. Now that's
Hey, yo,
another
one mic,
man's
let them
opinion.
talk, man.
That's another man's opinion. Like you can't expect Captain Tazaryach to embrace and stand on another man's opinion. He can tell you what his opinion is, but his opinion doesn't make that, solid reality of it. Like,
Are you gonna let him answer, Brother Wack? Are you gonna save him back? Or are you gonna let him answer?
bro, listen what I'm telling you. Hold on, Captain. I gotta protect my. I gotta listen. There's levels to this shit. I can't let you come down a mountain that he can't get up.
My nigga,
right?
that's right.
In this situation, I don't mind taking the position of a student. Black Jesus, bro, you have to earn the right to have a conversation with our elder and the elder God in our room, bro. You're not giving us nothing. We can't allow him to even entertain you because you ain't giving him nothing to entertain. It's like you shit you saying is beneath him.
All right, well, Brother Wack, let me address you and I'm done. Brother Wack, did you know that Tazaryach and ISUPK wear Star Trek Klingon uniforms, Brother Wack?
I do know that Captain Tazaryach and the Hebrew Israelites of the that represent One West, right? I do know that they have a uniform that represents them, which I respect because it represents order.
Yeah.
Sure. So you mean tell me you
Why you
respect
taking direct
people?
shots at him, man?
I got him. Come on, Black
so
Jesus.
I got you. So you respect people, goofballs, wackos, who dress up like Star Trek Klingon soldiers, brother. You respect that, bro?
So, Black Jesus, right? There's an old saying that you never judge a book by its cover, right? And if it's not to your liking or your personal preference, then you go ahead on and you make your own bowl of food, right? So what I'm saying is, if you don't like how these men are dressed, I'm a little curious on why you as a man is paying that much attention to how another man is dressed, but that's some shit. That's some personal shit that you got to figure out. I'm not concerned about how they're dressed when they come here. I'm a little more intrigued by the message that they're delivering, brother.
Yeah, okay. Well, Brother Wack, why don't you ask Tazaryach, why do you...
Jesus. I think if you stay,
I got you, bro. Brother,
if you get lucky, you might can learn something. If you get lucky, like we do, we learn when Cap comes off the mic.
I got you, brother. Now, did Tazaryach teach you that white people are supposed to kiss the boots of Israelites?
Tazaryach, when asked that question, told me why that's the stance that they take. Yes, he told me why that's the stance they take.
And why didn't he ask Adam 22 to kiss his boots?
Well, he didn't ask Adam 22 to kiss his boots because one thing we all understand as men, human beings, and businessmen is the politics of a situation, right? And this is not right or wrong. This is politics. And the politics of a situation will make a right situation wrong or a wrong situation right, depending on the politics. Now, in that situation, a brother that is a student to him brought him to a platform that this white man allowed us to use because it's ultimately his platform. right? So the fact that this white man allowed this Hebrew Israelite to sit at his table and utilize his 5 million following, in a sense, in the source, he was honoring and kissing his boots, just in another way.
All right, Brother Wack, I appreciate. Hold on, Brother Wack. I appreciate you, brother, allowing me on the platform to address you and Tazaryach. I have just posted the video evidence of your man, your teacher, dressed up like a goddamn Star Trek Klingon. And if you don't give a goddamn, Brother Wack, you have a right. You have a right, brother. You have a right. You have a right not to give a goddamn. Hold on, Wack. Brother Wack, hold on. You cut me off.
Yo, don't talk over fucking Wack, weird looking motherfucker. You better have a fucking manners, bitch.
Hey, you bitch ass nigga, watch your fucking mouth. Talking about hold on, you fucking hold on, nigga. Fuck is you talking to?
Brother, can I finish my
No, until Wack finishes.
Fuck you, George.
When Wack finishes, then you can fucking talk, nigga. Now mute up. Until Wack finishes.
Why would you think you can just come on this stage? Why would you think you can come on this stage and do that, bro? You got my number. You should have texted me, homie.
Hey, Wack, I just want to say one thing, right? This brother, like a couple, like I think when I was in Houston, a couple of days before I came to Houston, he did a clubhouse room, pretty much saying what he's saying now, like, you got tricked into bringing me on a no jumper. So I know he lives in Houston. So I went in his room and I said, I'm gonna be in Houston from Thursday to Monday. We can have a conversation in person. We can have a debate, conversation, XYZ in person. If you don't show up, then I'm gonna know you's a bitch. That's what I said. I don't know if I used the bitch word or not. Then I went on Sidenetta's platform because he was on Sidenetta's live, and I said the same exact thing, because if he really have an issue with me, and I'm talking about intellectually, I'm not talking about even personal. We can I have a school down there. We could have had the conversation right there. And he never showed up.
Damn, George, you didn't show up,
This
George?
what he did. But this what he did do. Let me just read this text message he sent me. Let me just read this text message he sent me inside Netta. I thought it was the funniest shit ever. I'm gonna read it verbatim. He said, since I, BJM, am the undisputed GOAT, and you are not, make me an offer that I cannot refuse to debate you. You can start with these imperatives. Number one, you will publicly video record on all your social media that Black Jesus Minister is the GOAT, the greatest debater of all times. 2, you and ISUBK will pay me 10,000 running man tax to debate you. Number 3, WAC 100 will be our moderator and platform and promoter and perhaps judge if we agree. Number 4, General Yohana, who's in charge of my school, must publicly video record his agreement to debate me no later than 3 months after our debate. This agreement must be assured by ISUBK for a sum of 10,000 to be held in a trust by WAC 100. If the agreement is violated, forfeiture belongs to Black Jesus Minister. I never brought it to you because I thought it was stupid as hell.
Captain Now, how do you feel to be in WAC 100 shoes? That is modern day clout chasing. Media team, I want y'all to get that clip probably from 8:15 on. Get that clip from when he came in to when he left to Captain Tazaryach. That'll be an excellent piece for him to put up.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it, Wack.
He got this nigga got, because what that's going to establish, Cap, is a few things, right? One, it'll let your people know at your school, right, that you respected and protected on this floor, for one.
Damn right.
Two, it'll let your people know that your influence and your presence on this floor, right, has been a teaching to us, right, because they're hearing what I'm saying, right? 3, Cap, it's just a personal thing and a personal honor and salute from the Hunter side to you. We appreciate you hitting our floor with your knowledge. And I've seen the growth, you and Zine, you and Pitbull, me and you and Beast, all the ladies, correct me if I'm wrong. I think they love you on the floor. You know, you always honor them and protect them. So, you know, we doing our thing, right? And it's good to see that you got some haters too.
Damn right. May I respond, Brother Wax? May I respond, Brother Wax?
Yeah, a hater named George Blanche.
May I respond, Brother
George, you's a hater, George. You ain't gonna come up here fucking with Bapton, bro.
That's
I don't know why you keep coming here and fight with Captain, bro. You ain't fucking with Captain on debating, man.
Let's listen to an important public service message about the
hateful and anti-Semitic things. But again, not all camps are the same. And it's because of this that I wanted to see if I could find any clear connection between Kanye and the specific sect or camp, so that way I can get a better idea of what Kanye now believes. As I started doing more research, I found confirmation that Kanye was indeed being influenced by some Black Hebrew Israelites. And this was further confirmed by an interview that Kanye had with a Black Israelite leader named Tazaryach. But who was this Tazaryach person, and how much does Kanye have in common with his beliefs? Since I didn't know exactly who he was and what exactly he believed, I called someone that I knew would. I called one of my friends who's one of the most prolific voices in combating the claims of the Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine. And during the call, I came to learn that he's actually had his own run-ins with Tazaryach before, and what I found out about him was wild.
Hey, what's up, man?
Who's this man?
Cab, what up, man? Yo, you got a minute?
Yeah.
Do you know an Israelite who leads a portion of the ISUPK named Tazaryach?
Captain Tazaryach.
Tazaryach.
Yeah, I met him personally in Philadelphia one time, and I talked to him on the phone, both in public and private a few times. We debated as well.
Okay, what was your interactions with him like?
Well, he told me that I was going to make his coffee in the future as his slave, and I'll do it because I don't want to die. I want to live.
They gonna come with vocab ain't gonna be able to call this line without getting the permission from a black man. You're gonna be happy to make my coffee because you're gonna want to live. God wants you in chains. And they shall take them captive. And we're gonna take y'all as captives. Your future, you, James White, every Christian, this is not peace. This is warfare. When Christ comes, he's going to do more killing than every white man has ever done. That is your future, Mr. White Man.
Now, I think I know the answer to this because he's ISUPK. So I think I know the answer, but does he think that all white people are evil?
Yes, he does think all white people are evil.
It's the white man, the devil.
Yes.
He said that the white man is a born, natural, psychopathic, monarchical, lying killer. Is that true? You believe that?
Absolutely.
What?
Why wouldn't I?
Oh, my God.
So it's not just white people per se, but he also looks down on other races as well, right? And that's even true of Africans then, right?
He won't even eat with an African.
But you won't bring in my little brother. He can't eat with us.
No.
No, that brother can't cause you no harm. You telling me that if I was to bring him with me to the cookout, he can't come and eat with you? The black child, black baby, bro?
No African, no Asian, no Chinese, no white man, no German, no Russian, Caucasian, no non-Israelite will ever eat with me at anything that ISUBK is having or I'm having, period.
Why would you terrorize me for saying that someone else did that I had no control over?
Because the scriptures say prepare slaughter for his children, for the iniquity of their fathers. So because of the crimes that forefathers committed against us is why I want them white babies to.
What other beliefs does he have?
He's also a polygamist. He's got multiple wives.
Oh, he's a polygamist.
I don't know which of his wives have paperwork and which ones don't, but he's a polygamist.
Yo, that's wild.
And do you have more than one wife?
Whether what I have is irrelevant, but a man can have more than one wife. That's lawful to God.
And do you have more than one wife?
That's irrelevant.
Why is that irrelevant? You're the leader.
As the example for other men, men know that they can have no wife, one wife, or 12.
And so, do you have more than one?
That's irrelevant.
All right, my last question for you is, what are his views on Jewish people?
He thinks the Jewish people stole his and his cohort's identity, and that's why he has such hostility, because they're known imposters.
So now that we know more about Tazaryach and his beliefs, the only question now is, do Kanye's new beliefs line up with his? Well, let's go ahead and listen to a snippet from his conversation with Kanye.
I love that journey. I see you're switching. And then from watching the Drink Champs video, you made a statement to say that, you know, we're the Jews too. So like, where did that part come from? Was it something that you learned from like the Jewish people?
or is this something that you learned from your own side? And where do you intend to take that part?
When I went on Alex Jones, it's interesting. He talked about this. It's so funny. You wouldn't expect Alex Jones to specifically back up that thought and that theory. I would read the Bible. I'm looking at the location of the Bible, and I wouldn't visit it, Buju Banton, and I'm getting different people's perspectives on Christ. I have my boy Mickey Halstead also shares these same beliefs. And my question is, why are we the only people that don't have a flag? Well, obviously, our existence was erased. Those slave ships was real, bro. You know, we are the Jew and they are Jewish, like that of a Jew.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, you wanted to hear that? I'm already canceled, right? So I can say stuff like that.
So it seems that they do, in fact, agree that blacks are the true Israelites. And it definitely seems plausible that their views have contributed to Kanye's recent hostility towards Jewish people. But is this the only belief that Kanye has in common with them? And if so, is there many more to come? If not, what other things does Kanye agree with them on? And most importantly, has Kanye abandoned the truth of the gospel message for the false gospel message of Tazaryach and the Black Hebrew Israelites? I don't have those answers, but one thing for certain is that these are definitely influences that Kanye does not need right now.
Is it okay to hate?
Yes.
And unfortunately, the Black Israelites have a lot of very wrong and false ideas about Jesus and salvation, but we'll just have to save that for another time. In the meantime, make sure you pray for Ye, and the next time that you hear him saying that we're the real Jews, what are you going to say? What do you mean?
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Hey, shalom, man. This is Captain Tazaryach of ICBK under Command and General Yohana. I first want to give a shout out to the Christian Apologetic that did that excellent video, good research. But to any Christian, apologetic, Muslim, or anybody that has a interest in understanding our viewpoint on different subjects that were brought out in that video, feel free to contact us. We're definitely approachable. I think you'll get a more insightful response instead of just a soundbite response. And I think it'll be very educational for people to actually see our views instead of what they perceive as our views based on what someone may clip or what someone may say. So if anybody want to contact us, you can feel free to contact me. We'll definitely be more than happy to do the interview. Shalom.
Now, you keep referencing that Christian pastors are the problem as to our sisters, our black sisters. Right. You keep saying that they're empowering our black sisters to disrespect the black man. Right. Okay. But you know, I'm kind of reminded of something in a recent debate that I saw with Vice President Biden to his opponent, Congressman Paul Ryan. You know, Paul Ryan kept asserting things, but could not give specifics. So can you give us a specific?
Sure. I'd be glad to. Let me start with the homosexual problem in the Christian church. Okay, when you allow men that are homosexual to be on the choir, to lead the choir. I watched a recent tape of a wonderful dance from your church, minister, where the dancers had red sheets. I saw it on YouTube. And they were dancing, and the sisters were beautiful, man. Yes. And then I looked into the center, and in the center, I saw what was clearly a homosexual. He threw his head back and waved his head and shook his behind. And I dropped my head in sadness because we don't understand what we are doing to black women when we do this. When we allow homosexuals to lead our choirs, to sit and prance in the midst of women, we are teaching them a lesson even though we don't realize it. And the lesson that we begin to teach them is that I don't have to respect the man.
Okay.
That's just one. Wait, you asked me to be specific. I ain't gonna do Paul Ryan. I'm gonna get specific. I go down the whole line on it and tell you the problem.
Let me just let me just interject, and I'm gonna give you back the mic so you can have the floor. But I want to inject this, okay? Because now you're making a reference to the church that we attend, Victory Christian Center, under our apostle Jimmy A. Ellis III. So let me say this, okay? It's not okay. Yes, are homosexuals in the church? Yes. Are whoremongers, alcoholics, backstabbers, gossipers, liars, okay, drinkers, are they in the church too? Yes, absolutely. So, you know, and even among some of my Christian brothers, we want to throw the whole book at the homosexuals. But the brother that's running up every woman, oh, he gets a pass. I heard a Christian pastor once say this, and you would probably love this Christian pastor. He said, oh, well, I can't have no a homosexual, singing on my choir, so you got a bent wrist and all that, you switching, well, you got to get all that together before you come up on my choir. Okay, Mr. Pastor, okay, Brother General, but what about the black man that's having sex with this woman? He's exploiting that woman, breaking this woman's heart, impregnating this woman, impregnating that woman. Oh, but he can sing on the choir. Ain't that interesting?
That's a good one.
No, see, sin is sin, ladies and gentlemen. Okay?
But let me ask you a question.
God does not see things partially like we do. And I thank God, beloved, that God isn't a general like yourself, because we be in some hot mess.
I got bad news for you. God's a lot worse than me. And when he get ready to come through, we're going to see it. And to say that God is not violence, what the minister said earlier, is so incorrect. God killed more people on this earth than anybody. That's why he killed because I'm going to tell you now, because of our sin. But in reference to what you said earlier, how many alcoholics drink alcohol during Sunday service?
They're already drunk when
No. How many of them have a drink in their hand during the service? None. Okay. You know why? You don't allow it. You know why? Because you are trying to get the people in the church to refrain from drinking alcohol. Okay. So the minister that said you cannot be with a bent wrist in my church was correct. Yes, people are coming in from all over, all walks of life. Homosexuality, drunkenness, murderers, killers. I got all kind of drug dealers, killers, all up in Israelite school, UPK, that have changed their life. The point is they changed their life. The problem in the Christian church is they're not changing their life, minister. You are allowing them and giving them a forum to spread their homosexuality and empowering them in your choirs to promote homosexuality. That is the difference. It's not that homosexuality is being singled out as a worse sin than any other sin. Sin is sin. But the problem is there's a culture in the Christian church and the Muslim mosque that is being allowed to proliferate, that is destroying us, and we had better address it.
The comment, well, just to add my opinion from a black female perspective, it's mighty, mighty hard submitting to an angry black man. If this black man got some deep psychological issues that resulted from their childhood, when you marry that person, most women have a natural desire to want to submit, to want to help, to want to love, to want to build their man up. But if that man is not in love with Christ, like my brother Reggie said, and does not know who he is, and that he got some psychological issues that resulted from anger, from him not having his father, or he was raised in a home with a father that was abusive to his mother. It's mighty hard submitting in a marriage to a man like that. And
Minister, can you deal with this submittal thing? Because I do know that a lot of our black women, all right, as soon as they hear that word submit, they do have an issue with it. A general here talked about the fact that the woman is to submit, came out of scripture, that wives, you are to submit to your husband. Can you
oh yes, does it clear
illuminate us on that?
Oh yes. He was right in part when he said submit, because he read the word. But if you notice what the word says, it didn't say he go make her submit. He says she must submit. It's a desire, the will that she has to have.
It's a heart issue.
I ain't gonna make her submit. If she doesn't know how to submit, I'm not gonna make her submit. That's God and her. She got to know how to submit. He didn't say make your wife submit. Oh, he didn't say that. He says wife submit. God is speaking directly to the woman. He's saying woman submit. That means don't be a dog or be nothing. Don't be on his feet. No, you're from his side. You're working with him. We are working together with Christ. Speaking of the church, because so the church is to Christ is the same relationship with the woman and the man. That's why you gotta know God first before you know the sexual side.
And you know in Corinthians, it's Corinthians 11, verse 11, nevertheless, neither is the man without the woman, neither the woman without the man. Oh, here's the key, in the Lord. For as the woman is of the man, even so is the man also by the woman. But all things through God.
That's right.
There's a condition, ladies and gentlemen. General, I'd like you to respond to that.
Appreciate it. First of all, the scriptures say, and let's get the scriptures since we quote the scriptures. The scriptures say the head of every woman is the man. Get it for me. Since we read that, tell them where you're at.
1 Corinthians 11, verse 3.
Listen good.
But I will have you know that the head of every man is Christ.
This is why we have problems in black relationships. You understand? The sister brought it out when she said, yes, black women do have an attitude. Somebody else mentioned when they said that they have a problem with it. That whole Smith. There's a clear order that comes from God. And let me tell you something. I heard both the brother here and this brother here said that they're here to fight against principalities and spirits. Yes. Anytime, the most destroyed species on the face of this earth right now in the human race is the black man. Right. Any trashing of the black man, and you have joined those spirits and principalities. Right. Nobody defends these brothers, man. Right. You understand? It's always okay to destroy the spirit of black men. But don't you dare talk about the evils going with black women. And first of all, I never said for no black man to be beaten up on no black woman. We don't allow that in Israelite school in UPK. Right. We don't have to beat on no women, okay? And as far as making a woman submit, going back to what the sister said and having a brother tie you up and all that in the basement is because your father didn't pick that man for you to marry like he should have if he had been risen up under the laws of God. I'm not justifying brothers that's in the world that's beating up women and tying them up and all that. That's why I'm here. I'm here to stop brothers from doing it. I'm pulling them out the street and changing their life so they don't do that no more. But I ain't gonna tell them now to go bow down to some woman now that they have come out of that darkness. God did not require that of them, man. Right. And listen, let me tell you something. You ain't gotta listen to me. You ain't gotta pay me no mind. I guarantee you, these brothers coming up out the streets and they gonna organize and they gonna make us obsolete. You gonna be sitting in a room by yourself thinking you got God's word and these brothers is gonna change the face of black America. You sit around and don't pay them no mind. You keep ignoring them. You keep downgrading them. You keep treating them like they the cause and the reason for all the problems, and you gonna wake up one day and you gonna be obsolete. Read that scripture. This is what God said.
And the head of the woman is the man.
The what?
Head of the woman is the man.
That's God's word. The head of every woman is the man. Okay? Now, of course, there's more rules that go in. It don't mean a brother go out and have, in the Israelite school of UPK, you can't just go out and have sex with any other woman. That's right. You can't do that. We got rules here. And because of these rules in the Bible, these young men, they dying to be acceptable. They dying to be considered righteous. They don't want to be looked at as a criminal. They wearing their pants off their behind because they want somebody to say, brother, this is how we be right. And instead of doing it, we charge them for the problems, man. Instead of showing them what they to do right. I got young men, 15, 16, won't touch a woman. until they marry her. Won't touch a woman till she done came to class, learn, become brand new, and then he'll marry her. And then he'll spend his life. Then, like the brother said, he'd give his life for that woman. Let a man break in that house. Let a man harm her on that corner. He'll die on that corner for that woman. But guess what else he gonna do? He gonna also be in charge of her because it's his right to be. And we gotta stop taking it from these men. We are wrong in this, man. In this nonsense. Listen, first of all, who are we to even act like we're right? The ministers and the preachers, you are the one that failed them. That's right. How you gonna sit up like we got the answer? They got the answer. We failed these brothers. We done failed this black community, man. And we better start listening. Read that, brother.
And the head of Christ is God.
That's an order. God is the head. Christ follows everything God said. Christ said, I come not to speak my word, but God's word. Guess what? If you don't marry a man that serves God, that follows God's law, then you're going to get tied up in the basement. You should expect it. If you go out and get T-boned with the Mercedes-Benz that's selling crack, you should expect to get shot up in the car when they come to kill him. You should expect it. But if you see a man that say, no matter what, I won't eat pork or shrimp or crab, and guess what? If you become my wife, you can't eat it either. Right. You look at him like he's an evil. You ain't gonna tell me what to eat. I eat what I want to eat. When that's the man you should marry, you should be at his doorstep. You should want to wash his socks because this man is willing to fear God and do what the Lord said. And then listen, and it's why black women can't marry the right man. You want to know why you're alone? You want to know why the black relationships is all messed up? You want to know why everybody's in the club? I'm telling you why. But you don't want to hear it because you don't like the answer. Nobody wants to say our religious institutions have failed. Okay? Our way of life in this place as a relationships have failed. The brother said it best when he said, we don't want to face the white man is the devil. His way of life is wrong for us. His piece of paper, his authority, the way he thinks, it's wrong. And we better start from scratch. And we start from scratch right here. Finish that scripture, brother.
That's it, sir.
Read it again then.
1 Corinthians 11:3. But I will have you know that the head of every man is Christ.
The head of every man is Christ. And let me tell you something else. A man can be as strong as he want to be as long as he follows that Bible. We're so afraid of a strong black man because we think he's going to tear up the house and beat up his woman. I ain't put my hands on my woman since I came out of my darkness 35, 40 years ago. Before I came out of my darkness, I was the evilest nigga a woman ever met. I used and abused and did what the hell I wanted with her and threw her away when I got finished with her. I came into the Truth in Israelite School at UPK. I started to realize a woman was a human being. And I started to stand up for a woman. And I found out something that amazed me. I found out when I started to care about her, when I started to respect her, when I started to make sure that I did what was right according to God with her, I found out she hated me more. I found out she looked at me as cruel and looked at me as mean because I said, no, you can't wear that blouse. You showing too much cleavage. She called me a monster and an animal. And I stood on what the Lord said. And I found out there were some sisters that did want a man that cared about her. When are we going to wake up? I'm going to tell you, we'll give you another warning. You better go back and read about Stephen. Sadducees and Pharisees, they didn't want to listen to Stephen. They stoned Stephen to death. But guess what? You go back and read in the 19th chapter of Acts, it tells you that God turned the Sadducees and Pharisees into a bunch of vagabonds. That's right. You sitting up on your millions now in your churches and your mosques and your religious institutions right now. You keep ignoring these black men. You keep defaming them and emasculating them. And you're going to wake up one day and you're going to be obsolete. They won't be listening.
General, if you can have enough sex, then, man, yeah, I don't go. They 15 kids, man, I'm bad. I messed her up last night. That's what he thinks. That didn't make you a man. You're a man when you be a responsibility for your children. Right now, I'm wrestling for my son in Jamaica. I want to get him to America to get some education. My son is very brilliant. I'm trying to get him here. I'm fine for my kid to immigration. It's not easy, but I'm fine for him. I got two sons, one just graduated in a college in computers. And the other one is He's 32, and he's done great. He's been in the army and stuff like that. So my sons, at least God helped them to make it. I mean, I wasn't there all the time. I came to America so my sons can make it, to make some money and get a ministry. Matter of fact, to tell the truth, I came here for money. But God changed the whole perspective and trained me in the gospel. So Christ touched me and says, come back to me. And I did. And I submitted myself to a man of God, Jimmy Ellis III, a man who knows God's word. And I submitted myself. I thought I was the best preacher in the world. So I thought, till I heard him. But God taught me to humble myself again and sit down and learn for 15 years or plus, to learn the gospel and to learn love and servanthood. Amen? And because of that, now I understand the perspective that first I have a relationship with God, and when I get to know myself and know the Lord, then I can have a wife.
So then our brothers need to be in relationship with God.
That's the first thing.
Because right now, that sex spirit, there's a lot of different spirits.
So listen.
Definitely that sex spirit clouds the issue.
That's right.
And every time that we have sexual intercourse, we're participating when we do it outside the bonds of matrimony. Rebellion. That's a spirit. That's right. General Yohan, I'm so glad that you joined us and you jumped in at the right time, because we've been dealing with what is the phenomenon in our community in which black men don't want to commit to black women. Why in our community do we have, in the 21st century, with all this technology and Facebook and Twitter and all this great innovation, we are still participating in self-destruction. Man don't want to commit. We talked about rebellion, but I also want you to jump in on what the minister just talked about, and that is the sanctity of marriage. Now, I think you said in one of the previous shows, you said that as soon as the man has sex with the woman, just by virtue of the sex act, that is now his wife. Am I correct?
That's 100% correct.
So they don't need a ceremony?
A ceremony is nice to have, but a ceremony is not biblically necessary according to the Bible. I want to first say thanks so much for having me.
Yes.
And I deeply apologize for being late.
That's
I don't
all right.
like being late. I mean, no disrespect to the panel and to all the brothers and sisters here tonight. This morning rather. See, I'm losing day and night. running like a bandit, man.
That's all right.
There's a lot of brothers and sisters that's in deep need and that are suffering out here. When a man black men are committing to black women every second of every day in America. The minute we start talking about black men and black women relationships and we start getting on the line of charging black men, we are going off the course. Okay. And you will find out in many discussions, look at your YouTube tapes, look around the world, you're going to see a lot of discussions about relationships, and they always geared to how wrong black men are. You talked about black men being violent, and then you mentioned, Minister, how your own son joined the military. We don't have a problem with black men joining the military to do violence to fight for America, but we got a problem with them being violent towards one another. We need to examine our hypocrisy in what we do and what we say. When a man has sex with a woman, according to the Bible, that's his wife. We having sex every second, and we marrying one another every second. The problem is, what we consider marriage in America is not marriage according to God. The white man is the devil, first of all. Can we just clear the air on that? The white man is the devil. And how are we going to ask the devil for permission to marry our woman? And how are we going to enter into a contract with the devil on how our relationship's supposed to be built? We decide that men got to go out and work and pay the bills. But we don't give that same man the authority over his own household. He don't have no authority over his wife. He don't have an authority to marry off his daughter. He don't have an authority to tell his daughter how to dress. This is the new age. She can wear what she want to wear. What did Janet Jackson say? What have you done for me lately?
That's what she said.
So now the man is disrespected and yet told to be in a marriage. Well, he's in the marriage. The minute he had sex with her, he was committed to her. But the problem is that commitment gets broken by the rules that men and women have together. And we believe in our ignorance in this empire that by signing that piece of paper with the white man, that's going to mean we're going to be more committed. We're not going to be more committed.
But General, if I could just interrupt for a second, because, okay, fine, and we'll get to the whole institution of marriage and the ceremony, and we can get into federal laws and state laws governing marriages, etc. But here's the thing. You can, yeah, I understand people getting married and justice of the peace, whatever, but the bottom line is this. God instituted marriage, all right? Now, I just have to draw a difference here. If we believe in that concept that as soon as that man sexually, he penetrates that woman in a sex act, that he's married to her, well, then you need to answer me this then. Plenty of our brothers are entering a whole lot of women, and a whole lot of babies are produced. And our sisters are in the welfare office trying to get benefits because the man is nowhere in sight, the black man I'm talking about. So if they're married to them, why in the world aren't they committed?
The reason that black men are not committing, as you would say, or as you would think, is because of how they're being treated by women in their relationship. Nobody charges the black woman. Everywhere I go all over the country, and I speak in the street, in events, and y'all have seen me on the TV and YouTube, all over the place. Everywhere I go to discuss relationships, you cannot charge black women. You start to tell black women the truth about themselves, which would really help every relationship. Everybody could have a perfect relationship like the brothers in the Israelite school, UPK. These brothers having wonderful relationships. We got married, some of them got 2-3 wives, 10 years, 15 years. I talk about it like it's a trophy. I wish you'd come down and see them on the high holy days and watch their wives interact and see how they act with their children. One wife taking care of children of another brother, another wife, a sister wife, and all of that. But you can't tell black women that they being monsters in America. You can't tell them that. And the problem is, no black man want to be emasculated across America by black women. And I hate to put the blame where it belongs, but the Christian church has empowered black women to be disrespectful to black men.
And how? In what way?
In so many ways. In one, taking the authority over the household by using 911 whenever she decides. 80% of 911 calls are calls with women asserting their authority over men without men actually committing a crime. And there ain't a single sister or brother in this room that doesn't know somebody or some woman that called 911 on a brother because he pissed her off or told her that she couldn't do something or took his car from her because of the way she acted. And because of it, what happens? He gets pushed out of his own house. How could you push another man out of his own house? Even the idea is insane.
So you're saying the Christian church is a conduit for this?
Absolutely, brother.
And so you're saying what, the Christian ministers are putting the black woman up?
Yes, they are.
Making bogus calls that they being abused? Because
woman, thou art loose. Woman, thou art loose. What does that mean?
Well, you're making reference to Bishop T.D. Jakes.
That's just one.
Okay, all right.
That's just one.
But would you not agree that domestic violence is a pervasive problem in our community? Men punching, kicking, biting, strangling, stroking, tying a black woman up, beating her, pummeling her to the ground. That's not a figment of one's imagination.
Make no mistake, Minister. Make no mistake. I'm not dismissing black men's violence against black women like it's okay. Make no mistake.
Yes, sir.
What I'm saying is this. It does exist. Because once again, those brothers that are not in the Israelite school of UBK don't understand how to correct their woman without being violent. Black men should have the authority to correct their woman. But since they don't have the authority in this empire and have never been taught how to correct their woman, they just go to what they know. They go smack her. They go put their hands on her. They go choke her. Because they know, instinctively, they know this woman is not supposed to be treating me like this. I'm not supposed to be emasculated like this. They know it instinctively. The minute you get in an argument with your woman, you know automatically, like, she talking to me like this. It go automatic. But the problem is the brothers are not taught. So the brothers do what's natural to men. They become violent to stop that woman. I'm not saying it's wrong. Here's what's wrong. Here's what's wrong. Christian ministers, the number one religion in the black community is Christianity. The buck stops with you. So if black men don't know how to deal and correct their woman, it's your fault.
Give me the next one. I hope this is the caller. Come on up. Come on.
Anonymous, you're on the line. State your name and where you're calling.
Okay, yeah, what's up? What's up? It's once again.
Oh, wait, give him a hand clap. I didn't think he was going to show up.
Hey, brother, man, I do this, man. There's no reason why I wouldn't.
I don't even know you, nigga, to know what you do. So now, when we
no, that's fine.
okay, no sweat, no problem. So I believe you said.
Hold on, let me say, see, this
You ain't gotta say no. Hold on, brother, I'm setting the stage.
You know, you
brother, hey,
This your show, go ahead.
Hey, relax, dude, relax. You ain't mute him, did you? No, unmute him. Let him talk like a maniac, like a woman. Unmute him.
I did.
Oh, brother, what I want you to do is relax. I'm just setting the stage for the conversation. Calm down. Did you grow up with a father, brother?
Talk.
Did you grow up with a father? Yes or no?
Talk.
I'm gonna take that as a no. So I understand why you act.
So take that. Did you grow up with a father?
My father was in and out of my life, more in than out. See how I answer the question? Because I'm not effeminate.
Okay, so
answer
you
the
answered,
question.
I'll answer.
Did you grow up without a father?
Since you answered, I will answer. Yes, of course. I grew up with two fathers. I had a stepfather and a biological father.
Okay, so then you should know the tact of discipline. You should have a better gift at it than me, if that's the case. So now, this brother once again commented. He been commenting all on my YouTube channels, on everything he could find to comment on my YouTube channels, and he made a comment saying these was two emotional men. I believe is the initial comment that he said. And so I invited him to come onto the show to show me how we were emotional. Now, brother, you could tell me how, being that Tommy is not here and only I'm here, you can tell me how I was emotional because that's what you said. The floor is yours.
Okay, hold on one second. I'm trying to find those comments. So I go point by point.
Well, on that particular one, I think you said, hold on, let me see, because I'm trying to find it myself.
Let me say this too. Let me, if I'm able. The reason that I was commenting and looking at your other videos, and it's not because I saw you played the sound effects, not because I didn't have nothing better to do. I'm not a sorry nigger and this, that, and the third. I was looking just to see what your other stances was because I obviously I've heard of you through Sonetta. Cool. Now you got your own, your own platform.
I always had my own.
So I just wanted to see, huh?
I always had my own.
Okay, well, I mean, hey, brother, I just wanted to see what else, other content you had. That's all.
Gotcha.
And another thing, of course, why wouldn't I leave a comment? You know what I mean? Like it doesn't hurt you.
Yeah, that's fine. So on the video that you commented was Captain Tazaryach versus Tommy Sotomayor. Correct and protect the black woman. Is she too proud? Your comment was two very overly emotional men. And I said, no. Wait, I'm sorry. That's you said that. So I'm trying to get the order of the.
Yeah, I know exactly how it went
I said you must be a woman. You said no, but you're behaving like a typical overly emotional one. I said it's interesting that you say that when you have over 20 plus comments on my channel with clear emotional responses. I tell you what, I do my show tonight. You could come onto my show. So there wasn't really a long exchange. I immediately invited you to my show. So the floor is yours to tell me how I was overly emotional.
Okay, hold on, please. Bear with me 1 minute. Okay, here we go. Right, hello.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Right here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Now, the specific reason why I said that I felt you was overly emotional because I left the comment, bong. Then you said, tell that to unprotected black woman, bong. Then I said, I'm not here to argue.
Is this on a different comment, a different page?
For what I'm saying?
Yeah, like what you just said. The comment you left.
This is on.
Like where?
This is on the video. This is on the video. Yeah, with Captain Tazaryach versus Tommy Sotomayor, correct and protect woman. It's a comment that I made stand alone. It's once again and then there's
Okay.
9 comments under that.
I got you. Okay. I got you. So now, you said in that one, you made a comment. Did I reply to that comment?
Yes, you did. Yes,
What did I
that's
say?
what this whole thing is based off.
Okay, what did I say in that one?
Okay, bomb. So I made my initial comment.
Uh-huh.
Then you said, tell that to unprotected black woman. Bomb.
Right.
Then I came in, I put a couple of laughing emojis because, you know, even though contrary to what you believe, I may be hyped and animated, but this is all just a conversation. I mean, you know what I mean? But anyway, I said, I'm not here to argue. We are all unprotected in one way or another. If the police kick in your door right now, blah, 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 you wouldn't be protected.
Right.
Then you came back with, you started off
saying it was
silly.
Right.
Shows you didn't listen to the conversation properly. Then you use an extreme example if police kicking the door in, LOL.
Correct.
You don't want to have a real conversation. You haven't even responded to points being made in the video.
Right.
Have a good day. Now, brother, right then and there is where I felt you were being overly emotional. Okay, we all have emotions. We're all human beings. I felt you were being too overly emotional because, and then
all I said was tell that to unprotected black women. That's just a statement. Ain't no emotional. Then
no, brother.
Then you came with the laughing emojis and said, I'm not here to argue. And then all I said was, you started off saying it was silly, which is your first comment. Your first comment was, this is such a silly and pointless conversation. That was your first comment. You said it was a silly conversation. I mean, and I don't want to take away from it being entitled to, but that's what prompted me to just say, tell that to unprotected black women, because the women that I know that are black women that I know that are unprotected don't think it's a silly and pointless conversation. They actually want the conversation to be had about when are black men going to protect black women. So I'm still waiting for you to just show me what was overly emotional, and since you brought up that comment, what was silly and pointless about the conversation? If we can get to that. So now we've gotten the comments out the way. So just tell me.
Hold on. Let me
Wait, one second. We don't have to go. I have a guest on the show. I don't want to go back and forth about comments. I want to get straight.
But I'm about to land a plane, as they say.
We ain't got to land
it right now because I need the comments to land the plane.
Brother. Oh, you need okay. I'll give you one more comment to land your plane. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, now check it out. This is why I said it was a silly, this is why I said, this is how this whole thing started. Because you said that I don't want to have a real conversation, and this is the key part. You haven't even responded to the points being made in the video. Mm-hmm. Then I left a comment. Then even another brother, okay, this bro, whatever the person is, he said, bro, read the points you addressed, then said you wouldn't address the point. And that's the problem, because in my initial comment, the only thing you took out of it was I said the conversation is.
But he's saying that against you, right?
Under that, I outlined 3 different specific points, specifically addressing point by point what you and Tommy were discussing, and you totally ignored that.
No, I didn't.
That's why I felt you were being overly emotional.
You. That's not overly emotional. That's looking at your point.
Okay.
That's not overly emotional. That's looking at, you said men typically protect the women in their family. That's not true today of black men, not predominantly. Men can barely protect themselves from.
Go ahead.
Men can barely protect themselves from other men, such as the police. Having what Tommy is describing is called vigilante justice, and of course, can have unwanted consequences. What we discussed in this particular video about protecting them was not just pointing out how they're unprotected, but how they can be protected. So I'm still trying to show, like, bringing up 3 points is not addressing what we said. You got to tell me what we said in this dialogue that was silly and pointless. This is why I said we can move past comments. Just tell me what in this video was silly, pointless, and we can just start from there. That's all I'm asking.
Okay. I do this, brother. First of all, you asked me what did I say was feminine or overly emotional. That's why I had to have the comment.
Okay, but we
fine. Now
passed
we're
that.
done with that
We're
point.
right here.
Now we're done with that point. The next
What
point
is
you said is, why did I say the conversation is silly and pointless? Do you want me to address that now?
I just said to tell me. I just said that.
Okay, so the reason I said that and I'll tell you point by point the way I recollect it. The reason I said it was silly and pointless, because you just said you and Tommy were discussing ways on how to protect Black women. One of the things that Tommy said was that Black women should be in a club of who's protected and who's not protected, and something to the effect of if women are submitting to their men and things of that nature. Isn't that correct? Paraphrasing, summing it up. He said that in the beginning of the video. He said he wanted to have some sort of club or something to that effect.
A place where they can be protected. Yes.
Right. This is why I said the conversation is silly, because this topic is so broad and widespread that even for if Tommy was
you just
serious,
something was silly
joking,
about that.
let me finish. Okay, I can't finish my thought because you're gonna interrupt me. It's your show.
Brother, all I want is you to just be succinct. Okay. Succinct just means clear or focused. What was silly about Tommy?
Now, I don't know what succinct means. If you don't let me finish my thought, everybody else called. There's two people already called, and again, this is your show.
Brother, I talk.
You're trying to direct me and tell me what to say.
As a matter of fact, when you go back and listen to this tape, the last person that we was talking back and forth, and I even said listening is an art to him. I know because you're the only one being a cry. You only one being a crybaby about it. I am listening. I'm asking you a specific question. What was silly about him saying that they should be in a club and that they should be submissive? I'm being very direct with the question. The example you
put up, pardon me.
I know, that's why I said listening is an art. So that's the question. What was silly about him saying women should be in a club and be submissive? What was silly about that? That's what I'm asking.
Okay, no problem. The reason I say again, and I was getting to that, it's silly because this topic is so widespread and so varied. Like, okay, for women to be in a club, so what does that mean? They're gonna have a special hand signal or a ring, or what if a woman is in a mall or in anywhere where women be, a supermarket, anywhere? Like how do you distinguish who's in this club and who isn't? Does she have to wear a letter that says she submitted to her man? You see what I'm saying? Like, in a practical sense, that makes no sense.
So now
that's what I said. It was silly.
Now what I'm gonna say is your answer was silly and stupid. And now I'm gonna respond why I say it was silly and stupid.
Headshot.
You said being in the club, what do they gotta have a special handshake or anything like that? If you actually listen to the conversation, I echoed Tommy's sentiments and I used my school as an example. In my school, brothers and sisters come into this building for correction and protection. I'm only going to focus on women. Them women come in here, they have problems. It could be their mouth they're not being protected. So in this school, I'm going to use, instead of school, I'm going to say club, just to echo what Tommy was saying. So in this club of UPK, we teach them how to watch their mouth, how to conduct themselves. In this club in UPK, we teach them how to dress, how to carry themselves, how to not look promiscuous, how to not act promiscuous. We teach them how to be submissive to their man, because the earth, as you said, is so broad. The earth teaches the Black woman to disrespect her man, to disrespect her sons, to disrespect the father of her children. That's what the earth teaches her. So now in this club, we teach her how to properly be a woman. And as they correct themselves when they're out in the mall, they're not loudmouth, as the example that you say. So our women that are in this club are not in the dangers that other women are in, because they're not putting themselves in that danger. So now I just directly, so you have to tell me what's wrong. Now I'm gonna go. Now mine's is a school. Again, I'm only using the word club because that's what Tommy said, and that's what you're.
I got you. I got you.
How
I'm ready for my rebuttal.
So
Yeah.
how is again? You have to tell me how is correcting the black woman silly?
Okay, check this out. First of all, I think what you said is very ignorant. Ignorant meaning lack of knowledge. Okay, you were so quick to call my thing and you got your sound effects, ignorant, whatever. Check this out. That's one thing I noticed, and that's why I was very hesitant to call in, because I see you're dealing with through a religious perspective. I can't knock it. I can't argue. I can't discuss it. Everything you guys are discussing prior, I'm listening. That's not my area. So, but but when you and Tommy were talking, you were talking about black women in general. You didn't say specifically, even, okay, Tommy said a club, and maybe you mentioned your school. Now, I've seen you before, even talk like African kids, you wasn't, they're not part of this or, whatever. So if you're saying the only people that you want to protect, the only women that you want to protect are women that come to your school or through, your religious organization or whatever, then that's what it is. I'm looking at the whole topic of black women who don't believe in what you believe. Muslim, Jewish, atheists, whatever. Black women in general. If you're only talking about black women that believe in your ideologies, then that's it.
Just are you done, brother?
I don't even know if you heard what I said, man.
I heard
it don't even matter, really.
Well, stop. I heard every single thing that you said, and I was
okay.
And I was quiet. So you done brought up I wouldn't feed the African. That ain't got nothing to do with this subject. That's what I mean about emotional.
It does. You don't want.
Why did you interrupt me? I didn't interrupt. I didn't. Now you just said earlier. You just said earlier you don't want to be interrupted. You just said earlier you didn't want to be interrupted. So I didn't interrupt. I didn't interrupt you in your response. Just now I did not interrupt you. And then when I go to respond, I referenced the African shit because you brought it up and you interrupt me again.
Because you don't understand the context.
You don't even know what I'm going to say because you didn't take the time. You didn't take the time to listen because you didn't answer.
I heard you. If
you listen to what I said, then you would have heard my question. Even that, oh God, your mama raised you to say, oh God. You talking to a man, not a woman. My woman talked to me like that. When they say, oh God, and all that shit. You were raised by a woman.
You don't know who the hell I was raised by.
This is a man you're talking to. You're talking
to who I was raised by.
Act like a man. Stop responding.
You act like a man. You don't.
I am. That's why. Listen, that's why I sat. That's why I sat.
You were listening to respond.
That's why I'm listening. Here's how I know.
All right, I know. You can't give no life lessons on being a man. You out of your mind.
Look at you.
You out of your mind.
Look at you. You didn't even answer my question. What was my question before I gave you the floor? What was my question? Don't do the sound effects. What was my question before I gave you the floor?
What was silly about Tommy mentioning a camp and about that discussion?
Question. That was not my question.
What does the African have to do?
No, that was not. My question was, after I spoke, my question was, what is silly about correcting the black woman and teaching her to...
I was close.
Wait, stop. Stop talking. This is what I mean. See how you interrupting? This is what women do. You clearly did. You are a woman. I was right.
People talk, man. Knock it off.
Listen, stop interrupting. If the reason why I'm telling you,
men don't interrupt.
Here's why I'm telling you.
On the basketball court. Niggas argue all day.
Here's why I'm telling you. Here's why I'm telling you.
Go ahead. All right. Okay. You want to low?
All right. Okay. That's what my mom used to say. My mom used to talk like that. Women talk like that.
I know.
The only reason I'm telling you, listen. Just listen. You gonna keep talking? The only reason I'm telling you to not talk while I'm talking is because some people have the gift of talking at the same time the other person is talking and then they can hear what they're saying. But you clearly didn't even know the question that I asked, because when I asked you what that question was, not only did you not answer it, you didn't even know what it was. So maybe you should stop talking while I'm talking so you can hear what I said, because you did not answer my question. You didn't even know what it was. So I'm going to repeat my question and respond. I asked you what was silly about correcting the black woman and teaching her to be submissive. You went on this whole diatribe saying, because I'm religious, your words, if you're not religious, you don't fit in here. When if you actually listen to the conversation me and Tommy had, in my response, I said my door is open to everyone. Everyone. Every black woman can come into this room, but you're going to get rules when you come into this room. And I explain why you're going to get rules, because the black woman, pull that video. Hey, brother, I'm not talking about you right now. Pull that video up I told you I wanted to play. Pull this video up. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you exactly the type of women that need correction. Pull this video up. Pull this video up.
Okay, just want to make sure it's being shared.
And then Tazaryach has a question for you after I play this video, brother. Play this video. Now, you on the phone, so I don't know if you're going to hear this or not, but if you watch it live, this the woman and they play the video. For a second. In this video, you got black women with the goddamn Toy Story characters with little kids, and the Toy Story characters is jerking on the little kids. Jerking on the little kids. Who the fuck gonna correct them if it ain't the black man? Play this shit. Play this video. Play this video. Just turn the volume down a little bit so when I talk, like, oh, you can only mute it. You can't turn it down. All right, then mute it. We don't need to hear it. Just play this video so I go talk over it. Look, they got these Toy Story doll characters bent over twerking, and the mothers is sending their little kids over there. And they don't need them. Women should be in this school. Them women should be in this school with their kids so we can teach them that you're destroying yourself. You ain't just destroying yourself, you're destroying those kids. How is me and Tommy having a conversation about correcting the black woman, every black woman, and giving them rules silly? You know what silly this shit is right here on this video.
Question, because I just heard this king just mention something really that really makes sense. So basically, how come a 10% of the world population, the white man, is controlling everybody? You go to Africa, we have the same problem. You go to London, we got the same problem. You go to America, we got the same problem. I'm African, but when the police pull me over, I'm scared to death. The same too. So what's the problem? African. And basically, I think there is something more important that we should focus than religion. We should come together first to be one and should face the enemy. But I see what I just heard from here is like division. I believe in this, you believe in that, you're not my brother. But I think we got something more important. Why can't we just come together? Like in Africa, they teach us about the black men in America, like the white men still. Gangster movie, prostitution, guns, everything. Of course we're scared. The first time I got in America, I was scared. Why was black man? Because what they show us on TV.
They make us look like monsters.
Yeah, that's what they show us. Like gangster, like American black people are killers. So that's not my fault.
And so when he does the same thing about you.
That's the same thing. So what it is, division to conquer, right? So divide to conquer. So we gotta come together to fix our problems, to know what's right and what's wrong. So basically, that's what I had to say. Peace.
Okay. Is he the same
I'll
thing
get to respond to that.
All right.
White man is enemy to everybody, not just Africans, blacks in America. He's also an enemy with the Arabs. He just bombed Syria. He's an enemy with them. What I would suggest is you take your African brothers, y'all come together and deal with y'all problems. We take our brothers and we deal with our problems. Africans always like to say that Africans want to be joined together, but when the Haitians wanted to join Africa, Africa
but denied it. They reversed it. I'm aware of that, correct? They could have reversed it. They did. They did. They are now part of the African Union as of now.
You gotta show me that one.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, it was reversed.
From what I know,
I'll look it up.
Okay, let them finish. Sorry.
Until I find otherwise, I'm not sure that. So when it comes to this so-called unity, on an individual basis, you may find an African brother that wants to be unified with black people. But as a whole, Africans don't. That's why I use the Haitians and the Africans as an example. But black people in America, even with what the Africans said, I never hear of Africans being profiled, ever. I never hear of Africans being shot. Maybe one. That's one. But when you think of the 100 and some brothers that done got killed this year in America, they're all telling be concerned with a whole other continent. That's your continent. That's not okay. Where at over there? Where over in Africa?
South Africa.
Where?
South Africa.
How many countries in South Africa?
South Africa.
How many countries are in South Africa? This is what I mean when I say, I just said we have to prioritize us. And y'all already taking me over to another country. This is the problem. It's not melanin-born people. Hold on.
oh shit, you got stirred up. You got stirred up.
Right now. So now I gotta be worried about South Africa. I can't worry about Harlem no more. Now I gotta focus on South Africa. So what are you saying?
No, I don't want the mic. Tazaryach. Answer's book. He's trying to engage you, right? He brought the topic. I understand, but what I'm saying is, he should tell him to be quiet. I'm not telling him to be quiet. I'm trying to engage on me. I'm trying to get you back on track.
Right, that's all.
Damn, brother.
I just want to add something into it. Like when we're talking about we should worry about it here. There is no here. It's only Africa. Chinese people, why they not worrying about their issue? Nobody's profiling them. Because they got a home base. Yeah. They got something that if somebody got killed here, the China president gonna call and say, hey, I gotta watch out. Because they got a home. Why African people don't have power? Because we don't have a home base. That's the only problem. Land base, we don't have a land base, sir. It's not my fault the deal is not made with the white man fuck y'all over. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear none of that shit when slaves was being sold to the white man. It's like the white man coming to me now saying, what he's saying is no different than the white man saying, well, I wasn't back then, because that's what his response going to be. Well, those was my ancestors. But we got to get along now. How can I get along with somebody that had a hand in what happened to me? I can't get mad to me. I can't feel compassion for you. For who? That's what they told. That's what they told you. Let him finish. When you talk, I'm quiet. When I talk, no problem. I can't feel compassion for what y'all going through now. Because where was the compassion when my ancestors were going through what we was going through at the hands of your people? Your people are the reason why there are blacks in this condition in America. And now you want me to feel sorry for South Africa, West Africa, or any other part of Africa? Fuck them. Where was the love for us when we was in chains? Our babies is killed, hung, lynched. Where the graves of our slaves at? You can't even fucking find them because of what y'all did. And now it's supposed to be like, well, I gotta care about Africa now. Let me worry about, man, fuck Africa. They can kiss my ass. Black people are who I love, who I would stand with. And when they get in their position of power, then maybe we can talk and say, well, what type of deals we can make? Y'all fucked up y'all deal. Yo, you should get mad at your ancestors for whatever deal they made with the white Europeans when they sold us, and knowing the white man was going to renege, go talk to them. Don't talk to me, and now you want me to fight your fight? White, the brothers is in the military. You know, it's probably brothers flying them drones and all that shit in the military right now, fighting the white man's fight against an enemy that's not his. Now you want me to fight for you when you're my enemy. God damn.
But that was my question.
It's recording. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you first the challenger, the brother from ISUPK, Mr. Captain Tazaryach. You got 5 minutes, brother. Tazaryach, you're up. Your mic is muted, brother.
I'm sorry. I can't be the challenger and be going first. I got to be the. Is that how it goes? I'm not saying I don't want to go first.
It's all boxing talk. Go ahead, my brother.
Oh, okay.
I'm like the ass whooper. Slut.
All right. Go ahead. Introduce
Hey, I'm
yourself.
Captain Tazaryach. Hey, I'm Captain Tazaryach of ISUPK under Commander Jenny Hanna. Today we have a debate between myself and Reginald again. You might want to get rid of Reginald. Today we have a debate between myself and Shaka Amos. A lot of people look at it as a long time coming. He and I have had a lot of heated discussions, most of them predicated by me. So I did a lot of trash talking leading up to this debate. It won't be none of that I guess personal stuff. If he wouldn't, I don't know why he chose to talk about the stuff he talked about before the debate, because none of that stuff would be mentioned in this debate. The excellent caveat to this debate is I can't talk about Kemet, he can't talk about the Bible. What do I mean by that? Normally, when I try to have this type of debate where we just talk about what can actually fix the community, either I or my opponent ends up just doing the usual, you copied this was established 3,000 years ago and stuff like that. We're not talking about nothing from 3,000 years ago. We're not talking about any of that. What I mean by 3,000 years ago, we're not talking about like somebody being the original civilization, original language, or anything like that. What has to be exemplified today is how that is relevant today. Meaning what I know about with the Bible and what I'll show is from our time in slavery up until today, we are using that for our liberation. It's active. The most prominent leaders that we've had in America has used that Bible. Even if they call themselves a Muslim, even if they call themselves a Panther, no matter what they call themselves, they have used the Bible as the blueprint for their liberation. I have never seen it with Kemet. All I've ever seen from that side is how great it was and this and that. So, I created this title. This title is my fault. Vito, you might want to mute the mic, Vito. I created this title because I felt that Shaka was scholarly enough to just deal with the subject.
My apologies, brother. My apologies.
Yeah, I know, Cat. I know.
Hold on. Everybody, please keep your mics muted. All right, go ahead, brother.
I appreciate Shaka taking on the challenge of not being able to talk about the Bible. I know it's a difficult one, just like me not talking about Kemet is a difficult one. But I'm looking forward to seeing what the information. I think the winners of this debate should be the people. What I mean by that is if you truly believe in the Bible and truly believe that that's revolutionary for us, I'll show you information on that, whether it's a Bible verse, whether it's somebody using it. And for the same other side, for Shaka's side, Shaka should be able to show the same exact thing I'm going to show. So with that, I'm ready to rock and roll. I know he gets his 5 minutes, of course, but again, I'm Captain Tazaryach of ICBK under Commander Jenny Hanna. And that's all I got. I'm going to mute my mic.
All right. Thank you, my brother. Peace and love to you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me present to you my big brother, Shaka Amos. He has 5 minutes to lay out his plan and introduce himself to the people. Shaka Amos, you could unmute and get the ball rolling.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I could hear you loud and clear.
He had to be on mute on camp. Oh, there you go. My bad. Yeah.
It's okay. I'm not sure what you guys are seeing, so I just want to make sure what you're seeing is appropriate. All right, cool. Can you see me?
Yes, sir. I could see you.
All right. I donned a cot in honor of Tazaryach's crown of barbed wire. So here we go. His barbed wire thorns. Who's this? From something to everyone from can't see them. Okay, so I'm gonna ignore those messages. Okay. So can you guys hear me and see me?
Yes, I could see you and you sound clear.
Okay, great. So I'm gonna zone first of all, for those of you who don't know me, I'm pretty sure many of you know me or all of you know me. I'm called Shaka Amos. And I represent quite a few things, but this evening I'm representing native literature of ancient Kemet, and I'm representing primarily a position. That's what I'm representing. I'm representing a position. And the position that I'm going to be representing is something in reference to what Tazaryach just said moments ago. So I'm going to address it very briefly, take a few seconds so that you can see, but you'll understand why I'm choosing to take the approach that I'm taking. So he said a moment ago that the title of tonight's debate is his fault. And that's key. That is right. When you go buy a book, first thing you're usually looking at is the title, right? When people are promoting a marketing book, it's the title. Titles matter. When people win a debate, what do they want? They want to get a title, right? Titles matter. When you own something, you have to have a title for it. It's a car, it's a boat, right? Even a house, you have to have a title. So titles matter. And so we're going to be, the majority of my presentation will be focused on the title, because at the end of the day, my primary concern is legitimately resolving the problems of our people. And in order to do that, I'm of the firm perspective that a focused approach is what's necessary. And so I don't know if I'll be presenting in a traditional way. I don't know if I'll be presenting in a way that corresponds to how Tazaryach is going to choose to present, but I'm not here to fight his fight. I'm here to fight my own fight and to represent and advocate for my own perspective. So therefore, I will be presenting in my own way. The challenge for me will be getting it all out. I tried to sue for 30-minute rounds, that he would have 30 minutes, I would have 30 minutes. My opponent wanted to limit it to 10 minutes. We had to struggle to get him to 15 minutes. Just before we came on, I was really suing for at least 20 minutes because I think in order for things to be explained clearly, that there needs to be a buildup. There needs to be some type of preparation. The mind needs to be primed. Right. So I mean, I'm not attempting to present first grade material or junior high school, have a junior high school discussion. So unfortunately, whatever I don't present in the debate, you'll have to catch it on my platform. And I guarantee that it's worth seeing the entire thing in its entirety. When you see it all in its entirety, you'll probably come to the conclusion that it's worth a lot more than what you paid for. That's where he is going to be blessed tonight. My challenge is much greater than his is. I have to present much larger ideas in a much smaller space. So my opponent got to choose the title. He also got to choose the handicap, which was the restrictions of not being of us. Now, he presumes and promotes the myth that he only chose one thing, which is the title, which is false. One thing Hebrew Israelites do is literally every sentence is a false sentence. Or even when they speak truthfully, it's still a false sentence. It's like Tony Montana from Scarface, when he said, even when I lie, I tell the truth. With the Hebrew Israelites, it's the opposite. Even when they tell the truth, they lie, right? So he said that he only chose one thing, which was the title of the debate, which is what my focus is going to be on. The reality of it, he chose the title of the debate, and he chose the parameters in which the debate, the context in which the debate would take place. So it's all geared towards him, right? You have to understand that. It's all geared towards him. And so I have to operate within those small parameters, which is my challenge. So I'm not crying about it. I'm just explaining to you what the nature of the situation is.
That's time. That's time, my brother. That's
okay.
Time. All right. Thank you, my brother. Mute up. Keep your camera on. All right. So for the first round, we're going to have Captain Tazaryach. He's going to go for 15 minutes. Let me set the clock, set the timer and everything. Tazaryach, I want to say, are you ready, brother? Do you need to share your screen and get the ball rolling?
Yeah,
All
I
right.
gotta share it twice. So
Hold on 1 second, Captain. I'm going to mute you for a second. I want everybody to stay on mute. The only person should be off mute should be my brother, Captain Tazaryach. All right. We're not allowed. There's no cameras. Please turn your cameras off. If you're having audio problem, which I just got a couple of emails, come out of the Zoom meeting. And then when you're coming back in, it's going to ask you which audio, pick the Wi-Fi or your Wi-Fi audio. If that doesn't work, go back out and pick the other option, the dial-in option or whatever. All right. All right, family. We're here. We got over 400 people in the building. It's a lot of people. So Again, please stay on mute. All right. Tazaryach, you could come off mute and you could start. When you start sharing, I'll share and we go from there.
Can you hear me, Garfield? Like if I say
Yeah.
I saw Shaka spraying that Egyptian musk on his underarms, you can hear that?
Oh man, I didn't hear that part. Oh man.
I got two shares. I can't.
Shaka
didn't know the camera was on. He over there.
All right, hold on.
Let me
hold on 1 second. Let me get. I got my clock ready. We're doing 15 minutes, so let me know when you're ready, and we could go from there.
Okay, hold on. I got two shares that I have. I have one share of the video, and then I have another share. Now, of course, if he ever has to share, his time can be paused as well. Just so you know. So I have two shares. Give me 1 second to get to it. Just bear with me, y'all, please. I appreciate it. All right. Should be popping up. There's my internet acting slow, so I apologize for that. So I'm going to share my screen. Let me come here. Share. Boom. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. We see a video. All right.
So I'm going to start with this video.
Hold on 1 second. Reginald Baker, for some reason, you choose to come off your mic constantly. I don't know what's going on here. I really don't know. I'll send you a copy in the morning. Yeah, I'll send you a copy in the morning.
That was wise.
That don't make no sense right now. Let me just let these people in. People coming to see Shaka and you, bro. They love y'all.
I think it's a good debate. I mean, it's been a long time coming. I think I first was back in 2014 when I made Shaka stumble on the street. So now here we are. So let me know when I could play the video yet?
Yes, you could play whenever you're ready. I could start your time right now.
I know sweat. And then you'll pause when I switch to my PowerPoint, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right, so I'm ready to go. You can start my time now. Okay, so in this video I'm about to play, remember the title of this debate is Kemet versus the Bible, which one can actually fix our community? So I'm going to show a timeline or a streamline. Now I want to start with this video here. This is Khalid Muhammad, one of the most prominent Black men that has graced America. Even though he's a Muslim, here's what he took a chance to say when he actually had his hands on the Bible. I'm just going to play this clip real fast.
Is it all right? Some of you put this book down. But the Bible is a roadmap to our liberation and salvation if properly understood. From Genesis to Revelation, the Bible actually has our history. We are living in the Bible right now, brothers and sisters. We are walking on the pages of Scripture. But you must go in the Bible with a proper understanding. Otherwise, you'll go in a fool and come out an even bigger fool.
All right, I'm going to stop my share just so I could share my PowerPoint now. Garfield.
All right.
Here.
Yes, sir. I could hear you. And I'll start the time back right now.
No, don't start it yet because, you know, I'll be jamming up when I start the slideshow. So I'm going to go to my slideshow from current slide. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Ain't I supposed to move something?
I didn't see anything moved at all.
Like this, right? You can see my screen now, right?
There you go.
All right, no sweat. You can start my time. Has Kemet ever sparked a revolution of any kind for Black people in America? Like this, and even this list that I have right here is not even long enough to really represent the list of Blacks that have used the Bible as their liberation. So on this list, you have Nat Turner, Denmark Vesey, Rabbi Ford, Rabbi Matthews, Ben Amin, MLK, Elijah Muhammad, Marcus Garvey, Cherry, Malcolm X, Khalid Muhammad, David Walker, the Deacons for Defense, Absalom Jones, Black Panther Party, Harriet Tubman, W.E.B. Du Bois, Frederick Douglass, Henry McNeil Turner, William S. Crowdy. These are just some of the individuals that over time would go and read those records, would go and read that Bible. Some of them would say they even had divine inspiration from the God of the book that will lead them to liberate their people or build something for their people, establish a foundation, establish a government. if we do just a brief overlook of the Black religious history, just 7 churches. You have the earliest church, the African Methodist Episcopal Church, established in 1816. You have the Episcopal Zion Church, established in 1821. You have the Christian Methodist Episcopal in 1870, the National Black Baptist Convention in 1880, the Church of God in Christ, almost sound like GOCC, 1897, the National Baptist Convention in 1915. The first African church was actually organized in 1773 under the leadership of Reverend George Lee. Now, what's going to be interesting, and I did a lecture on this because a lot of people say, may say, well, Cap, you're using the church. This church that we read, that we're going to see in the early 1700s and the 1800s, before integration came, before we thought it was better to assimilate with the so-called white man, they would be what y'all would call ISUBK today. They would be what y'all would call the Israelites today. So now it has the slave Bible, and I'm pretty sure we all heard of the slave Bible, which omitted key passages that could incite rebellion. On display at the museum in Washington, D.C., anybody can go check out this rare Bible from the 1800s. And what's notable about the Bible is not just its rarity, but its content, or rather lack thereof, because it excludes any portion that might inspire rebellion or liberation. They always like to say the Bible is copied or the Bible is plagiarized. There's missing things out of the book. Well, we found what the white man took out. He took out anything that you might read that said, free yourself, empower yourself. It's high time to come out of sleep. Anthony Smith, the associate curator of the Bible and Religion in America, says the first instance of this abridged version, titled Parts of the Holy Bible, selected for use of the Negro slaves, the British West India slaves, was published in 1807. About 90% of the Old Testament is missing. 50% of the New Testament is missing. So imagine them giving you the Bible where all of the verses is about you being a good servant to a master, as opposed to seeing vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. That might inspire you to say, well, this man is leading me in captivity. Let me get out of this captivity. It says in the verses that reinforce the institution of slavery, the most famous pro-slavery verse that many pro-slavery people would have cited is Ephesians 6:5, which says, servants, be obedient to them that are your masters. The NIV version would say, slaves, be obedient to them that are your masters, according to the flesh, with fear, trembling, singleness of heart, as unto Christ. But what they won't tell you or won't include is that the actual verse 9 in the same chapter says, and ye masters do the same things unto them. Why? Because the Bible is not about a master having full dominance over a servant, nor a servant being abused by a master. So the same thing a master does, the same thing a servant does for a master, the master has to do the same for them. That's why Christ washed their feet. Christ washed their feet because him being a master showed what a master can be as a servant, and that's what we're supposed to be. So these are the things that they omitted from the Bible, and we'll see why. This is another, I have the sources here for it. It says many enslaved people who did become Christians had to deal with restrictions by masters that forbade them from attending church or prayer meetings. To get around these restrictions and for alternatives to sermons by white clergy asking them to obey many Christians, enslaved people held secret services with distinct styles of praying, singing, and worship, which is what the black church became today. Even if you look at a black church and a white church, the way that they worship or practice in a white church is very different than a black church, but we had to go hide. And it's said in nearby woods and gullies and ravines and thickets. You can get this from the Invisible Institution. Historians say the biblical story of the Israelites escaped from Egypt, and I want y'all to pay attention, because if the inspiration is what's happening to the children of Israel, then the enemy has to be whoever is oppressing the children of Israel, which is the Egyptians. Historians say the biblical story of the Israelites' escape from Egypt provided a good deal of inspiration to the enslaved people. This was reflected in coded lyrics to some of their religious songs or spirituals. That's why y'all would hear them old Negro spirituals, wade in the water, swing low, swing chariot, all of that would be the coded lyrics that the black people at that time would sing, would encourage. It would be slave routes, escape slave routes. All of those things would play a part. It says in Go Down Moses, for example, the lyrics plead with the Hebrew prophet to tell old Pharaoh, let my people go. Frederick Douglass wrote that when he was a child before he had escaped slavery. A keen observer might have detected in our repeated singing of, O Canaan, sweet Canaan, I am bound for the land of Canaan. Canaan, of course, is what will become the land of Israel. I'll go to the next slide. Prophet William Crowdy. Listen, man, Crowdy would be like an honorary UPK member if you look at the story. So Crowdy was born William Guthrie in Oklahoma on Tuesday, September 13th. I'm sorry, while in Guthrie, Oklahoma on Tuesday, September 13th. The Lord God appeared unto William Crowdy. It's going to be amazing how all of these men that was inspired all got a vision of some kind from an actual real God, not whatever God y'all follow. It says, telling him that he wanted him to redeem Israel out of spiritual and mental bondage. It didn't say he wanted to redeem Africans or any other type of people. It says specifically redeem Israel. In 1896, the Crowdys moved to Lawrence, Kansas, and the prophet began preaching the word of God. At first on street corners, he organized the first tabernacle and emporia at the second at Lawrence. As he strove to reestablish this doctrine and gather the lost sheep of the house of Israel, which is Matthew 10:6, let's see where he went. He met with much opposition from some of the listeners and from some of the civil authorities. That's why I say he would be an honorary UPK member, because we get the same opposition. We get the same opposition every time we go out there, whether it be the listeners or the civil authorities that don't want us to do it. And where did he do it? While preaching on the street. He was arrested 22 times. However, he continued his mission, which he had been sent. That's what the God of the Bible does. When you serve in the God of that Bible, you get inspired, whether you go to jail, whether you get harmed, whether there's danger, whether there's anything involved in it. That's what you do. I'm gonna go to the next slide. Next slide. Because of the great prophet's success, I appreciate it. Because of the great prophet's success, jealousy began to swell up among many prominent clergymen of persuasions. He was accused of anarchy, preaching false doctrine. In February 1902, the Philadelphia Day Press detailed the article telling the people mass meetings held by those ministers and how they declared that this so-called Negro prophet must be stopped. Here's was his response. He said, the more they denounce me, the more people pack my services. I came to this city less than a year ago from Texas, and I've taken in over 1,300 converts. That's how I feel like if I use the conscious community as an example. Sinetta's House of Consciousness. When we come over there and they denounce us, we still kept growing. No matter what they said, no matter how much they try to stop us, we still kept going. It says they are jealous of my success. I teach my people. Here's what they're jealous of. I teach my people to love one another, keep the commandments, pay their honest debts, abstain from alcohol and tobacco. If that's anarchy and false doctrine, I am willing to take a back seat. Mayor Ashford has seen my work and he finds no offense in me. I almost experienced that when we was in North Carolina, which we'll get to later in this debate. In North Carolina, they try to say the same thing, that we're radical, that we're killers, and we're doing that, when all we're doing is keeping our culture. All of them people that you see in ISUBK, keep the commandments, abstain from tobacco. Alcohol is not unlawful, but we do advise if you have an alcoholic problem not to drink it, and we don't follow false doctrine or do anything like that. It says scholars say predominantly Black churches of the 19th and 20th centuries played important roles in Black society outside the sphere of religion. In a period where discrimination barred Black people from access to various public amenities, many Black churches offered job training programs. Why are the Black churches doing that? Because they have that Bible, because they have that book. Zephaniah 2:1 says, gather yourselves together, O nation not desired. So when we was not desired, we desired ourselves, which is what makes the early church such a nostalgic moment in time for me. Like the early church, segregation, all of that is nostalgia because it forced us to be more spiritual, to be more moral, to be more ethical. And once we began to do that, it says many Black churches offer job training, insurance cooperatives, circulating libraries, and athletic clubs. They were among the only places that Black people could take public or semi-public leadership positions. Men gained prominence as pastors, while women, when they like to say we don't rock with the women, while women often led church committees and organizations that provided social services locally or advocated for causes. And that's the balance that the men and women would have back then, and that's the balance we have in ISUBK today. In the late 18th, I think I might have read, I'll read this one again. In the late 18th and early 19th centuries, thousands of Americans, Black, enslaved, and free, were swept up in the revival known as the Second Great Awakening, which we're about to get into. It says in the South, the religious fervor of the evangelical Christianity resonated easily with the emotive religious traditions brought from West Africa. Rob Warner liked that part. I left that in there for you. Forging a unique synthesis, slaves gathered in hush harbors, woods and gullies, ravens and thickets for heartfelt worship, which stressed deliverance from the toil and troubles of the present world and salvation of early life to come. Let me keep going. Most of the enslaved lay outside of the institutional church on purpose. They laid outside of the institutional church because when you go in the church, you'll be what they call institutionalized. In the 1830s and 1840s, Southern churchmen undertook an active campaign to persuade plantation owners that slaves must be brought into the Christian fold. Now, in one part, they come in outside of the institutional church. In the other part, they want to bring them into the Christian fold for control. This meant that the church that had to be carried to the plantation, aided by denominational missionary societies, association, plantation missions became popular institutions. But missionaries recognized that Christianity would not appeal to all enslaved Blacks. This is what they said. He who carries the gospel to them delivers deism, skepticism, universalism. All the strong objections against Christianity. Objections were considered peculiar to white Christians who were preaching obedience to your masters because they knew if they were delivering their type of Christianity, it wouldn't be something that we would follow. I think I want to skip this one and come back. This is Henry Highland Garnet. This is the National Negro Convention of 1843 was held in Buffalo, New York, drawing some 70 delegates, a dozen states. Among the delegates were young rising leaders in the African community. Frederick Douglass, William H. Brown, Charles.
30 seconds, 30 seconds.
27. This is what Henry Highland said in his address. He said, brethren, what Henry Highland said was that slaves of the United States were calling for their open rebellion. And that speech only failed by one vote. So even during back then, he said, brethren, arise, arise, strike for your lives and liberty. Now is the day and the hour. Let every slave throughout the land do this. And he was a preacher. He was a preacher using that Bible for his liberation. What I've shown in my first half, which I'll continue to show, is that that Bible has been the only liberation for Black people in America. I yield.
All right, peace and love. You did 50 minutes and 25 seconds. I'm going to give my brother Shaka Amos the same amount of time. And before Shaka goes in, let me mute everybody up. All right, the only person who should be off mute is my brother Shaka. You're going to have to unmute yourself again, my brother, because I just muted everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your microphone muted. Keep your cameras off. Enjoy the information. Get your pen and paper and take notes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you my big brother, Shaka Amos. I'll start the time when you tell me that you're ready, my brother. You got to unmute your mic, brother Shaka.
Okay, I'm unmuted. I had to find my screen. These things jump around. Okay. So I'll address his statements at the end. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Are we starting right now? Like, do I get a go?
You tell me. Once you start, I'll start the clock, my brother.
Okay, not a problem. So that's oh, let me take this out my ear because I don't need it. All right. So that's let me make sure I can share my screen so I can make sure everything is on. Hold on one second. Share screen. Share screen. Okay. All right. So I'm guessing you guys can see this, right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Let me put this up top. Oh shit. I hate when, forgive me guys, Zoom is just kind of screwing me up here a bit. All right. Let me do this again. 1 second, guys. Zoom screwed me, so you got to give me a second.
Take your time, brother. It's all good.
All right.
Clock ain't start yet. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, remember to keep yourselves on mute. Turn your cameras off. If you're having audio issues, make sure you come out and try to sign in under the Wi-Fi for audio or the other one. All right.
I have a question for you. You know the little. This is why I hate Zoom. You know the little thing that when you're sharing your screen and you can still see the Zoom controls on your screen. Is there a way you can make that hide because it's blocking things that I need to see?
Anybody? Rob on.
Move it to the side, Shaka. You see that little thing? Just touch it and move it. Move it across. I don't see nothing now but your screen now, though.
Yeah, I know, but I can see it. So it's like, all right,
you see your picture, right?
Yeah, I could see the all of the controls and everything, you know.
You just gotta press on it and move it. That's all. Just press on it and move it to the side.
Yeah.
You move it up.
All right. But even okay. All right. So this is not doing it. All right. So whatever, man. I'll just leave it right here. I'll just deal with it.
All right. Let me know when you want to start, and I'll start the clock, my brother.
Other thing you could do is expand your screen, and then it'll take up the whole screen. You won't see no controls.
Yeah, my screen is expanded fully.
Oh shit. I don't know then. All right.
Yeah. So all right. Either way,
you know the button at the top that says the green, the yellow, and the red. Press the green button and expand the screen.
I know that. Oh, come on, man. I spent too much time online not to know that. That's not the issue.
I'm just saying that's what he's saying, to expand the screen. Because if you do,
I know it's already. But I'm saying it's already expanded. So
if it was expanded, it would have expanded here on my screen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it would expand on everybody's screen, beloved.
Well, I thought it would. Well, hold on, let me do it again. Because I know I expanded it.
Because once you just took off your sharing, you stop sharing.
All right, I'm gonna stop sharing again so I can get this right. Okay. Right. So 1 second.
Hey, Garfield, everybody could get in, right? I got a few texts that some people said they couldn't get in.
Everybody got in, brother. If they have the link, I'm right here. So I mean, we have. Hold on. And to be,
talking about the ones that didn't pay Tazaryach, probably.
Nah, they paid.
Hey, shout out to Kim Zealand in the building, by the way, from Clubhouse. Shout out to Kim Zealand. I got to give her a quick shout out right there. I see her in the house. I just want to say shout out to Kim Zealand. All right.
There you go, Shaka. There you go.
You can see it.
You just got off.
You just got off. You went back off.
Right back on. I'm putting it right back on. Okay.
There you go. There it is.
Okay. Man, this is.
Let's get it.
1 second. This is why I hate Zoom. Zoom sucks. 1 second, because it's still not fully expanded. Now it's fully expanded.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Because you got to expand it twice. You got to expand it on the screen thing, and then you got to expand it in PowerPoint. So you got to expand it twice.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Time.
We going. All right. So, whenever you're ready, you can start me. Just let me know that you started me.
All right.
Just remember, you got 15 minutes, Shaka. So you want to do what you do. Don't get started.
Yeah, I know.
All right, there you go, bro. You can start when you're ready.
All right. Okay. All right. So the first thing that I want to address very quickly is Tazaryach lied about the title. I have the title right here on the screen. He said that it was called Kemet versus the Bible, right? That's what he said. Now, if it was called Kemet versus the Bible, I'm not supposed to be able to mention the Bible. He's not supposed to be able to talk about Kemet. So why would it be titled? There's the title right in front of you. Remember I told you, even when they try to tell the truth, they lie. Literally everything that comes out of their mouth is a lie. Look at the title. It says, who ancient writings can fix the black community? Whose records are stronger? Saturday, April, Tazaryach, and Shaka Amos. It doesn't say anything about the Bible. It doesn't say anything about Kemet. So that was a lie, L-I-E, all capital letters. And if we were charging money for lies, you would owe me money right now. So we go put that in your lie bank. That's number one, okay? So if you listen to his conversation, two things I want to address, and I'm going to move forward. One, his big critique about Kemet is that Kemet was 3,000 years ago, and therefore it can't address anything that's modern. I take issue with that, because if you were talking about modern, you would not have just kept us in the 18th and 19th century for the past 15 minutes, over 15 minutes. So that is hypocrisy and a double standard. So you want to say that your out-of-date shit is better than your out-of-date stuff is better than our out-of-date stuff. That's basically your argument, right? Because you literally just kept them, you kept the entire 400 people, or however many people are watching, you literally just kept them in the 18th and 19th century. I don't know if you know this, but right now, there's artificial intelligence. None of that existed in the 18th and 19th century. So you were really, really out of sync, okay? I'm hearing somebody's mic, please mute.
Hold on a second.
And stop my time.
There you go. I stopped that.
It's mine. I just came in. I'm trying to see how this thing works. I'm sorry.
All right, somebody mute her, please.
All right, there you go. You're good, sis. You're good. All right, go ahead, Shaka. I'll start your time as soon as he starts speaking.
Okay, I'm starting to speak now. So again, that was just more of the double speak of Hebrew Israelites. It's always a sleight of hand and tricks and mirrors, okay? And I just showed you that in real time. You could see with your own two eyes what the title is. It's not what he said it was. And you can also bear witness to the fact that he just kept you all in the 18th and 19th century, right? And that's really important. Why is that? Because what it tells you is, if you notice, everything that he said was about what slaves did. Slaves did this, slaves did that, slaves this, slaves that. He just spoke to you about 15 minutes about slaves. That's what he talked about, slaves. So basically, the subtext is he wants to keep you in a slave posture. Do what the slaves did, because that's going to be the solution to your problems. Does that make sense to you, to act as slaves in a free society, in a purported free society? Tell me how that makes sense and how that adds up. That is illogical. That is illogical to use the solutions of slaves within a free society. That makes no sense. It's like taking both of your shoelaces and tying them together and say, I'm going to go run this race against everybody else who has on, who had their shoes tied properly. It's just more Hebrew idiocy. Now let's move forward. There we go. All right. This is from Columbia University Irving Medical Center, right? So, and he also, not only did he keep you in the 18th, 19th century in a slave posture, but the other subtext to that is that your problems are essentially spiritual, right? That's the main message, that the main problem that Black people have is a spiritual problem, right? And so what I'm going to document for you is that the main problem that Black people have is not a spiritual problem, okay? So we're going to deal with that, and then we're going to come back to dealing with the title, because that's very important if I make it. Okay, this is from Columbia University Irving Medical Center, Columbia University Department of Psychology. Okay, they published this article. It's fairly recent, so I think it's very relevant to what we're talking about, right? Addressing mental health in the Black community. The Black community suffers from an increased rate of mental health concerns. You want to know what your problems are? Bingo, there you go. Every time you walk out into your community and you see all kinds of aberrations, you see people walking around begging, barely wearing decent clothes, they're out of their minds, they're on methadone, they're on heroin, all over the place. People are all kinds of stuff, right? Things going on in the family it's all mental illness, all of it. That's ground zero for your problems. It's mental illness. It's not a spiritual problem, it's a psychological one, okay? Let's be very clear on that, all right? So we could take that book and throw it in the garbage, number one. Okay, the Black community suffers from an increased rate of mental health concerns, including anxiety and depression. The increased incidence of psychological difficulties in the Black community, you heard that, increased incidence of psychological difficulties. This is what ties you up. This is what will keep both of your shoes tied together. Psychological difficulties, not spiritual issues. Get out of the 10 Commandments, the movie's over, okay? The increased incidence of psychological difficulties in the Black community is related to the lack of access to appropriate and culturally responsive, did you hear that? Culturally responsive mental health care. The problem is part of your mental issues are the cultures that you are subscribing to. They are dysfunctional. You've been in that church how long? He just documented for you how long you've been in that church. And you want to know why you have psychological problems? There it is, documented for you in red ink, okay? They have lack of access to appropriate and culturally responsive mental health care. The church, the Bible is not culturally responsive mental health care, okay? He also said something about we. What did he say about we? Inspired, but all of his rants keep you from traveling. He said something, yeah. He said something about we and us when it comes to the Bible. Oh, we're keeping our culture. You haven't proved it's our culture. So don't stop with the fake argument, right? You failed to prove that. So let's continue to move. Right. So lack of culturally responsive mental health care. We suffer would also exacerbate this prejudice and racism inherent in the daily environment of Black individuals and historical trauma enacted on the Black community by what? The medical field, okay? So that means the very people who are supposed to be helping you are actually exacerbating the problem because of the aforementioned issues, which is racism and the other things, prejudiceness, a lack of culturally responsive healthcare, and what else? Historical trauma, right? And moreover, given that the Black community exists in the intersection of racism, classism, and health inequity, their mental health needs are often what? Exacerbated and mostly unfulfilled. When you walk out into the streets, my people, and you look around your own communities, it's not a lack of Bible that has people messed up. It's their overall mental health. You notice nothing that he said addressed that. None of it. None of it spoke to mental health. It was just stories about slaves. That's it. So he's like a spokesperson for Hollywood. You know how every year they come out with a slave movie, 12 Years a Slave. Now they got Will Smith, his new slave movie. Before that, it was another slave movie, right? So Tazaryach is the spokesperson for slave movies. And they do say Hollywood is full of Jews, right? Hollywood is full of Israelites. Hollywood is full of these people of the Bible, right? So it makes sense that all he wants to do is promote slavery amongst us. That's it. That's all he wants to talk about. The slaves did this. The slaves did that. The slaves did this, that, and the third. Okay. Oh, and as far as the other thing, I also wasn't told we were allowed to play videos, so the preparation was poor. The other thing is that Khalid Muhammad, he showed you Khalid Muhammad talking when Khalid Muhammad was still in the Nation of Islam and when he was in the first grade. He didn't show you Khalid Muhammad when he left and went to the United African Movement and was wearing Ankh and Kente cloth. He didn't show that Khalid Muhammad. So that first bit of smoke and mirrors, that's disqualified. Throw that in the garbage. I don't even need to show a picture of that because everybody has seen Khalid Muhammad with the AK-47 and the big fat ankh on his forering. So if you don't, just go Google it, right? Let's continue. Issues. So remember, these mental health needs are often exacerbated and mostly unfulfilled. Think about that, people. The Bible can't solve that. If the Bible could solve that, we would have been mentally healthy the whole time. He said we were using it since slavery. So we've been using it since slavery. We should have the best mental health if that's what it can cure. But since it hasn't cured it, and since we are disproportionately representative in the mental health community, in the mental health issue community, then that alone should tell you something. That what's coming out of his mouth is horseshit. Okay, let's continue. Issues related to economic insecurity. So now it's talking about how your mental health is affecting your finance, right? You can't fix a broke community without finance. You can't do it. Not gonna happen. Sorry. Come back to reality, all right? Issues related to economic insecurity, right? And the associated experiences, such as violence and criminal justice. We got gang violence and violence from the police. Everybody trying to kill us. Everybody, even female violence against their male partners is on the rise. So think about it. We know what violence, we know we the only community that you walk through where people get shot like it's nothing. And we know when we complain about mass shooters and we complain about police, racist police, but you know we was doing it up long before either one of those people came along. You know getting shot in the Black community is like walking to the store to get bread. You know this. So let's stop playing games. Let's stop playing Bible games with each other. All right. So anyway, Issues related to economic insecurity and the associated experiences such as violence and criminal injustice further serve to compound the mental health disparities of the Black population, right? Research suggests that the adult Black community is 20% more likely to experience serious mental health problems, such as major depressive disorder and generalized anxiety disorder. This is what most Black men have, whether you know it or not, even the ones that look normal. Additionally, Black emerging adults. Now this is documentation on the kind of people we're producing after being in the, I can't mention the church, right? So this is what we're producing, okay? This is what we're producing. Black emerging adults, ages 18 to 25, also experience high rates of mental health problems and lower rates of mental health service utilization compared to white emerging adults and older Black adults. So you think your number one problem is spiritual when the documentation is telling you you're lagging behind psychologically behind white emerging adults. That means the young people we're producing are lagging behind young white people. And that ain't a Bible issue unless you're a freaking retard, okay? These sobering statistics, and they are very sobering, suggest that despite efforts to reduce disparities among race and class in the U.S., inequalities are increasing. How long have we had the Bible? And everything is on, all of this adverse stuff is on the increase. That alone is your clarion call that the Bible is not your answer, period. Okay? Right. So when you look at this image right here, right?
The knuckleheads, we just can't blow them up.
Hey, yo, can somebody please mute her?
The more all of us as human beings get
Yo,
along,
somebody mute her. Stop my time.
And sometimes it's small talks. People can get along. Forget about a lot of this hatred and stuff.
Okay, I'm
Life
gonna
is short.
hello.
Let's get along on this planet. But
hey, yo,
kick that nigga out, man. Kick him out, man.
He's out.
Nah, that was the moderator's fault, man. I want my 5 minutes back. That was going on for damn near 5 minutes.
My brother, I stopped the clock. I was muted.
Yeah, he kicked him
that wasn't
out, man.
5 minutes.
Get to the topic, Shaka.
All right, let's go.
All right, carry on.
All right, as you can see in this image, this is emblematic of the Black community. All you got to do is walk out to 125th Street or go down in the subway or get on a bus. We know we can't even bring our children anywhere in our communities because this is rampant. This has nothing to do with lack of Bible. Okay? So the number one problem in the Black community is character deficit presents as mental illness. Why am I talking about character deficit? Well, because when you ask the average Black person what is character, they're going to have the wrong answer. I'll prove it to you right now. I want all of you to ask yourself, what is character? I'm going to give you 3 seconds for you to give your own self an answer. 3, 2, 1. Now, you need to write your answer down on a piece of paper to see if you were wrong or right. So when I show you what it is later, you can determine if I know what I'm talking about or not. What is character? That is the question. All right? Now, we just spoke about mental illness, right? Rampant in the Black community. This is the instruction of Amenemope, Ancient Egyptian Literature, Volume 2, New Kingdom, Dr. Marion Lichtime, right? Forgive me, I'm just checking my time. Okay. Oh, shit. All right. So anyway, this is what it says. This is in the introduction to the instruction of Amenemope from Ancient Egyptian Literature, 2nd millennium BCE. With this long work, the genre instruction, they're talking about a specific genre of literature, instruction in Egypt, reaches its culmination. Its worth lies not in any thematic richness, for its range is much narrower than, for example, that of the instruction of Ptahhotep. Its worth lies in what? The quality of inwardness. Where does mental illness take place? Inwardness, inside your mind. That's what it's addressing. It says, and it proves it right here, the next sentence, though it is still assumed that right thinking and right action will find their reward. The rest of the sentence is irrelevant. What is the literature? What is this literature addressing? Right thinking and right action. Mental health.
You got 2 minutes left, brother.
Thank you. Mental health. This is the answer to your problem. Right thinking and right action. Not all of this slave crap, okay? Mental illness equals what? Systemic wrong thinking and wrong actions. If mental illness is systemic wrong thinking and wrong actions, and this literature is the adverse opposite, the exact reverse of that, which is right thinking and right action, there is no question as where your salvation lies, unless you are culturally and historically illiterate. And I'm not asking you to assume a slave posture. Mental illness versus right thinking and right action. Mental illness is wrong thinking and harmful behavior. Here it is right here. This literature addresses right thinking and right action. I just documented it for you. That is a fact. That is not an opinion or perspective. The Bible does not address that. And if it does, it didn't explicitly say so, and he damn sure didn't present it. Now, so yeah, I'll be addressing this. I'll continue, but I'm be addressing this coming up. Whose ancient writings can fix the black community? The title, I didn't choose the title. He said himself in his own words, it was his fault. So we're going to address the problem with that title, because until you, pardon the pun, fix that title, you will not be able to solve our problems. I always say, if you ask a poor question, you deserve a poor answer. That was a poor question, but it was only asked by somebody without knowledge because they didn't know how to ask the right question. That's what we're going to be looking at moving forward. Okay, and I'll continue until I stop. Fix, mend, or repair, right? Restore order or tidiness, especially to one's hair, clothes, and makeup. That's a weak definition. Fix versus restore. What does restore mean? Bring back a previous right practice, custom, or situation. Reinstate, return someone or something to a former condition, place, or position. Repair, renovate a building. Buildings matter. Pay attention, because you're going to see something later about buildings, right? Work of art, building the human beings in Egypt, right? So as to return to its what? Original condition. He wasn't talking about none of that. Okay? Restore, give something previously stolen, taken away, or lost, your language, your culture, your mores, back to the original owner or recipient. We shouldn't be talking about fixing the black community. It should be talking about restoring. So you had your question wrong. I didn't title the debate, you did. And you were misleading everybody by doing that because you're not an intelligent person. Now.
All right, time, brother.
Boom.
Time. All right, you could unshare your screen. Ladies and gentlemen, again, please do not get off your microphone, no matter how emotional it is, whichever side you're on. Just take notes and respect the platform. All right. I want to say first and foremost, again, thank you, Brother Shaka, for that presentation a while ago, that first 15 minutes. Now here comes the second round from Captain Tazaryach. Once you start speaking and you tell me you're ready, my brother, I will tick the clock off. All right. So those, and by the way, for those two people that's in the waiting room that has been disrupting the debate the whole night, you could email me in the morning for a copy of the debate. All right. All right. Here we go. All right. All right. Now your turn, Captain Tazaryach.
Hey, Garfield, I got 2 shares. I just want to share a photo. Because this nigga wasted all that time talking. I see why I think he needed an hour. But I want to share twice. I want to share a photo, and then I want to get to my PowerPoint. So I'm going to share that first, all right? So I'm going to share my screen, because he like calling me a liar. I don't know why he do that. This nigga's a liar. He said I can't talk. You can see my screen, right?
Yeah, ready. Let's go.
So he made a point to say I can't mention the word Bible and Kemet. Why am I talking about that? This nigga got an old photo. Because remember, I'm the one came up with the title. So look at this screen right here. It's on my Facebook page. If y'all need to see the date. Whose ancient writings can fix the black community? Whose records are stronger? Captain can only use the Bible. So he can't say I can't mention the Bible. Maybe, Shaka, you might want to, I don't know what type of service you got, but get you a better phone or photo. But don't stop calling me a liar when I'm not. Captain can only use the Bible. Shaka can only use Kemetic records. That's it. So I didn't lie. I told the truth. So I'm going to stop this share, and I'm going to continue to talk about these slaves he don't want to talk about. And I'm going to tell you why. Wait, let me pause. I'm not going to say anything until I share, till I get back in here. All right? So let me go back to my screen share. Let me share screen again. Let me go here. Boom. Boom. And then he complained about me not working. It took him 12 minutes to figure out the shit he was trying to do. So I know you can see my screen. So let me go from current slide. Let me do from current slide. You can see it, and you can see the whole screen of it now, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, I appreciate it. I'll go from here. This man spent all his time to pull out one verse from Miriam Litcham, look like her words, not even Amino Pope's words from Miriam Litcham, about mental illness, which mental illness is something that plagues Black people. That's why I'm showing you this timeline. When I get finished this timeline, don't worry, we'll see that the Bible has long been the threshold of fixing, and it's only because we left that. That mental oppression that he's showing in 2023, if we would have kept that Bible the way these men I'm going to read about kept it, we wouldn't have that mental oppression. So I'm gonna keep going. This was Henry Highland. I want to highlight this brother again. It says he was a 27-year-old Henry Highland Garner, a newspaper editor and pastor of the Presbyterian Church in Troy, New York. However, captured most of the attention of the delegates with an address to the slaves of the United States in which he called for their open rebellion. The speech failed by one vote of being endorsed by the convention. If that speech would have happened, it would have been a sanctioned rebellion. This was his quote: "Brethren, arise, arise, strike for your lives and liberties. Now is the day and the hour. Let every slave throughout the land do this, and the days of slavery are numbered." That's the inspiration that he had. He keeps saying, why do I ask, why am I referencing the Bible? Why am I talking about the past? Romans 15:4 says, whatsoever was written aforetime was written for our learning, that through patience and comfort of the scriptures, we might have hope. The only thing we have is our records. Is it not? Him using Kemetic records, me using biblical records, we're using stuff of old. So I'm showing history and how we use that history to build ourselves up, and then the failure of Black people not wanting to stand with those rebels, not wanting to stand with those militant men and women that was about the rise and strength of Black people. It said, you cannot be more oppressed than you have been. You cannot suffer greater cruelties than you already have. That's a camp speaking. That's the Henry Highland would be Captain such and such in ISUPK with that speech right there. I'm gonna keep going. During the 1770s and 80s, Black ministers began to preach their own people, drawn on stories and events depicted from the Old and New Testament. They wasn't depicting from nothing else. No story spoke more powerful than the story of Exodus. Like, movies inspire. I remember when Panther came out, all y'all niggas was Wakanda Forever. Y'all doing this shit here. Y'all doing all that. Because visuals and stories are inspiring. But there ain't never been nothing more inspiring than the Bible. Exodus, as an example, with themes of bondage and liberation brought out by a righteous and powerful God who would one day set them free. A few Black preachers in the South succeeded in establishing independent Black churches. One of them was Andrew Bryan. The white community did not like that there was a lot of African-American people gathering for his services. The slave masters did not want slaves listening to Bryan, just like our oppressor don't want them listening to us today. God forbid we stop selling drugs, which I'm gonna address. God forbid we stop being homosexual. We stop aborting babies. We stop tearing up the Black family, which I'm gonna show how the Bible fixes all of that. God forbid we stop doing that. And they didn't like it back then. It says, because they believed he was plotting a rebellion. The slaves did not attend the services, were whipped. The slaves that did were whipped, shackled, hanged, beat, and imprisoned. It didn't stop him, though. Bryan was accused of plotting a rebellion and was thrown in jail, but he won the case. When the case was analyzed by the Justice of Inferior Court, it resulted in Bryan and Sampson being found innocent. That's why I have Romans 13:11, and that knowing the time that now is high time to wake up out of sleep. For now is our salvation nearer than we ever believed. I'll go to the next slide. David Walker, another brother, David Walker wrote a whole article to the damn Supreme Court. And he said, Walker found oppression of fellow Blacks unbearable. If I remain in this bloody land, he later recalled thinking I would not live long. He was only in his 20s either. He was a young man that saw the oppression of Black people, and he was a pastor too. It says, how much? And I cannot remain where I must hear slaves' chains continually and where I must encounter insults of their hypocritical enslavers. Consequently, as a young adult, he moved to Charleston, South Carolina, a mecca for upwardly mobile free Blacks. He became affiliated with the strong African Methodist Episcopal Church. Them church I said that was founded, you ain't gonna find no Kemet churches nowhere, but you're gonna find the Episcopal Church with the activists and the members. And once he got that, this is what he wrote. It says, our wretchedness in consequence of the preachers of the religion of Jesus Christ. Religion, my brethren, is a substance of deep consideration among all nations of the earth. The pagans have a kind, as well as the Mohammedans, the Jews, and the Christians. But pure, undefiled religion, such as was preached by Jesus Christ, Yahushua Mashiach, and his apostles, is hard to be found in all the earth. That's where he's drawn from. It's not mental to be spiritual. It's mental to not have no spirit, because what you yield your spirit to is what you yield your morality to. You look at America, you look at blacks yielding their spirit to America. That's why we don't have no morality. When you yielded to that Bible, like he's talking about, now you instantly have to have a morality if you're following it. It says God through the instrument of Moses. Again, we talk about Moses. And again, if they talk about Moses, Egypt has to be the enemy. Handed a dispensation of his divine will to the children of Israel after they left Egypt. He then, by his apostles, handed a dispensation of his, together with the will of Christ, to the European and Europe, who in open violation of which have made merchandise of us. Now he's calling them out on using the Bible to make merchandise of us, which is also in the Bible. 1 Peter 2:3 tells you that they will make merchandise of us. I'm gonna go to the next slide. This other David Walker's quotes. David Walker's appeal, arguably the most radical of all anti-slavery documents, caused a great stir when it was published in September of 1829. It called for slaves to revolt against their masters. David Walker, a free black, originally wrote from the South, they want us for their slaves and think nothing of murdering us. Therefore, if there is an attempt made by us, kill or be killed. These are the type of men we had back then that was inspired by the Bible. And that's why I'm going through this historical timeline, because there came a time where it stopped. I'm gonna go to the next slide. Oh, Nat Turner. Nat Turner's another brother, probably the most famous. Y'all probably don't know the Georges and the David Walkers that I've mentioned, but you know Nat Turner. Nat Turner's sources from the time of the revolt referred to Nat Turner as a preacher. And Nat Turner thought of himself as a man of God, perhaps even as a prophet chosen by God. So some of the scriptures that I have as a quote. It says, having arrived to the man's estate and hearing scriptures commented on meetings, I was struck with that particular passage which says, seek ye the kingdom of heaven and all things shall be added to you. A lot of people think the Israelites are just sitting on their hands, not doing nothing. The kingdom of heaven is within you. It says, as I was praying one day at my plow, the Spirit spoke to me saying, seek ye the kingdom of heaven and all things shall be added unto you. Luke 12:31. About this time also I had a vision. I saw white spirits and black spirits engaged in battle. Again, another slave, another revolutionary man getting a vision from the Most High, the God of this book. And it says, the thunder rolled in the heavens and the blood flowed in the streams. And I heard a voice saying, such is your luck. Such are you called to see. And let it come rough or smooth, you must surely bear it. That's Isaiah 40:4, Luke 3:5. And the Holy Spirit was with me and said, behold me as I stand in the heavens. And look, I saw the forms of men in different attitudes. That's Isaiah the 65th chapter. It was plain to me that the Savior was about to lay down a yoke he had borne for the sins of men. And the great day of judgment was at hand. That's Matthew 11:20. That's Bible verses. On the 12th of, no, I'll go to the next slide, Salaki. This is what W.E.B. Du Bois wrote about those same free men, which I'm a free man. I can talk the way I talk because they was free back then, just like I'm free to speak what I say now. This is what W.E.B. Du Bois wrote. It says, we often neglect the influence of the freedman before the war because of the paucity of his numbers and the small weight he had in the history of the nation, because history would not uplift what they would call the rebels. America is never going to glorify the rebels. They'll glorify like a Martin Luther King. He wasn't a rebel. But they wouldn't glorify Malcolm or Nat or Khalid. They won't or Commander General. They won't glorify them. We must not forget that his chief influence was internal. That same internal shit Shaka was talking about, where he just want to be about wisdom. The influence that was internal for them was exerted on the black world, meaning they went and did something about it. And that there he was the ethical and social leader. I want him to show, this is Shaka, where they used any of his records to be an ethical and social leader, because I'm showing it. I'm showing in this debate that whether it was from back then or when we get to 2023, we use that Bible to be ethical and social leaders. The masses of the freed men sank into poverty and listlessness, but not all of them. The free Negro leader arose, and his chief characteristic was intense and earnestness and deep feeling on the slavery question. They get mad when they say all y'all doing is yelling on the street, because y'all don't know what it means to be intense, to be angry. Like we just read about David Walker. He said he can't bear to listen or hear the chains of slavery. That's how we feel today. when we see our brothers and sisters destroyed the way that they destroyed. We can't bear to hear it. And we get instilled in us the influence to be an ethical and social leader. That's the pattern I'm showing. Freedom became a real thing to him and not a dream. His religion became more darker and intense. So he wasn't the step and fetch it type of Christian. And into his ethics crept a note of revenge, and into his songs a day of reckoning at hand. The coming of the Lord swept this side of death and came to be a thing to be hoped for in a day. Through fugitive slaves and irrepressible discussion, this desire for freedom seized the black millions still in bondage. That's what the Bible inspired. That's what we inspire every day. Now, let me not talk about Marcus Garvey. You're red, black, and green. That was a brother that believed in the Bible.
3 minutes, 3 minutes,
So
3
when
minutes.
you put that red, black, and green up, just remember Marcus Garvey. This is what Marcus Garvey said. Considering the strong political and economical black nationalism of Garvey's movement, it seems odd to include an essay on his website on religion in America. Garvey himself claimed that his Declaration of Rights of the Negro peoples of the world, along with the Bible, served as the holy writ for our Negro race. He stated very clearly that as we pray to the Almighty God, not Ra, as we pray to the Almighty God to save us through his holy words, so shall we with confidence in ourselves follow the sentiment of the Declaration of Rights and carve our way to liberty. For Garvey, it was no less than the will of God for black people to be free, to determine their own destination. His organization and its motto, one God, one aim, he took from Psalms 68 and 31. When it say, princes shall come out of Egypt. Why is it saying princes shall come out of Egypt? I have the scriptures right here. Isaiah 27 and 12. And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall beat off the channel of the river of the stream of Egypt, and ye shall be gathered one by one, O ye children of Israel. Marcus Garvey's influence was the Bible. Isaiah 27 and 13, and this shall come to pass in that day that the great trumpet shall be blown, and they which were ready to perish in the land of Assyria and the outcasts in the land of Egypt. It's not that deep. What I have here, how much time I got? It says princes shall...
1.5 minutes, my brother. 1.5 minutes.
I'll skip this one. This is just talking more about Marcus Garvey. This is the Black now we're getting into some shit now. The Black Convention movement in Black politics in 19th century America. If I don't finish it on this slide, this is where I'll pick up on the next slide. African-American leaders throughout the 19th century recognized the significance of creating and sustaining national organizations that was built upon local political networks. Central to this was the Black Convention movement. A survey of many local, state, national Black conventions from the 1830s to the 1890s revealed exactly how African Americans sought to defend their rights as American citizens in the public sphere. These conventions were part of a broader political environment of mass meetings, whether formal conventions or community meetings in the local Black churches, that provided necessary space through which the Black popular politics could operate in the 19th century America. First organized by free African Americans in 1830, conventions met periodically throughout the 19th century. The early meetings focused primarily on the abolition of slavery. However, 10 seconds. I'm gonna stop right here. I'll yield those 10 seconds, Garfield. I'll stop here.
All right, thank you, my brother. Let me stop the time. Let me get my brother Shaka Amos in the building so he could do what he needs to do. You could share your screen, brother, make sure everything is good, and I'll start as soon as you start speaking. All right, peace and love, family. Make sure you keep your mics muted. Turn your videos off, stop video. The only person's video I should be seeing, well, two people, is Captain Tazaryach and brother Shaka Amos. All right, so Shaka, when you're ready, you could share, and I'll make sure that everything is right before I start the time. You have 50 minutes. This is your round 2.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Hey, brother, hold on 1 second. Brother Denzel Brown, I don't know if you just got in, but you got to mute your mic and you got to turn off your camera, beloved. All right? That's your first warning. The second one, I'm going to have to kick you out.
Okay, all right.
All right.
It's off?
I'll turn you. Oh, man. Don't worry about it, brother. I'll turn your camera off for you. Don't worry about it. I got you.
Let me know when you're ready. I'm ready. I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Let me make sure this clock is fine. All right. Soon as you're ready, soon as you start speaking.
Okay.
All right.
I just want to make sure that you guys can see. Is my screen full?
It's not full. No, it's not full.
All right. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, the reason I take issue with Zoom is because I use better material. I use better software. Let me see. I'm trying to quit. This thing won't let me quit. Hold on a second. Stop sharing. Okay. All right, now it's letting me quit. So you can't do both. It's not gonna let me do both. That's really strange. I can do this, but I can hit slide here. Play from current slide. Okay, I can do it from there. All right, cool. That's not a problem. Play from current slide. Okay, can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think I know what the issue is. Give me 1 second. Okay, that's there. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay. All right, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
All right, so the first thing, I'm going to start talking right now. The first thing I'm not going to let him do is lie and hide behind the Bible, because that's what these Hebrew Israelites have been doing since forever. He says he wants me to show and prove that they used Kemetic writing during slavery, and that I can't show that. This is the reason he didn't want me to go into the Bible, okay? I'm documenting for you right here, where it says, right here, the editor of Proverbs 22:17 to 24:22 received and adopted the wisdom of Amenemot. Okay, so therefore, all of these Bible people that you were talking about during slavery, when they were reading the Bible, they were reading Kemetic literature. That's a fact, and it's documented. This editor had access to all or almost all of the book of Amenemope. Okay, it is in Proverbs. You can't change that. Nothing can change that. These are the things you want to hide. That's why you tried to restrict me during this debate.
Hold on 1 second. Let me pause the time. Excuse me. What happened to Tazaryach?
He just broke the rules.
No, I didn't break no rules. I'm answering your question. You wanted me to show Kemetic literature being used during slavery. I just did it. You don't want people to know it's in the Bible. I didn't break any rule. I'm talking about Kemetic literature.
Rules of the debate is I can't talk about Kemet. You can't talk about the Bible.
But you did talk about Kemet when you said they didn't use Kemetic literature. You did talk about Kemet.
I didn't pull up no.
You did talk about Kemetic literature. When you said they did not use Kemetic literature, you spoke about Kemet.
All right, let me take over. Let me take over.
No, you're not getting away with that, bro.
Hold
on
1 second. Everybody stop. Now, the rule is the flyer says you got to use the Kemetic literature.
That's what I'm talking about, Kemetic literature. I'm talking about Kemetic literature.
All right, hold on, real quick. He is not. He's talking about Kemetic literature.
I'm talking about Kemetic literature.
Captain used the word commit.
That's
Shaka
right.
have a right to use the word.
Nobody said you can't use the word. No, he's saying that the Bible copied. This is not a plagiarism debate.
I'm not talking about plagiarism. I'm talking about Kemetic literature.
That's what
if you're plagiarizing, that's your problem.
And Captain, you can't do that when he's.
That's what he's trying to do.
You should wait till his lecture is over, and then you can talk.
I tell you what, he can do whatever he wants. I just wanted to interrupt and let it know he's breaking the rules.
No, I'm not breaking any rules. You broke the rules. I'm not breaking any rules. I'm talking about Kemetic literature.
Do your thing, brother. Do your thing.
I'm talking about Kemetic literature.
I knew this was all you could do.
I'm talking about Kemetic literature. If all you can do is plagiarize and ask about Kemet, then I got
Hey, stop. Hey, time out. Captain, you made your point. Mute your mic.
I just wanted to expose the fool. I'm done. I'm muted.
Yeah, all right, cool. Mute yourself. There you go. All right.
Get his time right, Garfield. Start his time over, Garfield, because you can't let
He good.
Give him his full 15 minutes back. He could back the slide up. I just wanted to show the fool. That's all.
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right. Okay, go ahead. You ready, Shaka?
Yeah.
All
See,
right, go ahead.
We got a saying in the old school. You got to cheat me to beat me. You can't beat me fair and square. You want to pretend that people are standing on your work when you're actually standing on our work. That's dishonest and deceitful. That's the only thing Hebrew Israelites have to offer anybody. You got the nerve to ask me what Kemetic literature did they use, and then when I put out the documentation to show you that they used our literature that's documented and it's in the same book that these slaves used to be inspired and get free. So they would use the Kemetic literature. I'm not gonna let you hide behind a lie. I don't give a fuck about nothing. Are you kidding me? You gotta be out of your Hebrew mind. Not just Proverbs, Psalms. Jewish and Christian approaches to Psalms. Conclusions. Psalm 104 is indeed dependent on Akhenaten's hymn to the sun. So they use the Kemetic literature. Parallels between Psalm 104 and 2030 and Akhenaten hymns in virtually identical order in its essay. It will be argued that Psalm 104 is indeed dependent on Akhenaten's hymn to the sun. Rather than showing dependence on later Amun-Re hymns, it is very much looks at the author, it very much looks as if the author of Psalm 104 did indeed have access to Akhenaten's hymn to the sun. So stop lying and selling the illusion and the movie, the 10 Commandment movies, that it was some Hebrew literature that was the slaves were reading when they were actually reading and being inspired by Kemetic literature. You lost that. Live with it for the rest of your Hebrew life. Live with it. You gotta be out your mind till you're gonna tie both my hands behind my back and have a lying debate. That's not a debate, that's a setup. And you're not gonna set me up, you're not gonna set up the audience, and you're not gonna set up the literature. You've been doing it for 2,000 years. And you want to come here and do that tonight? No, it's not happening. You got to be out your mind. You got to be literally insane. It tells me everything I need to know about your character. You got to be mentally ill. That's what you got to be. Mentally ill. Now, I have a question for y'all. Garfield, as the moderator.
You know your screen is not sharing, Shaka.
So the stuff that I just read, was it sharing on the screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you. All right, hold on one second.
Let me stop your time. Let me stop your time.
Thank you. Stop my time, please. I'm going back to my other debate, my other presentation. I got it. Oh, all right, do this. Maybe I can get full screen. No, full screen. I'm just trying to get it full screen again. And say, why you gotta cheat me to beat me? If you good, you should be able to beat me fair and square. You want to be a boxer and put iron rings in your gloves while the other guy's fighting with regular gloves. Oh, come on, man. You want somebody else to play fair while you don't play fair. That ain't fair. If you're gonna beat me fair and square. Don't lie. Hold on, man. I didn't put, let me close that other one because I don't want it to go. This is not what I'm trying to show. I dealt with that. This is what I'm trying to show. All right. Stop share. Let me make sure that you can see my screen. Please hold my time for 1 second. I just want to make sure that I have everybody set up to see the screen. Okay. I'm gonna say I broke the rules. I didn't break any rules. You broke the rules when you mentioned Kemet. They didn't read Kemetic literature. That's a lie. That's a lie. Please. Here we go. No. I'm just trying to get this. So, you know what? I'll just show it without the thing in full, whatever. Table, picture, screenshot. Here we go, slideshow. This is what I'm looking for. Slideshow, play from current slide. All right. I'll let you know when I'm ready to go. Okay. I'm ready to go. In fact, yeah, I'm just gonna, all right, I'm ready to go whenever you're ready.
All right, go ahead, brother. It's all
okay.
You.
All right, I already showed you that the problem was with the title. Now, you might not see some of the literature that I'm going to show later on, but I have to deal with this for you to be able to understand it. It doesn't make sense if I show you something that you don't understand it. The word fix is wrong. You're taking a wrong approach to the problem. You can't, fixing something that's broken, it's, what's the point of fixing it? It's broke. You fix something when it can still be repaired, but when it's broken, right? Restore. I already read the definition of restore, right? Now we're going to go to community. Community is the wrong word. A group of people living in the same place or having a particular characteristic in common. Right? This is the lesser definition, right? This is less than, right? The people of a district or country considered collectively, especially in the context of social values and responsibilities, society. Now, but they use society as an afterthought. The word you want to go for is society. You want to use restore society, right? Because you have to know the difference between a community and a society. He doesn't. Okay, the aggregate of people living together in a more or less ordered society. Not anything could be a society. You can have anything could be a community. You can have a community in a psych ward in a hospital. You can have a community in prison, in jail, community of inmates. You got all of these things. LGBTQ is a community, right? That doesn't make any of these things society. You have to know the difference between the two. The community of people living in a particular country or region and having shared custom, laws, and organizations, a specified section, fashionably wealthy and influential. That means having wealth, right? A distinct group in a community, okay? Continue. This is the word I want you to remember. The word is not community. The word is kedut. This is the root word you will need to remember through the rest of my presentation. Ked. Remember this word, ked. We don't need 100 books. Kemet didn't need 100 books. They only needed one word, ked. It means society, all right? Kemet means the black settlement or town. We always lean toward the greater definition. So it's not vicinity or black settlement. It's society, black town, right? And the word you want to look for is shurud, which means strengthen, maintain, perpetuate, flourish, or restore. And it's in reference to buildings, but not just buildings. So the word you want to look for, right? Here we know it's town. Just this from Middle Egyptian, that the newt symbol is for town. There it is right there, town. Why is town important? Town is important because it is. A community does not have this. A town is a municipality. What is a municipality? A town, a city or town that has corporate status. What are you restoring black people to? You're not telling us what status you're restoring us to. You're not even talking about restoring. You're talking about fixing. It's about restoring a city or town that has corporate status. This is something that's worth restoring, right? Settlement you don't use because it's what? Community. Community doesn't tell you anything, right? This is ignorance talking. Municipality, town, corporate. This is from, I can't see the title because this thing is blocking me. Oh, Kinship and Family in Ancient Egypt, Archaeology and Anthropology and Dialogue. The 6 attributes that the primary sources reveal for kin groups in ancient Egypt are that they all live in the same household or area. They are displayed and commemorated together on monuments, right? And what is, okay, and they can function as an economic units or corporate groups. So when you're talking about restoring something, right? You're talking about restoring a society. I mean, you talk about what kind, you're talking about a town, right? Not a community or not a settlement. You're talking about a town. Why? Because that's corporate status. You have to know what you're talking about, okay? You're not qualified. You're reading slave stories. Every other word out your mouth was still slave. You're stuck in a slave mentality. They are under the authority of one man who acts as the head of the group. That's what you call a CEO. The definition of kin groups is thus flexible and purely performative. It is based on what a kin group does rather than what it's supposed to be. It's action-oriented behavior. What he was talking about what somebody did, this is about doing, right? The main attribute is arguably displayed in commemoration because most of the sources tend to be monumental. What are the last 6 letters of monumental? Mental. He doesn't know that. He can't teach you that. None of you never even noticed that, and you don't know why it's mental, right? I'm gonna show you why right now. Monumental in nature, representing an idea of the group that the Egyptians themselves were trying to transmit to their contemporary and future audiences. They were trying to tell you how to restore yourself. That's why these monuments exist. They are testamentary in nature, okay? Oh, and as far as them using the Bible during slavery, look, if the Bible was a tool, you use what tool is available. Just because it's available is no indication that it is the best tool for the job. It's what was available. So come out of your fantasy world. Stop talking stupid. It just sounds stupid. I can't even describe how it sounds like somebody who's mentally ill. That's what it sounds like. Okay, let's continue, right? So corporate, why? This is what I teach in my course, Chemonomics, business, the true religion of ancient Egypt. If you think you're going to restore the black society, because that's what we're talking about, not fixing a black community. We're talking about restoring a black society. That idiot doesn't know the difference between a community and a society. He would have spoke about it if he did. All right, take my course, Chemonomics. I teach business is the true religion of ancient Egypt, and I show you the documentation to prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. So you don't want to fix the black community, okay? This is a society. This is Black Wall Street. That's why a society is a threat, not a community. That's why they destroyed it. They destroyed it because it was a prosperous black society. Why did they have to destroy a black society? Because women go where the money flows. White women eventually would have been flowing over into that region because the black men would have had all the money. That equals white genetic annihilation. This is what Frances Cress Welsing was trying to tell you. And she named her book The ISIS Papers. That should tell you something. Come on, people. Use your goddamn brains. This is not even a debate. It's like taking candy from a baby. Are you kidding me? You don't know what you're talking about. These are communities. Bellevue Hospital, New York. Psych Ward is a community. Elmira Correctional Facility, New York. The inmates, that's a community. They don't have societies. LGBTQ, that's a community. They don't have society, although they're starting to reach society status. But they hide behind the word community because it makes them a protected class. Why does it make them a protected class? Because community equals powerlessness. He doesn't know this. He can't teach you this. He's trying to fix something that is powerless. Look at your Black community. Haven't you lived long enough being powerless, being led by people that don't understand and can't teach you because they're stuck in a slave posture and slave mentality? So the Bible was a tool used at that time. The slaves also used muskets to get free in the Civil War. Are you saying we should use muskets today against AK-47s? Against AR-15s, we should use muskets because that's that slave's mentality. That slave Tazaryach, that's what he's telling you. Because slaves used it, it's therefore the best thing for us. He's mentally ill. He has a Bible psychosis. And those of you who are following him are equally mentally ill. Somebody has to show you this. It's about restoring Black society. This is the original Black Wall Street. Right here, don't you see the big wall? Look, you got 4 walls collapsed on each other. Where do you think they got the concept of Wall Street from, you idiots? Huh? They put it on your goddamn money to tell you, and you still don't see it. I mean, you gotta be a special kind of mentally ill person. Goddamn, right? This is Seneferu Ka, right? Seneferu Ka, it means Seneferu appears. Why is it named after this king, this Black man, this African? Seneferu appears, here it is. Why? There's a reason for it, because it's not just a building. Shurud, strengthen, maintain, perpetuate, flourish, restore buildings. The word for society is kedut, okay? The word for society is kedut. The root word is ked. You have to know what ked means to understand how this stuff works. Do you see this right here? This arrow going up the slope of the pyramid? It's called a seked. The root word is ked, slope of a pyramid, ked, right? The next word is sesh kedut. Right? We're in our writing now. We got these Kemetic writings. Ked, it means draftsman. What does a draftsman do? Paint an outline. What does a draftsman do? Right here, creates blueprints. If you're gonna restore society, you need blueprints. He's not talking about a blueprint because he doesn't have one. He's got slave stories from a Bible and being inspired by movies. He said it himself. Didn't he mention movies? I didn't. He mentioned movies. He's stuck. He's stuck in Hollywood. The man has no scholarship, none. Draftsman. Right, it's in our word. We need one word. You're gonna see how many different things this one word relates to, right? Here it is right here, blueprint, plan, design, blueprint, design, plan, technical drawing, blueprint, plan, design, drawing, sketch. What does kedut mean? The same word for society, kedut. It means drawing, sketch. Why? Because it's the product of a blueprint. That's why they left it for you, so you can look at it. Slope, seked, slope of a pyramid. Kedut, draftsman. Kedut, drawing, sketch. This equals blueprint from the Vigus Dictionary. That's what you're looking at. You're looking at the pyramid. You're looking at a blueprint to restore society, okay, and to maintain it. He tried to tell you. That's why he made the sign. Look, the pyramid, and it's named after a Hebrew god, Hova, but he's holding up a Kemetic symbol. Why didn't he hold up a picture of a menorah? Why? Because Hova is not even a Kemetic, not even a Hebrew god. It's an Egyptian god. I'm in Hebrew, I'm in Kemetic writing. This is Dr. Ben in Kemetic writing. How did the ancient Africans of Egypt, Northeast Africa, write Jehovah, right? The strangest chain of events in Egyptian religious history is topped by the 26th dynasty's divine emblem of the figure of one of the gods named Yahu, Yahweh, Yahweh, okay? Written in hieroglyphs, and he gives you the hieroglyphs.
Yo, hold up, man, hold up. Who's doing all that noise?
Yo, will you please mute that person? Damn. Okay? So, yo, Garfield, would you please stop my time?
Hold on, Shaka. Don't move, Shaka. Hold on.
That's been going on for damn near 5 minutes.
Everybody always going for 5 minutes with you, Shaka.
Yeah, man. Stop that. Stop that.
Hold on. All right, everybody mute. Shaka, go ahead. I'll give you an extra 30.
You can still hear it. You can still hear it, Garfield.
Oh, I can't find the person. Hold on 1 second.
Motorola, Garfield. Motorola.
Hold on, beloved. Hold on.
All the way on the bottom, the Moto G.
All right, hold on 1 second, family. Hold on 1 second. Everybody silent. Relax. I got this.
Hey, this wouldn't have happened on our pay-per-view setup, so I can.
All righty. I think we good. All right, go ahead, Shaka. I'll start when you started. Shaka, you gotta unmute your mic.
Let him know how much time he got, Garfield, so you know.
You got 2.5 minutes left. 2.5. I'm gonna give him 3. I'm gonna give him 3 minutes. Shaka, you up, brother?
Shaka, where you at, man? Unmute yourself.
All right, can you hear me?
Now we
Yes,
hear.
sir. You good?
Okay, cool. All right, don't stop. I hope you didn't stop my 3 yet.
No.
Okay. All right, let me know when you're ready.
All right, go ahead, my brother.
Okay, cool. So Dr. Ben showed you in Africa's Nile Valley People, Culture, and History, he actually put the glyphs in there. I put the page right here. I photocopied it so you can see it. He's showing you that this is Kemetic writing. This was a Kemetic god. And I'm going to show the Hebrews how to pronounce the name of this Kemetic god that they worship because they don't know how to pronounce it. For the first time, you're going to hear the correct pronunciation. Are you ready? I hope you're ready. Okay, here we go. Okay. Yahu. Yahucha. This is the correct pronunciation. Yahucha. I'm going to say it again. Yahucha. I'm still hearing noise in the background. Yahucha. Okay? The first 4 letters mean divinity. The last is the picture of this God himself, of the God himself. Note that this Egyptian God, I'm not in no Bible. They were in our stuff. I'm not in their stuff. Stop telling that lie. Note that this Egyptian God was adopted by the Heribu, and they say nothing about no Hebrews, and they say something about no Israelites. So I'm not in the Bible. In their own mythology about the creation world, and that y'all want to claim to be the Heribu too, because y'all want to be everybody. Okay, so you, you know what I'm saying? Confused ass people, right? So this is what we're talking about. We're talking about this one word, head. This is the root word. It's a slope of the pyramid. It's a blueprint. It's in one word, head. They were trying to tell you this. Hold on one second. Head. It also means builder, method of building. It also means build, to fashion men. Isn't that what the Hebrew Israelites claim they do? This in the word. That's why Kemet was so stable and lasted longer than any other civilization on planet. If you're going to restore a society, why would you restore it on a society that lasted 5 minutes like Israel, instead of restoring on a society that was stable for 5,000 years or longer? It's not even logical. You don't even apply the basic logic. It's just plain mentally ill. You have a Bible psychosis. Head, build, fashion of men. The same word as the root word for society. The same word as the root word for the slope of the pyramid. It's right, same word for blueprint. It's all in one word. We don't need 100 books. Here it is right here. Erkedi, to build me up. The same word. It's in all of these things. It's never going to change. Boom. Head, form, nature, reputation, character. Remember we talked about mental illness? Character. Let me show you why character matters. Kedu, character of a people. It's the root word in all of it. Ked. That's what you're looking at when you're looking at the pyramid. You're looking at a ked. You're looking at the character of the people. Why character? Remember I told you right down the definition? None of you said this. Character, the mental and moral qualities distinctive to an individual. This is why people say black people have a low IQ. They're talking about our character, but the average black person doesn't know that character also talks about IQ, not just your morality. It is the combination of both. And when you're looking at the slopes, this is what the CAD is. It's what you call a convergent apogee. When these two things are integrated at their highest development, the further they are apart, the more disassociated a person is. That's mental illness. That's what's going on. They avoided that by formulating it. You integrate it. What is an apogee? The highest point in the development of something. That's what these slopes represent. That's why his name, that's why it says Seneferu appears. You are supposed to look at him and think about his mental and moral nature. This is the documented facts of ancient Kemet and what you're looking at when you're looking at these buildings. It's about society engineering. You don't know anything about this. You are idiot. You are idiot.
Right.
You are excellent.
All right.
Let me finish.
Time, my brother.
Oh,
time.
you're lucky.
Time. All right. All right. What do you call it? Captain, you're up. You can mute your mic on, brother Shaka Amos. All right. Thank you, my brother. All right. Now, Captain. Stop sharing, beloved.
That nigga boy Jay-Z to the debate. I ain't never seen that shit before, man. He boy, Hove.
No, you ain't never seen that before.
That's gonna get niggas out the street.
Oh man. All right, so Cap, let me know. Are you
hold on,
here,
let me get
brother?
my screen. Hold on, let me get.
Hey T, I know this hurts, man, but you did it to yourself. But I love you though, man. I love you though.
Hey, you out your rabbit ass mind right now, man. This nigga brought Jay-Z to the debate. Oh, hold on, let me share my screen. Let me share the screen. Boop.
Hey yo, if you hanging out with Whack 100, I could bring Jay-Z to the debate.
I didn't mention Whack though. I knew not to mention Whack in this debate. This nigga bought a whole. The nigga don't even throw the rock up no more. Good Lord. Okay, let me get to my slideshow. Let me go from current slide. Let me do this share. You can see my screen.
Yes, I can. It's not
My
full.
time. Oh, I don't want to show this yet. You know, I'm so used to nuts like Shaka. Then he say, grab nuts.
Are you
I'm
on
sorry, you have to start my time now. You have to start my time right now.
Go ahead.
Shaka said, I want to grab them nuts. You know, I'm used to nuts saying stupid shit using the typical plagiarism. So I'll ask him this question later. But as you can see, I be prepared for the whole Proverbs argument. That's easy. I'm just going to pick up my debate because I know how to stick to the subject. The subject is which one. This nigga spent 10 minutes on showing an angle of a pyramid and then said the Lord's name was Yahuwah. Yahuwah. Let me get to it. I'm gonna finish reading. The black convention movement and black Sanetta, this your king? This your king? Let me quote a movie since this nigga throwing up the rock. This your king, nigga? Black convention movement and black politics in 19th century America. It says, first organized by free African Americans, the 1830 conventions met periodically throughout the 19th century. The early meetings focused primarily on the abolition of slavery. However, unlike white abolitionists, black abolitionists knew the ending of slavery was one thing, but for African Americans, negotiating in a new world without slavery was quite another. As such, these early conventions also argued for equal educational opportunities, land reform, and in the 1850s, the merits of immigration out of the United States. This is all, now what I want everybody to pay attention to, this is all during the time of